Rumble, YouTube family, what's good? What's happening, baby? Ironwork 92,000 in the house. Hopefully, I don't look bad or look too bad. Hopefully, I don't sound bad or sound too bad. How am I doing, family? How am I doing? How I'm doing, like Mayor Ed Koch used to say. Tell me, how am I doing? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. How we doing? Don't you guys like my background? My bad. That's not my background. That's actually my living room. Nice little piano, nice little fireplace. The couch is in order. I actually have couches instead of big giant beanbag chairs, like I'm a college bachelor or something. It's good to see my family in the house, living that amazing life on True Earth Tuesday. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Boy, oh boy, do we have something for you. At least I'm hoping so. Our Aussie friend that they call Plain Reality should be here today. It would be nice if he had something here on the barbie. I know that's my terrible Australian accent. I got to work on that shit. I got to work on all my accents and everything. But even still, now's not a good time to be sitting there practicing my accents, you know, while I sit here and work or wait on the family. Right now, I'm just changing my deaf with you guys right now. Hopefully I'm not as choppy, right? Hopefully I look good and sound good and all that. Mr. Warrior, what's going on, bro? I'm doing good, family. I'm doing good, man. Glad to see you here. I'm holding it down tonight. Shannon Emerson, as usual, like clockwork, you are here, and it's amazing to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Valley Parks, what's going on, Holmes? It's good to see you here tonight, man. It's good to see you. All right, all right. Always good to see the family here. It's good to see you. Mojo Shop, what's happening, man? All right, all right. Yeah, man. Much love, much love. It's good to see you, man. And the Dirty Pox. Oh, I wonder what the Dirty Pox is. So, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. I don't think I've ever seen you here before, but even still, I would like to say welcome. Enjoy yourself. Mi casa, su casa. Kick your feet up, relax. Make sure you take your shoes off first. Help yourself to the digital virtual fridge. Help yourself to anything that's in there. And welcome. It's good to see you. So it says right here, have I read The Light of Egypt Science and the Soul and Stars from the Hermetic print? No, of Luxor in 1984. No, I haven't, but I'll tell you what, I am going to write that information down. I am going to write it down. So, The Light of Egypt Science. I wonder, so with this dirty pox, this Light of Egypt science that you're talking about, does this have anything to do with old dude that created Coral Castle? Tell me. So I'm wondering because Saab was on here a couple of weeks ago. Um, you guys know Saab, Sovereign Soul, the Unchained Mind. That's his name. That's his channel. Shout out to Saab, by the way. If you hadn't subbed to him, please do. Saddle Bum, what's happening, man? It's good to see you, bro. Good to see you, Saddle Bum. There he is. So Saddle Bum and we were talking about the gentleman that built Coral Castle in Florida. It's a real place and it's still there. So with him building this place, uh Saab says that he created a few, I guess you could say, guides, right? Like books and stuff. So in those books, it's like everything. One of them is called Everything is a Magnet. I'm on the quest for looking for this book to see if it's around, to see what it all entails. If there's anything that I or we can glean from it, that would be amazing if we could, right? That would be amazing if this thing is still around. If there's anybody that has it, it would probably, I would imagine, cost a pretty penny. But I don't know. Guidebooks and stuff, I find them useful, but not too many people are really used to it. I know that because not too many people like to read. Also, a lot of people don't like to write either. is what I'm starting to notice. Uh, one thing I like to carry with me at all times is this. I don't know if you can see it, but oh, I just blocked my face. But it's a notebook. I carry a notebook so I could take notes in it, right? And it's a small notebook. And I jot down my notes and then I just go over them either at the end of the day, at the end of the week, whenever I feel I might need them. But they're important notes, right? And people will catch me every once in a while and they'll be like, dude, you taking notes? I'm like, yeah. They're like, why don't you just use something else? And I'm like, they don't have Palm Pilots no more. Right. And I don't carry a notepad. I used to have a notepad back in the day, or a wheel book, what we call them in the Navy. And I'm just like, no, man, like, I think it's not even a skill. Writing shouldn't even be considered a skill. At least that's what I think. I'm of the old school mindset that these are things that should be automatic, right? We're not living in a time where you don't know how to read or you don't know how to write. Like, these things should be there. These should be part of a human being, or rather an American's fundamentals. I don't know. Maybe I'm taking these things for granted. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. I don't think so, though. But I think if there's anything that you should hold on to, it's reading and writing. Definitely reading, right? You got to hold on to that. You got, even if it's the back of a cereal box, just read it. Check it out. You know what I'm saying? Don't lose that. I don't even want to call it a skill. I might sound like a total idiot if I don't already. I don't want to call reading a skill, but it's something that should be done often. So then you can write as well, right? And you should don't rely on typing all the time. You should write, right? There's nothing wrong with writing. Saddle bomb. And then we got more people coming in here. Greg B in the house. What's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Sean Alky. Sean Alcoholic. Just kidding. You ain't no alcoholic, man. I don't want to ruin my man's good name. Sean Alky, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. And as you the family starts flooding in here, hey, Undoctrinated is in the house. And if Sean Alky's here, I'm waiting for our sister, our good sister, ABC, Angela Baby Carson. She should also be in here. As y'all, the family, start to stream in, welcome. Make yourselves at home. You know what I'm saying? It's always a pleasure, man. Every week, every time I get you guys in the house, man, it's always a pleasure having y'all. Love having y'all in here. Look at that. Names are appearing nice and big on the bottom of the screen. I like that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that, man. Names and faces are just appearing, boy. Looking proud, man. Y'all should be happy. Look at y'all, man. Looking all good and shit. Y'all looking good in here, man. Make me feel happy. I'm saying undoctrinated, man. It's good to see you, bro. I think I said that part. Undoctrinated. Good to see you, man. Amazing to have you in here. Jim Anus. Lord have mercy. Anytime I say your name, man, it just makes my heart skip a beat. It's good to see you, Jim Anus. Jim Anus. Jim Anus. Jimmy Satterfield in the house. Jimmy Satterfield, a blast from the past. We used to see him on the Ghost of Judah Tribes, and we probably still see him on the Ghost of Judah's Flat Earth Friday and stuff. I don't know if you're a Bears fan, Jimmy Satterfield, but I know that's where I met you the first time, over at the Ghost channel. And it's good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, man. But as we get in, please make yourselves at home. And there we go. There goes our lovely sister, ABC Alphabet. Angela Baby Carson is in the house. Love seeing Angela. If the right hand's there, then so's the left hand. If we have Sean Alki, then we should have Angela Baby Carson. If we have Angela, then we should have Sean. So there's always one with the other to follow usually. So it's always good to see you guys, man. Always a pleasure having the pair here. You know what I'm saying? Ida Hill, what's going on, girl? Good to see you. All right, good to have you in the house. Amazing. So who do we have here? Earthika Stasi. Earthika Stasi. What's going on? How you doing, sis? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Urtika. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please correct me. Where is this name from? Urtika Stasi. Urtika Stasi. Is this I don't know what it is, so I don't want to guess and look like a complete idiot. Okay? Wonder where that's from. Not sure if it was the same person Saab was talking about, but the Light of Egypt volume's esoteric knowledge was heavily guarded until the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn inherited it. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Why does that sound like something Aleister Crowley was a part of at one time? I think one of the groups Aleister Crowley was a part of was like called the Thelema with a TH in the beginning. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But that's what they say he was a part of. You never know, man. These days, these motherfuckers lie so much that the stuff that you're reading, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Urtica. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Urtica. Urtica. Urtica Stasi. It's a beautiful name. It's a nice name. I like that name. So no, I haven't read that book, but I wrote it down and I'm going to track it down. I wrote it down and I am going to track it down. Mark Rizzo. Mark Rizzo over here. What's going on, man? It's good to see you. Welcome. I haven't seen you here before. I see you like golf. That's what's up. Haven't seen you here before, so welcome. And yeah, make yourself at home, man. Kick your feet up. Just make sure you take your shoes off first. Help yourself to anything in the digital fridge and just mikaza sukaza, man. Relax, man. Enjoy it in here. Relax. You know, it's time to kick your feet up and just relax. So, man, these last couple of days, y'all, these last couple of days has just been wild, wild, wild. It's part of the Golden Dawn, according to, yes, right, exactly, according to what history tells us. But we know how that goes. A lot of these times, these dudes be lying, man. Hey, Carrie Skates, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Ham Solo. Hey, there he is. Where's the robe and why are you scared of the dark? The very background is light. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, nah. It's I just got the background going, that's all. I just got the background going for today, that's all. And no robe today. No robe. I got this on. Just chilling, you know. But it's good to see y'all today. It is always a pleasure to see you guys today. And it's good to see you too, Ham. Oh man, it's been a week so far. It's been a week for sure. And I'll tell you what, one of the wild things that I've been at, like, since this election has been concluded, right? We still have to wait for the inauguration and everything. Like, there's a lot of things that are going on. Of course, you know, you have a lot of logistics back and forth with the I think January 20th is supposed to be the day that President President-elect I was going to say Reagan. President-elect, or close. President-elect Trump is going to be put into the White House, right? So there's quite a few things that's already on the chopping block for discussion. And I'm sure you guys, one of which we'll discuss here in a second. I'm sure you guys are already familiar with TikTok dealing with a few things within this country. But to divide it a little bit more, they're dealing with things on a statewide basis as well, not just like the US solid, but individual states are trying to put like lawsuits on TikTok. And I think it's funny because of the timing behind this whole thing. What I'm starting to hear is there is a final date. There is a final date for all of you TikTok users, all of you TikTok users in the North American continent. Okay, let me take that back. In the United States, all of you TikTok users in the United States, The plan is for them to take down TikTok by January 19th. I don't know if you guys know this, but that's the plan. That's what they have up their sleeve for now. Unless something changes, that's what they're talking about. It's blowing my mind. But before we kind of harp on that, I wanted to introduce you guys to a little bit of a treat. For all you Second Amendment lovers out there, I am a big time advocate of the Second Amendment. Let's see. I got something for you. I want you guys to check this out. Just saw this today. And I think that you guys would find this don't know if this is going to be solid or if this is going to be true, but I find it absolutely interesting. And I think this would make you guys happy just hearing this kind of news. Know what I mean, Vern? So I'm going to guys chew on this a little bit and I'll give my thoughts afterwards. Let me share this with y'all. Check this out.
The scoop. There's this video making the rounds in the gun community, and it's Trump from 2023 announcing plans for national concealed carry reciprocity. But folks are resharing it now as if he just made this announcement post-election. It's honestly a bit confusing. But to clear things up, this is actually an older video from back in 2023. It's not a recent post-election promise, at least not based on this video. Now, what's got people buzzing, though, is that Donald Trump Jr. posted it again on his Instagram saying, "My father just announced full concealed carry reciprocity. The Second Amendment will stay and remain protected," sparking questions about whether this will carry through now that Trump's gearing up for another term. Trump said,
"I will protect the right of self-defense everywhere it is under siege, and I will sign concealed carry reciprocity. Your Second Amendment does not end at the state line."
He's talking about making concealed carry permits work across state lines, just like a driver's license. Now imagine that. No more checking your map to see which states will treat you like a criminal just for exercising your constitutional right. Now here's what we know. Trump can't pass national reciprocity on his own. He needs Congress, and lucky for him, Republicans have the House and the Senate. If they get a bill on his desk, I'm pretty sure he's going to sign it faster than you can say, I don't know, anti-two-way social club. This time, there's a real shot at making this national reciprocity a reality. Imagine what that would mean. Right now, we have this patchwork of concealed carry laws where crossing a state line could turn a law-abiding gun owner into a criminal. It's like they think your Second Amendment rights evaporate the moment you cross into a blue state. Meanwhile, you can drive a car, a 2-ton vehicle going down the highway at 100 miles an hour in any state with just your driver's license. No problem. But the second you try to protect yourself with a firearm, suddenly you're public enemy number one. Please, someone make that make sense. And to those constitutional carry folks out there saying we don't need a permit at all, trust me, I'm with you. The Second Amendment is the permit. But if we can get reciprocity first, I'll take it. I'm sorry, I will. I'll take it, at least for now. Think of it like getting free chips and salsa before the steak dinner. I'm not saying it's the end game, but it's a step in the right direction. Get reciprocity now, and then keep pushing with more pro-2A gun laws down the road. And here's the kicker. This idea that my right to self-defense stops at some invisible line is just crazy. I mean, can you imagine having to pull over, unload, and stash your firearm in the trunk just because you drove into another state? What is this? Some sort of twisted game of Simon Says? It's a right, not a suggestion. If I'm legal in Texas, I should be legal in California, New York, wherever. I don't lose my right just because I crossed the border within a country where I have a 2A right. Now, I'll say this. Trump's support for the Second Amendment has certainly grown stronger over the years. He's shown more commitment to pushing pro-2A policies, and that's promising. But let's be real. There's a difference between talking about it and getting it done. That's where his sons, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, come in. These two are as serious about the Second Amendment as anyone I know, and they're making sure he stays dialed in with respect to that. So while I'm hopeful that this time around, Trump's commitment will lead to real action, I'll be watching closely to see if he follows through. So where does that leave us? With a real shot at making national reciprocity happen. And yes, some of you will say, again, Why should I need a permit at all? And I agree, ideally we don't. But in a world where some states would love nothing more than to restrict your rights, I'll take reciprocity as a win and keep fighting for more, because a right doesn't stop at a state line. And it's time for our laws to start reflecting that. So let's get national reciprocity on the books and then keep going until constitutional carry is the law of the land. Rights don't stop at the border, folks. And it's high time we stop acting like they do. And right now, available at shop.mrcoleonthewar.com is our new design, the anti two-way social club. You see, for a long time, we in the gun community have had to act like little hermits, like little ostracized leopards, hiding and ducking and dodging our pro two-way stance in the general populace because we've been living under an administration that hates.
All right. Just as long as you guys got the gist of what it is he's talking about. Basically, our brother right there, Mr. Coleon Noir, let's shout out to him, and he's got a great channel, an amazing channel. There it is right there. This is something that Donald Trump has been speaking about for the last year or so, you know, and I think this is a big deal, especially with what's coming down the pike. Before I continue, let me continue to greet you guys in the house, man. Gio, what's going on, bro? Bro, you need to check your Telegram. Like, real talk, you got to check your Telegram, man. Please check your Telegram. Please. I see it. Yes, you got to check it out. And I'll get to the Telegram here in a second, y'all. I'll get to that here in a second, but I want to continue to greet everybody. Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose, what's happening, man? The doctor's in the house. The good doctor, Dr. Giggles, Dr. Bose. Remember Dr. Giggles, y'all, that movie? That Joker was just wild right there. But it's good to see you, Dr. Bose. Yeah, so Gio, please. If you got to check your Telegram. And guys, if you're part of that team, the Antikythera team, which is something I'm going to discuss here at the end. But if you're part of that team, like, it's imperative that you, at least if you tune everybody else out, just make sure that you have the alerts on for that, because we don't talk with one another just yet. But this week we're going to start getting information. And as a matter of fact, tonight I'm going to send you guys a message, and so you'll get the first live message from me as to how we're going to tackle this elephant, okay, or rather how we're going to eat this elephant. And so, how do you eat an elephant? Does anybody know? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So we're going to tackle this thing, and we're going to eat this elephant one bite at a time. Okay, so that's coming tonight in our Telegram group. Okay, and here's the thing. Like I said, you guys are going to have a home. I can promise you that. There is something for everybody in there, something that everybody can do. And it should go by smoothly, but only time will tell. But that's going to be our opportunity right there to shine, and shine we shall. I promise you. Shine we shall. For sure. So, Artika Stasi says, none if your guns fall within description of firearm, unless it is a rifle bore or sawed off less than 18 inches. Rod Class tested this and explained many years ago they count on your ignorance. Yes. And this is why I'm like, it sounds great. It sounds good, but how will he go about doing this? Right. So, red flag, anti-Second Amendment. Oh, wow. See? Yeah, and I think that's right. I think it's a shameful thing making monetary gain on a natural right, because that's what it is. This is your natural right to bear arms and protect yourself. And then they're going to say, well, you could protect yourself with a knife, you could protect yourself with a gun, but you can't protect yourself with a knife. You see? Because even in New York City, if you get caught with a knife and it's longer than whatever, like, you can get thrown in jail for that in New York City, right? Well, I'm not sure what the rules are now, but I knew at one time you can definitely get in trouble for it, just for having a knife on you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about one of them Crocodile Dundee looking knives, but I'm just talking about a normal knife. It's crazy. And so just them fucking with our Second Amendment rights to protect ourselves is wild. Let me tell you guys a quick story. So my my I just retired, and I got to my parents' house. It's like 4 in the morning in Long Island. Went to my parents' house. You're driving from Virginia, right? Got there at 4 in the morning. My parents were still up. Wow, what it's crazy, but my parents never sleep. They just wait. And so I went and greeted my mom, greeted my dad. They're like, "Hey, you're home." I was like, "Yeah, I'm home." I was like, "Please, guys, go to sleep. It's not natural for old people like you to stay up this late all the time." So my parents, they're like, "Okay, you're home. We're going to sleep." So I'm like, "Cool." They go to sleep, and then I go up to my old room, and the way my room is situated, I have exposure to the front of the house, right? Um, and so I strip down. It's like around, I think it's August time frame. I strip down. I'm just in my underwear, and it's kind of raining outside. It's drizzling outside, and I go ahead, and as I'm getting undressed, like I said, it's like early in the morning. Like I see a car pull up, and the lights are off in my room. See a car pull up in front of my parents' house, and then I look outside, and I see coming out the car. I see like four guys. Actually, two guys come out the back, and then another guy comes out the passenger side. And so it's three guys, and then they open up the trunk, and then they bring this shit out, and then I don't know why, but I'm thinking to myself, I was like, "Oh shit, is this a band? What are they gonna do?" And so I'm sitting there looking at these dudes. Now, I'm not gonna say if I had some heat on me or not, because I'm in Long Island. I'm not gonna say that I had heat on me, but that wouldn't if I didn't have my mind about me, that wouldn't have been very pretty for those guys. But anyway, um, those guys came, and they went to my brother's car was parked in the front, right? My brother at the time was driving a old school Honda, one of the Honda from the early 2000s. These guys come with this equipment, and then they make their way to the front of the car. I'm sitting there watching them, and it doesn't truly register to me as to what it is they're doing, but I know they're up to no good. So I give them 5 more seconds because I'm like, I know they're up to no good, but I got to be sure. They bring a jack out, and then I'm like, they're up to no good. I'm gonna put a stop to it. And they go to the passenger side of my brother's car. And so I'm in my underwear still. I don't care. And then I grab something special with me. I grab a hammer, the special hammer, the one with the Wi-Fi capabilities that's gives you the Wi-Fi, right? The one that reaches out and touches you from a distance, that special hammer. So I bring that hammer outside with me, and then I carry on, and then them dudes try to apologize, and then I didn't point it at anybody because once you point, you might as well shoot the motherfucker. So them guys were there, and then before they took off, I like kind of ran behind the car, and then I got a glimpse of the I should have brought my camera phone with me, but I got a glimpse of the license plate, and then they drove off. And I forgot what they were driving like. They were driving a hatchback. I remember they drove off, and so after Thor's hammer. After they left, I kind of yelled a little bit, and you see lights coming on around the neighborhood and stuff. And my brother comes downstairs. He's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Call the cops." And then he's like, what happened? I said, man, just call the cops, man. And so he does. And of course, before the cops get there in New York City, I make sure I put all my tools away, put my power tools away. And when the cop got there, I told him what happened. And I said, I think they were trying to steal my brother's tire. And he was like, no, they weren't trying to steal his tire. They were trying to take his catalytic converter. We've had people calling around here with their cars being noisy, and then it turns out that there are folks stealing catalytic converters around here. So I'm just saying all that, right? To sum it all up, I gave them the information, but I asked these dudes, this is in Long Island. I said, officer, what if, let's just hypothetically say I had a hammer on me and I decided to throw it at them And then they asked, "Do you have a hammer over here?" And I said, "Of course not. I'm in New York. Are you crazy? I'd never have a hammer here. Well, only to nail things into wood and stuff. That's the only reason you'd have a hammer, of course." And they were like, "Well, if you use that hammer on them, we would take you to jail." And I'm like, "Okay." They said, "Unless they were on your property and unless they attacked you and you had a reason to use your hammer." Now, this is what's important about saying this, right? This is real time. This is what I'm asking. Of course, I had my wits about me. I feel that I would have been, but this is me saying this, right? And this is somebody sane and somebody coherent. I feel I would have been well within my rights to waste those dudes, to nail them to the ground, right? I feel I would have been well within my rights, and I'm a pretty fucking good shot too. So, but I didn't, because I was like, it's property. These guys, they'll learn, right? Um, but I'm gonna give them a chance. And so they got away. I got their information, but I let them go. Um, so even still, asking the cop and him telling me what the penalty would have been if I would have wasted those dudes, like, it was an eye opener. And it just proved to me that I have no business being in fucking New York ever again. Like, I don't think anybody in their right mind has any business going and living in New York, or places that are similar to New York. Because, like one of you guys said here a little bit ago, your Second Amendment right shouldn't be infringed upon. You know what I'm saying? That's a natural. Like, what if I would have saw one of them with a rifle or something like that, and I knew I had my piece? Like, of course, I feel I'd be dead to rights to nail them to the ground. I'd have been dead to rights to do that. But then New York, Long Island, I probably still would have gone to jail. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter what they were doing, doesn't matter what they had. It's just the fact that I did that. I committed that act. I would have probably gone to jail. This is I think things like this, you are not safe and you cannot trust your elected officials to do anything for you. You can't. And this is why I say, like, the police can do but so much. The rest is up to you. Like, it was by the grace of God I was awake enough and I was present enough to be able to be where I was and to do what I did, right? Because if I didn't, of course, it's just an object, right? It's just a catalytic converter. But what if it wasn't a catalytic converter? What if these dudes decided they wanted to break in, and then you could forget about it? I would have had three bodies on my conscience already. I'd have wasted them dudes, no doubt about it, right? But what if they would have come in, or what if I didn't have that opportunity to do that? What if I was asleep and they would have come in, and then something would have happened to my family and me? Right? And this is why I say, at the end of the day, you cannot trust the government to do nothing for you, man. Like, you really can't. And what's crazy is, within a 5-month period, before that, I used to live in Whidbey Island, Washington. Within a 5-month period, I almost had my house broken into. When I got back from the first night I got back from deployment, somebody almost broke into my house. Somebody almost broke into my house in Washington State. And then I almost nailed his ass to the ground, because it was my first day back. My schedule's all off. My sleep schedule's all off because I'm back from the other side of this totally flat plane that we live on, right? I was out in the Pacific, and then somebody tried to break into my house. And then I went, I slammed my hand on the door. I had my hammer on me. And then I went outside, and then he ran. And then I was giving a little bit of chase. I was barefoot, but I pointed my hammer at him, and I was about to shock him with some lightning from my Thor's hammer. But then I decided against it, because I was like, it's only property. And I was like, this white ass state, my black ass shoot this white dude, like, right now, I'm going to jail. There ain't no way in hell I won't make that one. Don't matter how many medals I got. Don't matter how many years I served in the military. Don't matter. I shoot that dude. He's barely off my property. I'm going to jail. Right. So I had to have presence of mind to keep these things from happening. But it always makes me think, what if somebody like this would have broken into my house? And then I think about all the people out there that don't have the presence of mind, right? Or they may be asleep, or they may not be home, or they may just be getting home and this is happening, or their loved ones might not, they might not be ready with the pieces like that. You understand what I'm saying? They might not be ready with the tools or good with the tools like that. Yes, they may have it. Yes, they may go to the range, but what if you're not ready? If you're caught with your heels on the ground, right? Your back and your heels on the ground, and these guys just come in, they spring forth. What are you going to do? This is why you cannot, I don't think you could trust the government at all, because once they start infringing on your right to protect yourself, you can't, if you can't do the bare bones basics in defending yourself and your property, all bets are off. If you just think about it, if you can't defend your right to live, all bets are off. All bets are off. And now we have somebody in office that's talking about giving us a right that shouldn't even be, just like you said, that right shouldn't even be infringed upon. It should be no question that if somebody were to come into your house or to come onto your property, right, that you should be able to defend yourself. It should be no question about it. But to have a question about something like this because you're going to go to jail, I don't care if it, I don't care, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, it doesn't matter. Somebody touches your property and is threatening you or your family or your property, like, you should be well within your rights to end their ass. That's my opinion. Whether you like it or not, that's my opinion. Because you never know what these other people have on them. You never know what they could possibly do to you or your family. Now, I'm not trying to sound like a broken record, but I feel that the importance behind this is such a big deal. It's such a big deal that it just goes unnoticed, that we're like, okay, we're it's like we're okay with some states that don't have a right for you to protect yourself the right way, and some states where it's like, yeah, like Texas, they're like, yeah, you can have a piece. Somebody gets on your property or the property of your neighbor, you can defend that property. It's all right, it's okay, right? Like New York has totally lost their way. We've got Lowry, our brother Lowry comes on here every once in a while, and Lowry lives out in New York City. Like, he lives there the whole time. And for him to live out there, like, I find it to be a miracle, because there's so much nonsense going on in New York that even the cops, like, have their hands are tied. These gangs, you have gangs out here, right? In New York now, and they're running amok all over the place, and nobody's putting foot to their ass. Nobody's putting hammer to their forehead or nothing and making them stop. And so people are just victims to all these criminals. And the best they could do is call a bunch of toothless cops that can't bite the ass of those fucking criminals. Or if they do you know what happens with those criminal gangs from these other countries? That after they commit the crime, you know what the cops do? They re-release them out on the street. I bet you guys didn't know that. They within 24 hours, those guys are right back onto the street. Within 20, like, I'm dead serious. That's how fucking crazy this place is that we live. That's how fucked up this country is. And so, like I said, both the candidates to me were trash. Both of them were absolute garbage. But you had one set on one side that made a little bit more sense than the other side. And I feel that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, there's no fucking way in hell you could ever even, those words would never be uttered out of their mouth. For you to have Second Amendment rights, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, you really think they would have even considered your ass to have a gun against those people that they invited into the country to run amok and do whatever the fuck they want to us and our property? Fuck no. You could hell no. The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay? And so, like, I'm not saying for anybody to break the law. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is use your better judgment. And this is what I mean by us taking our power back. You shouldn't have to have a group of people that are protected and defended 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of their lives. For them to have you say you don't need certain protections. You don't need certain defenses in order to keep your body safe, because these guys are going to be defended and protected for the rest of their lives. So for them to tell you this kind of nonsense is totally disingenuous. And I truly sincerely feel that we all need to just like look at them and like be like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm going to protect myself the way I know how. I'm going to protect not just me, but I'm also going to protect my family. You don't fucking tell me how to fucking do my business. And if other people feel they need to get involved, well, that's all I'm going to say about that. But you guys need to defend and protect your family the best way possible, right? Because a thief or a um a criminal will be a criminal, right? And they'll get your stuff by any means. So you need to defend your house and your family by any means, just the same. You can't trust these people. It's ridiculous. And it's crazy that it seems as if those criminals are in league with our elected officials at the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really talking about, the one that we just elected, but I'm talking about the previous tenants of the White House, the ones that are about to leave right now. It's like they're in line, they're in lockstep with these people. And that's another thing I want to discuss before I kind of roll into the topic for today. Nobody's talking about, which I think somebody mentioned it in here. Somebody said the Diddy people, the Diddy Earthers. He's the leader of the Diddy Earthers. Sean Alke said it. Okay. But I find it funny that, Kamala Harris will get people like Cardi B, Meg The Stallion, Glorilla. Yeah, there's a rapper named Glorilla. Like, remember Glow Wrestling with Big Bad Mama, Wendy Richter, and all them? Glorilla, her name is. Real cute thing, man, but that's her name. Like, I don't know. Shut up for all that. And don't want to get shot up for all the freaking, I guess. But yeah, there's this rapper called Glorilla. So Kamala Harris is out there putting these people out there, the biggest degenerates, to entertain us so she can get us to vote, us specifically, black people, to vote for her. So she gets the lowest of the low out there. And I don't know, listen, I don't listen to all that nonsense. I don't listen to that bullshit. Me, I listen to music from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and sometimes some Renaissance. But I love old school music. You know what I'm saying? Renaissance as in the Boston Camerata, exactly. If you don't know Renaissance, like look up the Boston Camerata. I listen to it. So you've got this woman that's putting entertainment out there as a means to kind of sway us in order to win our vote, in order to win our hearts and minds, so that we can then give her permission to ruin this fucking country even more with the help of her boss, Joe Biden. Unfucking believable. And this is how much they don't show this is how much they don't value us as Americans. Definitely they don't value us as black people. But this is how much they don't value us as American people, if you're American. And people of the world, they don't value you either, because that's what they're going to put on display in order to win over our hearts and minds, so we can then vote for them, so we can elect them, so we could put them into office. And I'm not trying to make this a political thing. That's not at all what I'm doing, because I think both sides are busted, right? Two dirty, two broken wings on a busted fowl. Both parties, right? Third party, whatever. But both those parties are just twisted and disgusting, I feel. And yeah, and so I feel that yeah, these guys, you can't listen to them. You can't listen to them. He said they've been doing that for a while. Diddy was a front man for the Rock. Yeah, I remember. He was a front man for the Rock the Vote in the early 2000s, but he was also that for the most recent or the recent election before this one. He was it was like vote or die or something like that recently where Diddy was out there. But here's the thing. They already knew what his misgivings were. They already knew all the nonsense that he was doing wrong, right? And so, like everybody else that they don't feel they need anymore, after they finish using their tools, they break them. He's useless at that point to them. And so I'm sure they, you know, his handlers kind of helped push the whole situation with him doing all the stuff that he's done and getting him on Jump Street to where now, you know, now he's in a slammer and Lord knows what's going to happen to him. Probably all kinds of shit, especially if they put him out in population. He's ruined, right? But the government is they're intertwined with that just all that debauchery, all that nonsense. So this should open up people's eyes to see that these people are not on our side. They're totally not, and it's not a. And my thing is, it's not a race thing. It's a right and wrong thing. That right there is about right and wrong. Like even I don't care if those rappers what color they are. I don't care. It doesn't. It shouldn't. And if it don't matter to me, it shouldn't have. It shouldn't matter to you. It really shouldn't. But just because they black don't mean a fucking thing to me. They could be orange. The fact is they make a certain kind, a lot of them, not all of them, right? They make a certain kind of music. Because if they had MC Hammer over there pushing the narrative, then I'd probably consider it. Because MC Hammer is not singing about a lot of this bullshit that we hearing about these days. Shoot this dude, kill that dude, rape this dude, rape that girl, this, that. You know what I'm saying? Grape, I mean, not R ape, right? But do those things. And so this is who they want to put in front of you. And so they're not, this goes to show you they don't value us, they don't respect us. And so if they don't value and respect us and give us people that are worth looking at or worth being convinced by, why do you think that they're going to take our votes seriously after we give it to them and they're going to do right by us as an American people? If they're going to, and here's the thing, if they're going to try and convince black people to vote for them and they're going to do us wrong, they're going to do everybody else wrong too. It ain't just us. They're not just going to do us wrong. Everybody else going to get that smoke too. I wish people would just understand that we're not the only ones getting fucked with, man. Everybody else gets the medicine as well. Maybe the timing might be different, but everybody else gets it. Everybody does. That train's never late. 31, not a 38, a 31. I've never heard of a 31, Dr. Bose. Never heard of that. For a natural right that they can't give you. Exactly. They can't give that to you. So this is why I'm saying, like, this is what happens. And you see, this is why understanding where you live and understanding why it's so important is such a big deal, that if you don't know where you're at and where you live, you can't possibly know anything else. You just can't. It doesn't make any sense to understand anything else if you don't know just the foundation of where you live, which is why now that we've understood where we're starting to understand where we don't live, that's a big deal to them. And if everybody understands the implications behind why it's so important to truly know where we don't live, like everything else, like for example, this gun debate, all this nonsense, you'll start to see, just like you said, Hap Warrior, that your rights should be natural rights. They can't give you or they can't take those rights away. These are things that you're born with. You should be able to protect yourself, whether it's a hammer, a machete, a goddamn guillotine. I wouldn't know how you do that, but whatever. You should be able to do it, and you don't need the government to tell you to do it. And they're afraid people would take their power back. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. And so, of course, discussing things like the Second Amendment rights brings us back. It brings us back discussing it because we're being told that we're going to be given a right back that should already be natural. Brings us back to the true earth and the flat earth and why it's so important that you need to know where it is you live. Awaken Nemesis, what's going on, brother, man? It's good to see you. It's always good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. Magazines wear a lot, purse especially. Oh. In your purse. Valley Parks, what's going on? Especially in the larger ones. Yeah. So I don't know what magazine you've got. Oh, which by the way, as of late, they've been taking my videos down because they saw a firearm in my video. And I'm like, okay. They're like, if you want to dispute it, I'm like, it's a fucking firearm. So now probably many of my other videos with firearms in them, they're going to start taking down as well. So it's not going to surprise me if you start seeing some of my stuff start to dwindle down. So that's the YouTube in these guys. If you guys haven't seen me on Rumble, I'm also on Rumble. So please subscribe to my Rumble channel. It's Iron Earth 92,000. Let me write that down. Iron Earth 92,000. That's my Rumble channel. Please subscribe to my Rumble channel as well because these guys are giving me a hard time on fucking YouTube. The Dick Sucker Supreme, even though the previous Dick Sucker just fucking died, may she rest in piss after doing that bullshit to people. There's still a dick sucker that follows up behind her to suck some more dicks. And then we're just going to get the fucking shaft anyway. They've been doing that for a while. Diddy was a front man. No, I get it. I get it. I understand that. SKS rifle with the 30 round mag. Hey, pal, it's amazing. It's amazing. And hopefully I'm not too late with greeting you, Palkis. And I think I greeted you already, but it's just good to say hi again. It's been the actor. Yeah, there are a lot of them. There's Diddy, there's Tom Hanks, there's a whole bunch of them, right? We have the usual suspects that you hear about. Speaking of the usual suspect, you hear about Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey's another one. He's like a notorious one, right? They're all the usual suspects, and I mentioned Kevin Spacey because he was like a big part of that movie. But a lot of these guys in Hollywood, right? They're so well known to be doing this nonsense to a lot of people. So well known to be involved with possible satanic cults, possible sacrifices and stuff like that. Like it's crazy. It's enough to drive you mad. But this is what this is like, we're so tired of it. We're so tired of hearing about it and the possibility to the things like this to possibly be there, that we're like, listen, we don't want to hear about it anymore. And really the only way you can get rid of that element is to put something of truth in the old king's place, right? Or the old movement's place. Now, there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot going on. And I don't want to get wound up with it right now. But you see what the new administration is having to deal with. And another thing I wanted to mention, part of the new administration, and why it's important that they communicate with us a certain way. And when I say us, I'm just talking about the people that want the truth. Whether you're a flat earther, whether you're a globe earther, and you don't know it, you don't know that you're a flat earther yet, and you're a glober. Whether you don't know and you're unsure, but you want the truth and you know something ain't right. So the way the White House is looking at communicating with us is a big deal, or they're using how they're liaising information from the White House to the public, right? Is a big deal. So I wanted to show you guys something that maybe you didn't know about, but you ought to know about. I'm going to show you this. Check this out. This I saw today. This is crazy.
Raw. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to witness.
So right here is the Next News Network, or N3. Gary Franchi, who's also left-handed, is the host of this show. Pretty good show, right? Conservative show. And they talk about who Donald Trump is looking at possibly putting as the press secretary in the White House. Watch this. This is going to, if you had socks on, be ready to get him knocked off if this is actually true. So let's kick it.
This isn't just a staffing announcement. It's the establishment's worst nightmare come true. Alex Jones, the most censored man in America, has formally accepted to become Donald Trump's White House press secretary. The same deep state that tried to silence him, that stripped him of his platforms, that thought they'd destroyed him forever, may now have to face him every single day from behind the White House podium. Donald Trump Jr. supports it, Candace Owens is ready to pay his salary herself, and the mainstream media is in absolute panic mode.
We're going to get a little bit deeper into this, but yes, the good news is Alex Jones, there is a massive campaign to bring him in as the press secretary. Now, that is one man who I would love to see at that podium. Oh, yes. He would have full control of the narrative. We're going to go a little bit deeper into some of the reactions, some of the stories behind that. But this is the scene at Mar-a-Lago. Yes, robot dogs are now patrolling Mar-a-Lago. And thank God they are. Because just too many Secret Service failures, right? So I'm not sure who's controlling these dogs or if they're fully autonomous, but security has been completely amplified. I mean, is there a gun on there? I don't know if there's a gun on those things or not. But
yeah, look at that.
If I saw one of those things coming at me, I might walk the other way. But thank God there is amplified security, and they're deploying this technology to protect our next president. But I know you guys want to talk about Alex Jones, right?
Now, if this dude has a bunch of robot dogs, like, protecting him, my thing is, this is, I guess you could say, the benefit, but at the same time, the curse of having somebody like old dude on your side. So having somebody like Elon Musk on your side. Sure, you get the top of the line equipment at your fingertips, but at the same time, at what cost? Right? Let's continue.
For press secretary, yeah, that is what everyone is talking about. And he definitely gets my vote for that. Here we have Alex formally accepting the offer to serve as President Trump's press secretary. A massive movement online. Will it actually happen? I don't know. I believe Donald Trump Jr. has actually stated that he is for it as well.
That would be great. Alex Jones. That'd be just, again, there's a couple of people I want to put in as press secretary for like a month, 2 weeks to a month. That'd be where, Laura Loomer would fit in for that one. Again, Alex Jones for a month, just to put these idiots in their place. Because I'll say this, guess what? I'm not saying he's got everything right, and this one will be controversial, and with the nonsense, like, the clickbait, like fake news rags, raw story, and like media matters, and all these liars, oh my God, Donald Trump Jr. said this is what we got to do. Click here for nonsense. These guys will do that. But, Alex Jones for like a month would put these people in his place because, again, not saying he's got everything right, but man, he's been a lot more right over the last decade or so than anyone in our mainstream media.
And you guys have to consider that, right? How many times in the community have we heard, eat the meat, spit out the bones, or chew the meat, spit out? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So if you listen to it, if you pay attention, like, these guys aren't playing, right? And it wouldn't surprise me if they did something as radical as that. Like, my thing was, I was thinking at first, like, Candace Owens, I could see them using her. Yeah. And that's the thing. Yes. I could see that. Yes. Still working for him. Let me see. This world had a beginning, or has always been with eternal. They found God itself. They seem to have digitized synchronicity for one. Well, as far as that's concerned, I feel that they know something. I feel they know a lot more than they play into. I feel they know a lot more than they play into. And it's a little bit it's not disturbing because it is what it is, but we need to pull away from much of our thinking. This is why I think it's guys like you have a guy named Harmon. Harmon, he comes in here from time to time. He's got a Viking helmet as his logo, and he talks with us from time to time. He had a little bit of a heated debate, or I guess heated discussion with Sav a few nights ago. But Harmon kind of brings things back down to earth, and he brings things into perspective, which I love about I love that about him, right? And what he does is he asks, well, how do you know? How are you sure? Right? And this is something that I feel, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again, damn it. This is something that I feel us as flat earthers, we do a good job at saying, well, how do we know? Right? But then we do a bad job by stop asking that one basic question. Yeah, and that stream did get deleted. Yeah, it did get deleted, Palkus. But we do a bad job and stop asking that question. The basic question, and how do we know? Because just because we were taught something, it feels good to be able to recall information and to look smart. Something that's been taught to us mainstream wise to look smart, right? It feels good. But how do we know that that's the truth? How do we know that that's correct? Just because something is called something doesn't make it so. I'll go a step further as to say, and I'm going to go back to the Alex Jones thing, but I'll go a step further on that. That something that's called something, once you give something a name and a definition behind the name, listen to the word definition, right? You define it. Once something is defined, it has a size, it has a shape, and that's the limit. The sky's the limit for that thing, damn near, right? Once you give something a definition, you give it a beginning, you give it an end. So to me, I feel that we give it a date of birth and we give it an ultimate sometime at some point this thing will be no more. It will cease, right? And so I feel that that's a bit of arrogant of us to do. Even though God gave man, and if you're a Bible, if you believe in the Bible, as many of us tend to, as I do, I feel that we know that God gave man dominion, or that's what's written in the Bible. God gave man dominion over everything here. Everything here we're in charge of, right? And so the naming convention of things was a big deal. But even still, I think about it. We barely know something, but we name it. We don't truly understand it, but we name it. So I think it's incumbent upon us about, especially as flat earthers, right? Because we're in a new place and it's a new time, and we're trying to figure this new place out that we're seeing with new set of eyes. We're trying to figure this whole thing out. So it's new to us. That I think it's high time that we kind of drop the ego. And it's hard. I get it, because I have to drop the ego, and we have to be truthful with what it is we truly don't know. And it's okay. Back to the video. I apologize for that, family. That was a lot. I apologize.
And I can say that with effect, and I'll get criticized for it, but that's reality. He has been far more right than our mainstream media on the vast majority of things that are out there. So prepare for the clickbait hit pieces. I'll call it here now. They will do that. But look at all the clowns that pushed Russia for years. They're credible journalists, guys. They get Pulitzer Prizes for the reporting on Russia. You mean, so they reported on a lie. Turns out none of it was true, but they have a Pulitzer Prize for their reporting on a lie that turns out to be true. They don't remove the Pulitzer Prize. No. They did a great job. No, they didn't. They did the work of the regime, and they knew it. They all knew it, guys, because we all knew it. You didn't have to be an insider to know it was bullshit. But that's what we all have to wake up for. Alex Jones's batting average is 10x better than CNN. Not even close. It's not even close. Let's see. Don Jr., Alex Jones, 2028. Oh, boy. Hey, it would be fun. It would be fun. Yeah, we have to put together a just one day, just like a day one team, just to piss these people off. It's funny, like the amount of like earned media. They think it's a hit piece. Don Jr. jokingly said that Laura Loomer should be press secretary for a couple of weeks. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm actually serious. I'm not saying permanently, right? But like for a week, we got to get the all-star roster. Okay, I want you guys to start participating in this one, okay?
Here's Candace Owens discussing it today.
$1 a year. I want to be very.
So that's another thing, right? Going from Alex Jones to Candace Owens, I was discussing this with my brother, and even my brother, not my brother, smart dude. They're both very smart guys, both my brothers. But those guys are very, very, very much involved with what's going on in the Matrix. They're deeply entrenched, so entrenched it's disturbing. I wonder if I'm even related to them, right? Great dudes, though. Good guys on both sides. But really, they're like, oh, Alex Jones is stupid. He's wrong all the time. And I was like, well, they're looking at you putting Candace Owens in as well. So basically, it looks as if the Trump administration is looking at, which to us, we're like, they're all crooked. They're all being used. They're all players in this game, this grand game. We don't trust any of them. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I feel as if this new administration is radical, and they will use radical means to achieve a goal, right? But I get it. And I could see myself doing something like this because this system is so crooked, twisted, and evil. It's as if you need to use means like this in order to get a point across, the truth across, in order to get the truth out there, right? But listen to this line of reasoning. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's great. Check this out.
Clear about Alex Jones. I will crawl over broken glass and give him everything I earn. If all he needs is someone to pay the salary, leave it to me. Leave it to me. I'll get a second job to pay whatever salary he wants to be the press secretary. If he's like, I'm gonna need $500,000 a year, leave it to me. Like I said, I will pick up a job and I will raise the money. It'll be totally fine. If we get Alex Jones, we are not worthy. We are not worthy. But Trump, please, it would be the greatest troll. And by the way, he is more than equipped for it. He has run a show for decades. All he does is talk and answer and respond to questions. He is totally equipped for it, and they hate him. The deep state hates Alex Jones with a vengeance. X Smokes writes, Candace, you should be Trump's press secretary. Look, I would be very good at that job, but come on, Alex Jones, like there could be no one better suited for that job that would make us happier. We would be watching press briefings every single day like it was Game of Thrones. Like we'd just be in seasons of Game of Thrones watching Alex Jones respond to the press. So that is my vote. I want to be
Yeah, he gets my vote too, my friends. 100%. I posted this on X. We strongly second this endorsement for real Alex Jones as White House press secretary. Repost if you agree. So make sure you head over there and cast your vote for Alex Jones as the press secretary he has formally accepted. Oh, yes, Alex Jones for press secretary. It is on. Alex Jones for press secretary. So what do you guys think? Yes? No? Look at that map, though. That's the landslide, my friends. That is the landslide that we all love. And then there was this moment too. This was when they were celebrating. There's Donald Trump. There's Elena Haba. This went viral today as well.
Hear that face.
Yes, they are having a great time celebrating all this great news. Look at all these. These are the headlines all across the country. Trump storms back. Historic comeback. Return to the White House. A second term. A historic win. Stunning rout. Trump basks in victory. Voters choose Trump. Trump wins second term. Trumped. Oh, yes. The headlines all across the country, all across the world, 4 more years, and it is beautiful to witness. God bless America.
All right, we get it. We get it. We get it. If this was all the truth, if all of that was true, if his ear really got shot off, if all these things were true, if only all these things were true, I would feel good on the inside, but I don't. I don't feel anything. Not for this administration, not for the last. It's all phony. Just like you said. Just like you said, Ryan, it's all bullshit. It is. It's all total fucking bullshit. Do we live? Do we die? Yes, those things happen, sure. At least in this physical life, yes. Do we live? Do we die? Yes. But are there things that are not being attended to deliberately? Yeah. Are there things that they're not paying attention to? And it's funny that they're not paying attention to it? Absolutely. Look at this guy right here. Derek Nelson. What's going on, bro? I haven't seen your ass in ages. It's good to see you though. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you here in ages. I just saw you the other day on Old Dude's channel, and it was good to see you. The left is panicking. It's pretty much the definition of controlling the opposition. Yeah, it's something to watch, like seeing them, because I can't stand, like I've gotten to the point where I absolutely cannot stand the left anymore. They're so dirty. And seeing who they connect with. And we know that those people do people wrong, and they've done the public wrong. Like I'm absolutely disgusted with them. I'm absolutely disgusted with the left, right? And so just seeing them kind of squirm, like I feel good, but at the same time I'm like, is it an act? I'm wondering if it's all an act, because I'm like, yeah, they're all full of shit and I can't trust any of them. And it's like we got to throw the whole lot away because they're both no good, they're both evil. Good evening. Yeah, man, it's good to see you. Jim Anus is in the house. That's right. He sure is. Oh, yeah. That happens, man. Especially if you get another phone or something like that. Now, it's fine, man. It happens. Yeah, all of them are. They're both bad, but man, the left makes it so much worse. That whole thing, bringing all these rappers in there to, and it's like, how stupid do you think I am? You think you're just gonna throw some music my way, and I'm gonna, or you play the saxophone with a pair of shades, and then I'm gonna fall for your bullshit? Like you're still full of shit. Like even the orange Cheeto, like that guy came up there, said his ear got shot off. Meanwhile, he gets another ear. His ear gets shot off on Saturday. He's got a new ear on Wednesday. It doesn't make any sense. Well, no, I take that back. It does make sense. They're liars. That's what liars do. Seething, sure. But those people are no lives, don't matter. What matters is that it's all a show. Trump is another pedo that visited the island. Exactly. And people forgot about it. And we're never, they're touting Diddy out there like they achieved something. I'm like, you didn't achieve anything. Like everybody knew that dude was dirty. Everybody knows that Hollywood is absolutely disgusting. Like that's not a secret. What we want is that shit with Jeffrey Epstein. And we're not getting it. And Trump's not talking about it. Why? That's why. He still visited Pedialyte Island so he could get his thirst on, so he could get his quenching, so he could be quenched because he was thirsty. He wanted his Pedialyte. He wanted his Pedialyte. Exactly. So that's it. Let's see. So you give the gift of the governor job for every able senior and veteran. So, I feel that at this point these days, we have so many issues. We've got a lot of veterans that are out, especially that are newly either retired or they're just out of the military, right? After a few years. I think that they should be armed. I truly think if you're going to arm anybody first, you need to arm them. Those are the guys that need their pieces back now and immediately. because whatever's going to go down, I don't trust what this or the previous administration does. I don't trust any of it. You can't trust them, and you can't trust it. So I think they're the ones that need to be armed, and I don't think we need to sit there and wait for anybody to tell them that they need to be armed. I think they should be armed because we can't trust these people. It's we sound crazy saying it, but I mean the writing's all over the wall. It's all over the wall, and these guys are absolutely disgusting. We can't trust them. We can't trust them as far as we could throw them. So we need to do what's right, and we need to just buck up and arm ourselves and arm those guys that know what they're doing, and seek guidance from those guys. A lot of us need to seek guidance from people like that, right? Show us how to handle these weapons. Show us how to do certain maneuvers. Show us what to look for. Show us how to take care of certain situations. Like, use your local vet. Use your local vet. There's a lot of stuff that I know how to do. I can't even put it on here. Can't talk about it. Can't even put it on here. I hell no, I wouldn't do that. Not on here. But talk to a vet. They know quite a bit. You know, your Army guys are very resourceful. Your Marines are kind of resourceful too. Shout out to the Marines and their birthday the other day. Your Navy guys, forget about it. We can get you anything damn near. We could do all kinds of stuff. We're amazing. All right. Your Air Force guys, unless they're TAC P, all they do is, nothing really. But shout out to my Air Force guys. I love you guys too. But I mean, talk to your vets, man. Talk to your vets if you hadn't already. If you've got a piece, if you're in a place where you have a gun, but you don't know exactly what you're doing, talk to a vet. They'll help you. Or talk to a cop, a retired cop, or somebody like that. They'll definitely help you out. You know what I'm saying? Well, it looks like our Aussie friend is not here. Our Aussie friend is not here. That's fine. That's okay. We can chop it up. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop this for you guys right here, family. Can you join in the military? Oh, yeah. I believe the song and dance about the Taliban being the enemy and Bush and company. Yeah, thank God you didn't. Thank God, Derek, you didn't. That is not what you want, brother. That is not what you want. Family, I went ahead and dropped that in the chat. You join as you will. Join as you will. Join as you will. Join as you want. We'll chop it up. We'll chop it up here within the chat. Me, you, and the rest of the crew. Yeah, good thing you didn't. But I could tell you that it's probably one of the best decisions I made in my life, joining the military, for sure. Definitely one of the best decisions, man, I ever made in life, and I don't regret it at all. Hey, Mr. Cookie Monster, good to see you, man.
What's up, man? How you doing? Did you
Hey,
see what I
man.
was saying? Did you catch what I was writing down there?
Say, what'd you say? What'd you say?
Could you read my chat? Did you read my chats in the chat? Did you see what I said in there?
No. Which one are you in the chat?
I'm Ryan S. Or Cookie Monster.
Oh, you're Ryan S. Okay, yeah. What'd you say? Shout out to all the people in the vets.
For the Cookie Monster, yeah.
I got a gape. I call it a gape. Agape.
Agape.
Yeah.
I might have spelled it wrong, but I think that's it. Agape means unconditional love.
Yeah. How's everything, man? How's your back feeling?
I'm better now. Some friends helped me out, and I finally got my prescription transferred to another place, so I don't have to deal with that crap anymore. So.
Okay, good. So let me ask you: do you take CBDs or CDBs? Well, you know what it is. Do you take that?
No, I just take this.
Okay. Hey, that's. Oh, is that a real lemon tree?
Yeah, no, that's a grapefruit with the lemon trees over there.
Oh,
I have
that's
a lemon
grapefruit.
tree. Yeah, I know you like them, huh? Everybody does. My neighbor buys them from me. He gives me weed for them. I said, yeah,
man,
my grapefruit for weed.
You're blessed, man. Grapefruit is amazing.
I do. I love it. It's good for you too.
Yes, it is. I love grapefruit. And you got a lemon tree?
I make lemonade every year. this time of year, it's just about ready for them to start being real ripe. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Are those Meyer lemons that you're growing?
Yeah, they're what are they called? Yeah, I think they're Meyer lemons, but they also cross with the grapefruit a little bit, so they get a little bit tart. So they're kind of interesting. Sometimes you get some that cross pollinate, because they're all citrus, so they can
Right.
do that, and because they're right next to each other. And I did have a
Right.
lime tree on the other side, but I managed to trim that too much and killed it. I don't know how I did that. But
Oh, limes are wow, man. You are
yeah, I
blessed.
guess what happens is they're all grafted, right? So they're on top of another tree, and so if you let that tree start to grow, like if a bush starts to grow below the tree branch, I didn't notice it because I had stuff piled around it. So the tree below started growing, and it took over, and it was getting enough energy that it cut off the rest of the tree because it knows that it's grafted. Like the tree understands that.
Right.
But because
Oh,
it can't get food any other way, that's how you keep it doing. That's the reason why they wrap the bottom of the branches to keep it from bushing out. Because if it
right,
does,
right.
then it'll kill the tree that's grafted on top of it. I didn't
Oh,
know that,
wow.
but I found out the hard way. Killed the
Yeah.
damn thing.
Yeah.
I'm really upset about that too. It was a nice
Well,
tree. It was huge. It was almost as big as this grapefruit tree.
oh my God. Well, it's trial and error,
It
but
was wrong,
you
it was, but it had a fungus, and I trimmed it I trimmed it down. They said that you could trim up to 2/3 of it, and when I did, I guess the stuff that was growing on the ground took over, and it couldn't survive. I was upset. Those
holy
limes were
smoke.
delicious, bro. They were
Hell
awesome. All right,
yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. Shit, man. You are blessed, man. You are truly blessed. That's what's up. I like that.
I planted
I
some
like
aloe vera in the corner over there too. Someone told me
s-
the hearts of aloe vera are really good for you. I don't know. I've never tried it yet, but
Yo, man, you've got a little bit of interference when you talk. It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like you frying chicken or something like that in the background.
my mic is really bad, bro, and it rubs against my shirt, and it drives me crazy. But I don't have the other one. Wait, maybe I do. Let me switch my mic. Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
do have the. Hang on a sec. I got one that I can plug into the hole and it'll get better signal. Just a second.
Okay. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hold on, let me go ahead. And for all you guys that are joining me on Rumble, I appreciate y'all. There goes that link again. But yeah, if you don't know, if you're just joining and you don't know my name, it's Iron Earth 92,000. Iron Earth, not Ironwork, but Iron Earth 92,000. Same logo on Rumble. So catch me on
Okay, can you hear
Rumble.
me better now?
You're much,
Am I
much
good?
better. Yes, you're coming in
Cool.
loud and
All right,
clear.
cool. Nice. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right. So yeah, I wanted to shout out to
Rethink.
the veterans and all the people that do serve our country, bro. They're very important. Not that they're the most important thing in the world, but they give their lives for all of us, and most of us don't even give them a nod. You know what I mean? So
That's
if you
right.
know somebody that's a veteran, man, give them a shout out, give them a hug or something, because
That's right.
they gave their lives. They literally risked their lives for our country and for all of us, no matter where you're from. They survived. They did that for you, man. You should respect that.
That's right, man. I tell you what, man, the a lot of these vets, they get kicked in the balls, man, and they're expected to just move and carry on like normal. And they do. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to a lot of those vets. I'm a vet, but I didn't have to do a lot of the things that guys in the army, guys in the Marines had to do. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that I took the easy way out. I did a lot of shitty hard
Right, but
jobs.
I get what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know a lot of
There
guys that had a lot worse. Yeah.
that had it a lot worse. And so just because I'm a vet, like I didn't have that life. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad I didn't have that life because somebody had to do it. Right. And as somebody did it, um, Ida Hill, welcome. How you doing?
I didn't try to get on. I didn't.
Oh,
I was just trying to check it out. Sorry.
all right, that's okay. We'll take you off. Wow. Yeah, well, you're off now. So
That was good.
yeah, right. Oh geez, I don't know why she did that.
She was
Lord.
like, I just wanted to be in the background so I could hear the show better.
Yeah, right. So but yeah, man, like a lot of these guys really, really deal with some bad stuff. And I can't thank them enough. But when you take a step back and you look at it, you're like, wow, these guys are really being treated like shit. And to see that the government is just being cheap with a bunch of bullshit or fake money, giving them their fair share of what they've sacrificed,
Yeah,
right?
it wouldn't piss me off as much if I knew they couldn't just write checks for anything they want, right? They could
Exactly.
just write a check for all that and make sure it was done right, but they won't do it.
Yes,
That's the problem. They're
exactly.
holding out and they use that money to invest in other things that they're not supposed to be, and then they make money
E-
themselves. I'm not
Yep.
stupid.
Yep.
That's the whole idea of it, right? Well, at least I would think that that was what I would be worried about if I went into the politics. I'd be worried about that becoming a problem where I could use that to my advantage, like knowing things about businesses and whatever because of where I work, you know. That, and I think that, and even though I admit that would be something I would want to take advantage of if it wasn't illegal, but you know, at the same time, I could see how that could be used. Like, why should we let, you know, why if you're a politician, you should be for serving your country. It's not
Mm-hmm.
about
Exactly.
making millions of dollars. We pay you good enough anyway. I mean, most politicians make 3 figures, right? You know, they make
Yep.
or 6 figures, right?
I was gonna
They
say
make
three
over
figures.
100,000, and
Goddamn.
that's good money. Even though it's not good money now, it used to. But when I was a kid, man, $100,000, even
Oh,
just that by itself was a huge salary.
oh
But
yeah.
I never made
Yeah.
that much in a year. I don't think. If I did, it was just from overtime.
Right.
But
Right.
wow, man, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
And
bothers me, you know, that they just allow the banks and everything just to take advantage of everybody that's just not smart enough to know any better. I think it's
exactly.
wrong, and they brainwashed us as well, because otherwise, why is it so hard to teach people the truth about it and see them at least call a lawyer and get with somebody that can tell them the truth about it? You know, it's like
Exactly.
I see a lot of people that think that they have to do this, this, and that, and I'm like, bro, you really don't have to do that. You can protect yourself by putting your money here and there, whatever. You
Yeah.
know, not to say anything to get you in trouble, but you know, there's ways about it, bro. There's ways that
Yeah.
you can invest your money in the proper way to where the
Mhm.
government can't take it away from you, bro. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying?
And
So,
and you
yeah, look into it if you haven't.
totally. And I
Yeah.
mean, I'd say the most egregious thing that the government has done as of recent is to unleash this nonsense from 2020 onto the troops and to give them an
Yeah,
ultimatum. Here's the thing, man. Like
yeah, that's messed up, bro.
people get annoyed with me on my channel when I get pissed off. There's nothing that pisses me off more than that shit right there. What they did not only to the American people, but to the troops, where they're like, you want to know something? If you want to stay in the service, you need to take this cocoa. You need to
Did they
take the
really do
cocoa.
that to everybody?
Yes,
I
they
thought
did.
I didn't know they
Yes,
did.
they did.
Wow.
They sure did. I'm not even gonna tell you.
How many people were affected, I wonder?
Oh my God. I
I mean,
had
like negatively, not, you know, like I'm
oh
sure a
yeah,
lot of
yeah,
people
yeah.
just was fine, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
like
We had
it
a
didn't,
couple of people.
you
We
know,
had a couple of people over at our squadron that ended up with the heart issues. If I go into detail, they
that's
went
terrifying,
into
bro. That would terrify me. I'd
the
be scared.
carditis.
My heart would be thumping all day long, thinking that's going to happen to me at any
Yeah,
time. You know,
man.
like I'd be scared, bro.
Yeah, we had guys in our squadron that had this. Absolutely. And you want to know something? This is something that I knew was going to happen. I was like, nobody knows what the fuck is in this cereal.
Because it was so quickly, yeah, it jumped out. It could
Yeah.
have been tap
And
water for all we know, bro. That's
I
what I keep
said,
saying. It was probably tap water.
exactly. But still, I said, you want to know something? I said, you guys are giving them some stuff. You're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. And the thing was, I had, yeah, man, fuck it. I'm going to say it anyway. I had a fucking Master Chief that came out and he was like, I need to see. Everybody was breaking Hippocratic oath, man. Everybody was fucking up breaking the Hippocratic oath. They
Oh
were like,
wow.
I want to see your card that you got signed from the doctor saying that you got this shot. He was like, I want an email. And I got the email. I got the email, baby. Don't think I ain't got the email, baby, because I got the email. And it's like, oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
like, I'll play this.
you better hide that in 12 places, bro.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I've done. I was like, oh, I've got the email. I was like, okay, I'll do it. I was like, I have no problem doing it. And I did it. And then he was like, oh, yeah, I don't need to see it anymore. I was like, ah, too late, motherfucker. You asked for it, you got it. It's in your email, baby. Too late. It's part of the official record now. Ain't no way hiding that shit,
Amen.
motherfucker.
Right
So
on.
it's like the military, they should know better. They should know better. And the
I
thing
think
is,
they got pressure put on them is what it was, and it was probably just one of the big commanders that got pressure put on him, and he's the one that made it all
do
happen.
you want to know what happens? They put a nav admin, right? So a naval administration, a nav admin came out and they were like, listen, if you don't do this and your leadership, if you're the upper brass and you don't get the shot, you're basically getting
Oh,
relieved. You're
right,
going to get
yeah.
relieved. So these guys were afraid for their
Wow.
jobs, rightfully so. But
So
it's
basically,
like,
they go back to the low end, or is that what? Okay, so they
yeah,
wouldn't get
well,
kicked
no,
out.
no,
They would
no,
just
they don't. No, they don't get. They get relieved of their duties. They get relieved of their
I mean,
duties.
like they just kick
Yes.
you.
So
Oh wow.
if they're in a position
So
of
it's do or die
authority,
is basically what they
like
were telling you.
like if they're in a position of authority, like a commanding officer or an executive officer, they're told that, why do I need to stop? And I don't know who Vald is, but they're told that if they're in that position of leadership, if they don't get the Cocoa Krispies, that they're gonna lose their position. And so people are afraid for that. Then here's the thing: this is how they use shame. This is how they use money to entice people to do what's wrong. So here's the thing: is the Navy follows. These are the Navy's core values of what they say is honor, courage, and commitment. So do you think they're being honorable by breaking these rules and statutes? Do you think they have the courage to do what's right? And I listen, I hate to have to say this, but we need to be honest with a lot of things. With all these people in the military saying you could always go back and say, well, I was forced, I was forced, I was forced, I was forced. Yes, you were forced. But if they told you to jump off of a bridge, you do it, right? It seems like you would do it and you would have faith in them, but they're not God. They're still not God. It may be the
Well, yeah,
military.
because you would assume that your safety is important to them, right? They wouldn't just
You
make you jump off a bridge onto something that would hurt you, right?
Exactly. But there comes a point, but here's my thing, Ryan, is there comes a point where you say, that's enough. That's enough. I'm not doing that. There comes a point. That's where I was. I was like, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
I was
got you.
like,
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it scared me, and I saw everybody getting it, and I saw everybody getting the same thing, and then ended up in the hospital and stuff. And I was upset about it, really upset.
See, and you see what I mean? And you have all these kids, all of them kids, just starting out life, just starting out in the military, and this is what you put on them. And so I absolutely blame our leadership, poor leadership, for not staring them in the face and telling them, fuck no. Then take me out of this position. I retire. That's fine. I blame our leadership because the military is not just an operation on its own. It's run by people. And those people at the top, shame on them. Shame on them. And guess what? They have to live with that. And this is something that I mentioned to my leadership as well, as they were trying to push this shit on me too. I said, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. And this is me. I'm a chief and stuff like that. So I'm not the highest ranking guy. But my leadership's like, hey, Chief Julian, I think you need to get this damn thing. Why aren't you not doing it? And I'm like, well, my religious beliefs, this one, that one, coming up with this and that, coming up with every excuse in the book, right? To not have to get it because, like the Bible says, the religion says, the Bible says, you should trust in God, basically. Don't sit there trusting in man. Nobody listens to the Bible. And I'm not expecting everybody to listen to the Bible. But if you claim to be a Bible thumper, if you claim to be a Christian, if you claim to be a follower of the Quran, then you would know that you can trust in your God. But you don't really, many people really do. When push comes to shove, they're like, nah, the government got it. They got me. They know what my best interest is. When in fact, they don't. Because if they did know what your best interest was, the government then wouldn't turn around and apologize to the troops after they fucked them over. But that's exactly what they did. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No,
They
I didn't
came
hear
out.
about that because I guess it
Oh,
was hush hush.
yes. Oh, do you know all those troops that they fired? All those troops that they let go because of that Cocoa Crispy? You know what they said to them? Many of them, they were like, "Hey, we'll give you back your honorable discharge for discharging you. But if
Oh
you want to
wow,
come, yeah, they were like, if you want to
wow.
come back, you're more than welcome to come back." You think those fucking troops went back after being fucking
No,
betrayed? They
I
were
wouldn't. I wouldn't be.
betrayed.
I would not trust them. No, that would have
No.
been it.
And
Yep.
then the thing is, you
Trust
can't
broken, bro.
sue them. They're saying you can't sue us. You can't sue
Well,
us.
yeah,
And
because
I'm
you signed up for the military, bro. You gave your life to the government, right? I guess that's how they look at it, right? I mean,
yep.
I don't necessarily agree, but I mean, I guess you kind of have to get them to do that in order for you to train them to kill, right? And do what they need to do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but
No, no,
you
no,
know,
no,
that's
no.
what they
I
do, right? They train you how
yep.
to take people out, right?
Yes.
And to protect
Yes.
whatever and protect your squad and all that. They teach you what
But
you
they
need to know to actually do that very efficiently, right? And
yes.
that can not most people can't handle that, right? After
And
they come back from that,
but
yeah,
you want to
it's horrible.
but you want to know something? Everybody's like, well, you had a duty. You have to follow what the contract says. And it's like there comes a time where you must use your mind. God gave you a brain for a reason. The military could tell you, hey, we tore you down so we could build you back up. But then there's still a piece of you that was there before the military came in and tried to remove it. There's still your sense of self before the military came that still, I would hope, still survives the onslaught that the military came with to change you. I would hope. But you want to know something? That whole that whole excuse of, oh, blah blah, this, that, the third, it's my orders, it's the orders, it's the orders. It sounds good. It sounds good. At the end of the day, whether it's a good excuse or a bad excuse, guess what? It's an excuse. And now you've got that poison in you. So who's to blame? Who's to blame? Are you going to can you really
Yeah, that's
blame the
the question.
military? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard. It's not easy. It's hard, but you have to be honest with the questions. You got to be honest with those questions, right? And these are hard questions. These are real questions. And this is something that I always talk about, that everybody wants to um everybody wants to pair themselves up with the good guy in the movie. Everybody wants to be the protagonist. Well, that's because the good guy is doing what's right, or what we think is right, and the good guy is doing the hard shit, right? And the good guy looks cool while he's doing the hard shit, because we know how it ends for the good guy, or at least in a cliche world, in a cliche movie, we know how it ends for the good guy. But in real life, with real fears, with reality, everybody's the coward for the most part, or the majority of people are fucking cowards. That's what the truth is. And nobody wants to fucking stare themselves in the face. Nobody wants to look in the mirror and be like, I'm a fucking coward. I did that shit. Everybody wants to be the good guy, but that's not at all what the reality is. The reality is many of us are the fucking coward. Many of us balked when push came to shove, and we continue to bulk, and we still want to fucking be in the shoes of the good guy, when we can't put ourselves nowhere near what the good guy has to deal with. We can't. Many of us, I'm not saying all of us, but many of us can't. Many of us can't be courageous. Many of us can't stare people in the face and tell them, I'm not doing that, motherfucker. We can't do it. We're afraid. we
Yeah,
drop we
man. I
drop the
know where you're
ball,
coming
and
from.
then we feel as if the shame or whatever is what scares us, and we go back to
I'll be back
being
in a minute. I
cowards
gotta go
again.
make a phone call. I'll come back
Go
real
ahead,
fast.
Ryan. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll come
Yeah.
back.
So that was Ryan. Ryan had to take care of some stuff. Yeah, yeah. Do your thing, Plane. So Plane is here. But yeah, back to this thing, and the troops fighting for us, and we should thank them. Since when did they fight for freedom and not the bankers. Well, we're given the illusion. No, I got you. We're giving the illusion that they are. We're given something because if they said we're fighting for bankers, nobody's going to fight. Nobody's going to fight. No, that's a good question. And that's an honest question. Nobody's going to fight if you say we're fighting for bankers. But that's what the truth is. We're fighting for bankers, we're fighting for corporations, and we're tired of it. But now what we're doing is we're teaching our kids the truth, and nobody wants to join the military. So this is the reality of the world we live in, the America we live in today. Roger, what's good to see you, man? It's good to see you, Raj. Yeah. All right. I'll drop you the link in the chat. Yeah, so plane is over there taking care of some stuff, but plane's going to be on here in a little bit. In the army when I was 19, after seeing my friend enduring what he had during his journeys, I think I would have been suicidal. Man, I would hope not, Derek, but that's a lot of troops had to deal with that. A lot of troops had to deal with suicide and actually, you know, going through that and committing themselves fully and doing this. And we've lost many good people, many good soldiers, sailors, marine, airmen to suicide. I said it. There you go. I said it. Too late. I said that word. I guess it's a bad fucking word. Whatever. That's the reality of the world we live in. And people do those things. People take their lives. And it's unfortunate. But there's 988. You can dial 988 if you feel that this may be a problem that you might be staring down. Before you or somebody has to deal with that, ask those hard questions. These are reality questions, right? Ask those hard questions and let's make sure that the person next to us, to our right and to our left, can live to see another day, or that person could be you, right? We want each other back in one piece. So dial 988, and if I ain't got the answer, or the person to the right or to the left of you don't have the answer, maybe 988 does, and you could talk to them and you could get the help that you might need. So um it's tough, man. It's one of those tough things to discuss, but yeah, back to the Cocoa Crispy. Yeah, man. They try to turn around and say, and I'm surprised a lot of you guys don't know that, but then there are some of you guys that do know it. They try to turn around and say, "Oh, well, we apologize for forcing you guys to do something that we knew you shouldn't fucking do." And many of you guys knew you didn't have to do. And we threatened you by taking your money away, and we threatened you with shame by taking your good conduct and your good status of how you served the nation honorably, and we would say that you were discharged other than honorably, or honorably with an asterisk next to it, so that your next employer would know that you were being disobedient, or you weren't a fucking team player because you you decided you didn't want to put some fucking poison monkey pus in your body. Yeah, we apologize. A little bit too fucking late. Because now you got this goddamn thing crawling in your body doing Lord knows fucking what. But this is how these motherfuckers want to play it. And this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, and many of us put this bullshit in our children. Let's not forget that. And so now they're saying that there's a good possibility that this is ruining your gonads and ruining the gonads of your children. And this is something that these motherfuckers put into play a long time, and they knew that we'd bite because we're fucking greedy, we're backbiters, we're cowards at large. Many of us are. More than enough of us are. And a lot of it comes back to we don't know where we are. We don't know who we are. We don't know what we're on. We don't know. And when you could fucking take advantage of people like that, you can make them put monkey pus in their bodies and not bat an eyelash. It's easy. It's so fucking easy. No, it doesn't. Making things like that look attractive. I quit playing video games for a long, well, I didn't really quit, but I don't play those types of games, that's for sure. And anytime I look at my PlayStation, oh boy. Anytime I look at my PlayStation, Yeah, I have to turn away. I have to run away from my PlayStation because I get tempted. Brenda Debates, what's happening? Brenda Debates, you're gonna have to turn that down because in the background there's a lot of interference. There we go. It's off. Now it's back on. I don't know if that's your mic, Brenda Debates, but it's either your mic or it's probably your mic. It's interference. Check your jack. If there's a jack that you put it into, like a type 2 jack, check that, pull it out, put it back in. It may be the end or the tip of your jack. Check that out. You guys are cruel. So live music, yes, 988 is 911 for folks that need help. If you need help, if you need somebody to talk to, dial 988. Dial that. And spread that word. Voy, what's happening, bro? It's good to see you, man. And live music, it's good to see you too. I don't think I said hi. Zach, Brenda, I can't hear you. I can hear you. It's just Zach Sullivan. What's happening, brother? What's happening? Oh God! Now you knew these dudes were coming after you. Brenda Debates. Yeah, it sounds bad. I'm gonna put you on standby until you can figure it out, Brenda Debates. Good to see you though. You're on standby right now, Brenda Debates, and I'm back. So yeah, it's a wild, wild ride we're in for, man. We're in for a wild, wild ride. So tonight we're waiting on Plain Reality. Plain Reality, our Aussie brother, is gonna come with a presentation for us that we so are happy that he's gonna do. And our Aussies are up, it seems like, and that's a good thing. Many of our Aussies are strewn about in Australia, and they're getting up or they're on their lunch break, eating their Vegemite and Marmite and toast, and they're joining us right now. It's good to see them, though. Brenda Debates, your shit you still sound terrible. Sorry, Brenda. You sound terrible, man. So yeah. They're joining us. That's what's going on, Zach. And Zach, thank you for that. I didn't respond to your telegram that you sent me today. It was good, though. I liked it. And that's what I thought. There was one. So, Zach, if you want to get on, you're more than welcome to. I'll go ahead and I'll post this link again. Jump on in so you could describe what it is you sent me. And I thought it was a great demonstration. And I haven't looked at Ken Wheeler yet, but I will. But what you sent me, and I put that link for you, Zach. I would love for you to kind of tell the audience. I thought it was absolutely amazing, and a lot of it I didn't know about. Much of it seemed very familiar, and I did know about as far as magnetism is concerned. But I'm not looking at magnetism in the way in which many of these folks that are teaching us about magnetism look at magnetism, right? I look at magnetism in a very mechanical, physical kind of way, right? Especially being a former electrician. Right hand rule, um, magnetism, flux, and direction of the movement of the conductor and the direction of the movement of the conductor and stuff like that. All that stuff. Like, this is how I understand magnetism. This is how I understand electricity or electromagnetics, I guess you could say. Right. And I don't understand I don't really understand it that well to put it all together and see it from a different light. So I'm really interested in seeing how guys like Ken Wheeler describe it. Oh, Lord, you guys are crazy. You guys are dangerous. Dojo, it's good to see you, bud. It's good to see you, Dojo. Dojo's in the house, y'all. Yeah, man, it's good to see you, man, and welcome. Any paranormal experiences, man? Ireland is haunted as fuck with 3 knocks on the wall, doors being, common characteristics of. So, Dirty Pox, I think, and I could be wrong, but I feel that this paranormal thing is strange. It's very strange to me. Um, but I feel that there may be a connection between salt water, the humidity, how humid a place is, or how wet the air is, and being able to see the paranormal, being able to see objects that people otherwise wouldn't be able to see, right? I do feel that because there's a combination between salt water, the conductivity of the air mixed in with the salt water, possibly having things like fog or like a thicker atmosphere, the time of the day. These all play a major role in us possibly seeing what we would call the paranormal, or things that we don't normally see or wouldn't normally see. Queen of the Illuminati, Somerset Belanoff. No, I have not. No, I have not. I've never heard of Somerset Belanoff. I'm gonna write that down. That seems pretty interesting, though. Somerset Belanoff. I'm gonna check them out. I've never heard of Somerset Belanoff. Mm-mm. I'm gonna check that out though. Um, that seems pretty interesting. Queen of the Illuminati, huh? So that's another interesting. The amount of spirits that drank there. Okay, strange. Spirits at Carrie Skates. That's a clue right there. Hmm. Your great granny got you drunk back home in Northern Ireland when you was about 8. Oh, okay. I've been to Ireland a few times, and I was in there by way of Shannon, Ireland. I was in Shannon every time. I've been to Scotland a couple of times too. Now, yeah, I feel that there's an explanation for why we would see the paranormal. But like I said, there are conditions that would make it a little bit more conducive for us to see the paranormal. Um, I mentioned a couple of those, right? Whether there's a body of water around, which I have a theory with bodies of water, especially not still water, but running water, right? And it could not even be my own theory. It could be something I might have heard in either in passing, or I might have subconsciously heard during one of my many times that I've listened to, paranormal radio or stuff like that while I was asleep. And it was just osmosis and something that got beaten into my subconscious, right? Um, but I feel that the time of day affects when we would see the paranormal. I feel that like our midday, the equivalent of our midday is midnight, right? Our midday being at 12 o'clock, midnight for the upside down or the spirit realm is 12 o'clock midnight, right? I feel that our peak hour throughout the day, 3 o'clock, is like part of the witching hour, or the witching hour would be 12 o'clock to like 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock for the upside down people. um, I feel that the sun for us, the moon functions the same way, but the moon would be the sun for the people or the spirits or people in the spirit realm. The moon would be for them. The sun where we get heat, and the moon. Zach Sullivan, what's happening, bro?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear Zach? I can.
Nice.
Yeah. So I was continuing, Zach. I feel that the sun is our heat source and gives us heat, but the moon gives whatever that energy is to those that live on an opposite schedule that we do. And when I say live, I'm just using the words that we can understand and that we can use to kind of describe what the spirit world is doing. If you don't want to call that living, right? Whatever they're doing. So that moon is their sun, and our sun is our sun. That moon works on a nightly schedule or an evening time schedule. Our sun works on a daytime schedule for the living. The moon works for the nighttime people. That moon gives off a cold light or a cold heat, I guess you could say, which is a weird thing to say, but you guys know what I'm saying. But that kind of energy is conducive for something that's not living, or something that isn't in the same state as we're in. It's conducive for something like that to live. You understand? Like the sun is for us, the moon is for them. So I think maybe I could be wrong. I don't know, but this is how I feel. And I also feel that anytime you go into those rooms where there might be a presence that we aren't familiar with, and as soon as we walk into that corner and it's cold, that negative energy kind of is paired up with that negative heat or that cold heat that you would get from what the moon would give you. Does that make any sense? Where if I were to touch any of your hands and I get a measure of heat from it, right? As opposed to what the atmosphere is, right? So if it's 80 degrees outside, your body temperature would be obviously be warmer, right? Um, I feel that if you were on the upside, if we were on the upside down and there was a way we could touch each other, right? And I touched your hand, it would be cooler or colder than what the moon is giving us. I hope that makes sense. I hope I didn't confuse anybody, and I hope I didn't sound too foolish. I hope that kind of makes a little bit of sense. But this is what I'm thinking. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I got you. But I always start with the Genesis creation account, right? Like what I
Mhm.
was kind of showing you on my setup there. But yeah, it all starts with the mind and the ether, right? And then
Mhm.
you have this divine movement, which I think that we understand through magnetism,
Mhm.
which you find through matter, right? So that movement is inherent to matter, which is like day two of creation. But yeah, day one, you're saying that this ether is moving in this particular way that we see through magnetism.
Right.
But then you also have the disturbances, right? The interference patterns of that moving field, right? Which we understand through that the let there be light, right? It's
Right.
the spoken word, so sound into light. So if you study sonoluminescence or
S-
anything like that, they could see how you can use these frequencies, resonances to generate light, right? In
Right.
plasma formation. But I mean, when you think of sound and you think of radiation and heat and you think of light, these aren't things that carry weight, right? And we know that the luminaries are all of these things, so they're not anything that actually carries weight or matter, but
Right.
they are all of these interference frequencies, right? Their sound, their radiation, and light. And
Mhm.
like you said, with the moon and the sun, kind of what I was showing you in the demonstration with like the alchemical view of it,
Yeah.
right? Which you see in the all the old paintings of like the sun, and then you always see the moon like from a different angle, right?
Right.
Like a 90-degree angle. But if you study like the Ken Wheeler's magnetism lecture, that 7-part series, which anybody listening in, I would recommend to
Ken
go.
Wheeler.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler's. It's a magnetism lecture. You can just type that into YouTube.
Okay.
It's like 2.5 hours. You can go through that whole thing, and it's dense, right? So he's going to go through and kind of reconstruct kind of how you think of what magnetism is or what you've been taught that it is, and kind of if you look into a lot of his work, you'll reconfigure your understanding of these other things too: sound, light, radiation.
Right.
Kind of reform kind of how you see it and
Right.
understand it.
Right. Yeah, because to me, and I'm not trying to steal your thunder, because to me, they're the same, but we still have them separated. And I'm trying to think to myself that that's not how it's supposed to be, but I still treat it like that. You understand?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I kind of imagine like a keyboard that's like infinitely long, right? And you see this repeating pattern of the keys, right? So like
Hmm.
12 tone equal temperament is something that we came up with in Western culture in the 1700s, right? But you know, in this modern world, we understand that, you know, Chinese cultures knew about the same pattern in sound 2000 years ago, right? 12 tone equal temperament, even though that we've gone through different kind of understandings, configurations of how we see sound.
Right.
So, you know, I see this infinitely long keyboard with, you've got subsonic sound kind of on the far end, and then you get into this audible range of sound that we understand is organized, right? As we're working our way right, as that magnitude gets smaller and smaller, right?
Right.
From longer and further apart down to smaller, you're going to get
Right.
into like ultrasound, right? Or
Yeah.
supersonic, or and then radar, sonar, right? You got to get into microwaves, into radiation, and then you're going to get into
Right.
your
Then
light
you go
spectrum.
into real like their light spectrum, which is super small. Even
Right.
though we kind of spread it out, it's really, really small.
Yeah, but we only see and hear and feel on these different frequencies,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's the different frequency points. Yeah, and then you can get into like the Book of Enoch, right? The crests of the waves and stuff, and seeing the nodal points. But even like the Pythagorean theory of color talks about the same thing, right? The light that we see are these crest points, right? The nodal points on a wave.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So
Uh,
they're at their peak, basically displaying themselves.
yeah, it's like a harmonious tone, just like what we have with you've got all this range of sound in between the notes on your keyboard,
Right.
but the harmonious tones are the ones that you pick out, right? Because they're pleasing to the ear or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's the concept, right? Of like this wave formation is part of this interference pattern that we understand through these different phenomena. But yeah,
Jesus.
I mean, like the sun and the moon, like I said, I mean, like I try to talk to my family about this, and they all just, you're nuts, you know. But this, yeah, you can't think of like the sun as like a ball of matter, or the moon a ball of matter. You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yes. And
That's
you wanna know, like, and again, I apologize if I stole your thunder. I think that's part of their agenda. I think that's all part of it, is to treat the sun as if it's a solid object, because what that does is it pulls us far away from what the sun actually is, which we really don't know. But it's what you're saying that the sun possibly could be, right? Um there's with that possibility right there, it opens the door to so many other truths and so many other possibilities that may be truthful and may be relevant, to where they're like, they don't need us to know that, so they're going to make it a physical thing, they're going to make it a tangible thing, and we're going to get lost in the lie, and that's what they're hoping for.
yeah, and that's what everybody, I think, like we're trying to observe, make these observations of something that we think is this tangible, real thing doing this thing, and then you're trying to figure out, oh, why is it doing this? You know what I mean? But you're not really, like you said, look at that lecture, and you'll see how like this inverse, this sort of what's the word, like this reciprocating nature of these two things. Because you get all the way to the end of that lecture, and you're gonna have that aha moment at the end of his lecture, where you're gonna see, like, when you're looking at the dielectric yeah, dielectric discharge screen, right? It'll just make sense, right? Because you're going to see how magnetism, like, it's sort of like you got these two, the spiraling serpents that are spiraling around each other, right?
The caduceus.
Right. So one of them's going, anytime you have anything moving one direction, you've got something, the reciprocal, going the opposite way, right?
Opposite direction. Right.
So it's like one hand shaking the other. So we look at magnetism, and we think of it as like one direction, right, from north to south. But that's going to have this reciprocating movement south to north as it's doing that, right? But then there's this sort of plane of rest, right? You're going to have your poles, and then like the plane of inertia that are going to be perpendicular to each other. It's hard to explain, but like the selenetical physics, you'll see it there too, right? With the owl and the spider, kind of, you'll see how they're inverses of each other. But like I was talking about with I was showing you with the sort of the toroidal like kind of the side view of the donut of the Earth. And
Yes, yes. And
yeah,
it looks like the inside of an onion.
yeah,
After you split an onion in the middle, and then you lay the two halves by each other, they're reciprocal. They mirror each other.
right. But
And
when you look at the patterns, I think the thing that to pay attention to is the pattern of the sun and the pattern of the stars, right? So when you're looking at the pattern of the stars, you're seeing that's like the dielectric, right? You're going to see the absence of light, like everywhere that it's, you're seeing dark or no light is going to be. That's like magnetism on the other side of the coin, right? So it's almost like you're looking at magnetism or what would be the magnetic field from the other side, but you're seeing the inverse of it. But they're inverse and perpendicular, right? They're inverse and opposite. So yeah, so you're going to see like you're all the way in the southern, like Antarctic, looking at the sun, and it's going to be flat on your
it's
horizon.
right.
Yeah, so it's like you got to think of it like a straw. Like if you take imagine the black hole is like the straw that you bend over from the center to the outer edge, right? And then the sun, which would be the thing that's spinning around that straw, and it's working its way to one end of the straw and the other, right? It's going to oscillate to create your season. So when it's in the solstice for the south, right? Their summer, when it's all the way out there, it's almost like you're looking at it at the it'll be flat to you. The straw will be flat. So that circling sun, which is being reflected back to you with the parabolic reflection or the concaved reflection that we're talking about. So you'll see, like, as it's going away, it's also going to start coming to you, if that makes sense. But just think of it flat. The sun's spinning flat, but when you get dark, like once you get night and that sun retreats back, the star patterns, when you're looking south, are going to be spinning centrally, right? You're going to have the Polaris of the South, Polaris Australis, or whatever they call it. All the stars are going to be spinning like vertically around that point. So you got to see it how it's like magnetism and the dielectric being inverses and opposite of each other, reciprocals, if that makes sense, right?
Yes and no. Like, I don't know why. Like, that's my thing is I
Well,
hear you, but
think
I don't
of
know
it this way.
why. I don't
Think
know why, and I don't think I could properly put my finger on as to why. And I'm not saying that I should know either, right?
right,
But it,
yeah. That's why I like Lindsay Harris's work at Tomb of Illumination, because this is what he focuses on. Because like I needed to kind of understand what was happening in the southern hemisphere. I've traveled around the world a lot, but I've never been in the southern hemisphere.
same.
Yeah, you're right. So I was trying to understand the star trails. So I ended up finding his work, Lindsay Harris. He's in New Zealand. But yeah, he's explaining it and basically what everybody's running into now, right? Why is the sun
Right.
retreating back to the south as it's coming around? But
But I think a good demonstration was you showing that picture that looks like the onion split in half. Like, that's the sun doing an opposite of what the sun is doing over here. Well, when I say over here, I'm talking about in the north. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's the video that you sent me. And guys, that's the video that Sean. Okay, that's not the video, but that's Sean. This is Sean, excuse me. Zach. Hey, Plain Reality, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you. Zach, yeah.
Hey man, how's things?
Yeah. Oh man, you sound like, are you in the bathroom? You dropping a deuce, Plain?
No man, is this maybe this isn't coming through my thing,
Your
maybe it's
mic?
coming through my laptop. Yeah, shit.
Okay. Yeah, because you sound like you're in the bathroom, man.
No, I am definitely not in the bathroom, but let me see what's going on. Maybe this isn't coming through my mic.
Okay. All right, family. Here in a little bit, Plain Reality is got a little demonstration for us, man. And I think it's gonna be an amazing demonstration. So you don't have to be sitting here listening to me flap my gums. But Zach Sullivan is he gave me a amazing series of drawings that didn't necessarily throw me for a loop, but they definitely did have me thinking. And it made me also realize that I need to take a round turn on how I look at this flat earth to better understand what it is that's under my feet, because I'm doing the best I can. And the more I look at this place, the more questions I've got as to why I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing and why I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing, but then I could totally be wrong. But one thing I know, it ain't curving. And it ain't moving.
No, it's not curving. Yeah, all the movement is it's sort of like you're holding the magnet and you're understanding that there's all this movement happening around the magnet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're not. It's not like you can stop the movement of the magnet and then the magnet's going to start turning or something, right? So it's sort of like you have to get rest from movement, right? Everything's got its equal and opposite. I can't get my my camera to spin around, so I guess I can put my camera on and try to just face it towards what I was showing you the other day, and maybe it'll make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you can see it here, right? Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Guys, pay attention.
Yeah. So
Check
if
this out.
yeah, Lindsay Harris, he'll show you this toroidal field. Like, so all magnetism, you'll learn it comes into this toroidal shape, which is like a donut. So we can't see the bottom half of the donut, right? But yeah, if you imagine everything coming up from the center of this, like as this divine movement radiates out, right? And we understand that all of the sound radiation light's going to be carried by this movement, right? But say, yeah, this is the center. This is the northern hemisphere, which is the center. Like, this is a big, like your Earth, right? Round Earth, donut shape. Northern hemisphere is the center. Southern hemisphere is the outer. So if you just take one meridian, like one meridian from north out to south, and if you're out here in the southern Arctic, standing out here, and you imagine this black hole is like a straw that's bent, right, from the center all the way out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're out here during the solstice, this turning is going to be it'll be flat, right? So you're going to see
now zoom in on there we go, so guys could see what it is you're talking about.
Okay.
By when you say the turning, because there's a clockwise movement and then there's a counterclockwise movement, it looks like.
So if you imagine if you're here at the equator, right? The sun making its movement around, it's the closest luminary to the black hole, right? So it's making that movement around, right? This clockwise movement,
right?
But like if you're at the equator, it's going to be vertical, right? And then if you look at star patterns at the equator, you're going to look up and you're going to see them spinning, right? You're going to see them spinning like flat up here, even though they're spinning out, right?
Yes.
So even though the sun's coming in straight like this, the stars are spinning flat like this. Now, if you're out here, the sun will be flat rotating around you for your 24 hours. You get
Plain
to
reality. Time out. Plain reality, man. Sound like you fighting like Optimus Prime back there, man. You all right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just moving around. I forgot to mute myself. I'm still just. I've got another mic, so I'm going to switch to that and see how that goes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
My man boxing with the GoBots over there, some shit, man. It sounds wild.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just kind of my interpretation of his model, but like, yeah, you just got to understand that there's anytime you have a curved surface, like the center is going to be the focal point,
right?
And then depending on how you see the reflection, whether it's direct or inverted, it'll show up. Like if you're closer from the center, right, to the focal point, if you're in here, it'll be inverted. So if you can think of this, as the sun's like starting to shine as it's coming around,
right,
and in the semicircle, it's like it's rising and setting from the back side, but we're going to see it rising and setting from the ground up. You see what I mean?
Right. And I feel that the channel that we were looking at, when I mean channel, I'm talking about the website, but when we were looking at the sun calculator, this is why when I kept moving it from the northern hemisphere all the way to the southern hemisphere, you could see that take place. As soon as it came to the equator, it flattened out.
Yeah,
It flattened
yeah.
out, and then you started to see it bow in the opposite direction once it started to go south of the equator.
Yeah, so if you're at the equator, it should be like straight north, right?
Yeah.
What is it? The height, the altitude of the sun should be like right above you at equinox at the equator. But like, yeah, say you're out here in the solstice, it's spinning like this, but you got to remember that it's if it's reflecting off of this or it's being generated from this movement, right, and it's being reflected in, you'll see it. The image of it's going to be like down in here, just like with the moon, right? How we see the moon, and you have to understand this selenetical physics because we see all of the features of the Earth in the moon. So anybody that hasn't gone,
there we go. That's that onion.
Oh yeah. That's the moon. Okay, so you got to think of the moon kind of like this, right? So this is like if you imagine the Earth flat like this with this toroidal coming out, but instead of it being flat, that all that's being brought out to you, right? So that field, how you'll see the light is being brought out to you, right? But we see the moon like this, right? We'll see it with the shadow terminator line with the waxing side and the waning side. But it's you got to remember it's like rotated, just like the stars. Like the stars down here, like we see the sun rotating this way, stars are rotating this way. You see what I mean? Just like you would think the projection of this would be like straight, it'd be flat, and you'd see it rotated this way, but we don't. We see it like this.
Give me a second. Brenda, I'm going to tell you nicely and respectfully. If you think it's gibberish, yo, get the fuck out. All right? I'm going to be nice to you one time. You got one warning. Play nice. If not, we've got a lot of moderators in there and they will see you out. So play nice. Okay?
No, and like I said, I mean, yeah, it's this is a concept. Like I said, anything from creation we can't know. Like we were talking about with life, right? We're trying to understand what life is, and you think that you're going to do that through biology, but you're not really understanding what life is. Anything that's coming from creation, right? We're going to have a flawed understanding of it. It's going to be hard for us to grasp or to touch, if at possible, right? And just like with this, we're trying to understand how the Earth, right, is generating. Basically, this movement is interactive with the matter, right? So when we started day one of creation with the mind and ether, right, divine movement, and this disturbances, right, which is sound, radiation, light, and then day two is going to be the organization of matter, which is your periodic table, right? This is at the elemental level. Everything's going to be divvied up on what it can and can't be, right? Hydrogen, oxygen, whatever. That's all tethered on like some unseeable force. Some matrix is telling all these elemental pieces what they can and can't be, right? And like all these scientists, they're gonna end in intelligent design, right? And then same with phases of matter day two, right? But you gotta think that as creation's going further and further down, everything is reliant on what's already been done, right? So matter, you'll understand, kind of follows the same thing that we were talking about with sound, radiation, light, with these repeating scales, right? So these harmonious points, like in elements, in the elements, you'll see like all of the in your periodic chart, you'll see all of the ionized, like the radioactive lights or the radioactive gases. They're all on that one line, right?
Column. Are you talking about the noble gases?
Yes, the noble gases. Yeah, the gases that can be ionized that we'll understand, like when you study the Pythagorean theory of color, right?
Oh shit. Oh, hold on, give me a second. Yeah, we lost plane reality. Yeah,
but
go ahead.
yeah, but I think the key to understanding, I think, is if analytical physics, seeing the features of the moon. Go watch that. Go watch his stuff. Those 2 volumes, and
We're talking Ken Wheeler, yes?
no. That's the selenical physics about the moon, right?
Okay.
That's looking. So with all these cartographs that we have of the Earth, right? We're seeing those features of our maps in the moon, right?
Okay.
And when you understand that how we're seeing the moon, the way it's inverted, we know that like where it's being suspended, right? And then I showed you that video of from Tomb of Illumination, where he's showing the stars getting suspended in the fishbowl, right?
Yes. I saw
Yeah.
that one.
So yeah, so you're understanding that those are manifesting. What we're seeing is the luminaries are manifesting in our atmosphere, suspended in the atmosphere. You see what I mean? And the way that we see them, give us an idea of its location, right? So we know that where we're seeing the moon isn't close to the edge because you get direct reflection on this side of the focal point on a concave surface, right? You get closer to the center, right, from your focal point, and the image inverts, right? So you can go,
Right.
yeah. But like just with all this movement, we understand like all these alchemical works, right? When you're going looking at these paintings, they're always showing you kind of how like magnetism's tied into plant life, right?
Right.
So when you
The roots look like of a tree. The roots look like the branches. Yeah.
yeah,
I see that.
yeah, and yeah, they're coming up, and it's taking from both ends, and then the rest point, the point of rest in between,
It's in the middle.
is a trunk.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
right.
So it's like
Yeah.
that's your center, that's your green. You see it in color, right?
Mhm.
With this balance on either side.
Yes,
And
green is in the middle. Yes,
yeah,
that's right. That's right.
yeah. And then you
And the
have your
green is neutral. That's okay. That's a good way
yeah,
to see it. And
yeah,
it's
just like
funny. It's funny because green on the earth represents like neutral ground.
yeah, exactly.
Green
And
is, and it's funny because even in electricity, the green wire is the ground wire. Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And then you got red shift, blue shift, right? So red and
Yes.
alchemical, that's air and fire, right? So that's
Yes.
everything that the plant's going to be taking in, the sunlight and air up here, right? And then
Mhm.
it's going to be taking earth and water down here, which is your blue shift, which you'll
Mhm.
understand in magnetism. You see it that way too, right? Red is what we understand is the North Pole, up. Blue shift is the South Pole down,
Okay.
right? So
You
yeah,
know, I don't know if you could tell, but if you look out of one eye, if you look out, there's more. Okay, so out of my right eye, I see a little bit more red, and out of my left eye, I could see a slightly more blue. So it's just hear me out. I think everybody can see this, but you have to get like a plain white background. If you did this, you can see, and you held one eye open and looked at your white background, you would notice that your right eye or your left eye, it may be different in your eyes, but one eye gives you more of a reddish hue to whatever color you're looking at, a reddish hue. And then if you shut that eye and you open up your left eye, it will give you more of a bluish hue. And then it gives you a complete clean picture when you put both eyes together. Now, I think that 3D glasses, do with this information as you will, but try it when you guys have a chance. Try it when you have a chance. What I think is when they take 3D glasses and they put them on your face, what they're doing is they're mismatching what the red eye gets the blue lens, the blue eye gets the red lens, and they fuck with you and they mess with your depth perception when you're looking at a 3D movie or a 3D painting or picture, whatever. I wonder if this functions the same way if this has some kind of relevance. Go ahead, Zach. I'm sorry.
no, I think that's a great point. I never thought about it, right? Because if what you're seeing like on this the magneto dielectric, right? The light coming to you going away, just like red stars and blue stars, right? One's going away, one's coming towards you.
Right,
No,
right.
that makes a hell of a lot of sense if you're manipulating that somehow.
Yeah, listen, this is something that I've seen and I've noticed since I was a kid. I don't know why it's like that. It just is. But I've been trying to explain it to my parents, and my parents they think I'm fucking nuts. But even right now, when I do it, I still see it. I'm like, okay, I could see a little bit more red out this eye, and I could still see a little bit more blue out of this eye. And this is just something I'm talking about right now. I really haven't with everybody else, and I just want you guys to try it. When you get a white background, give it a try. Just close one eye and look out that eye with your eye relaxed. You don't have to strain. Just leave your eye relaxed and look at the white background with one eye closed, and then try it with the other eye and just alternate it back and forth. You will see the difference. You'll notice one eye sees more red than the other. One eye will see red more. The other eye will see blue more. You put together the two, and then you have something. I don't know what it is. It's weird.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play around with that for sure. But yeah, I just wanted to. Glad you let me come on, and hopefully, I don't know, that made sense the way I was describing it.
Zach, yeah, I gotta see. I have to see it again because there were some things that made sense only because they were familiar. And
Right,
and because when I see things that make sense only because they're familiar, I know I still don't have it. I know I'm not close to getting it. But I'm being honest, you know what I'm saying? Like if I don't truly get it, then it's like I have to see it a few times, and I have to do a better job with maybe letting some things go in order to properly accept what's being presented in front of me. Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like when I first found Lindsay's channel, because I was just looking for star movement, right? I just wanted to see if somebody could show me how the stars were moving, the star trails from the southern hemisphere. And I ended up finding his channel, and I stumbled into all of this stuff that he was doing, and it just took me so long to try and wrap my head around it, right? But I really do. I like his models. I don't agree with everything that he talks about. Right? I don't see eye to eye to everything that he sees. He's seeing it from like an astrotheologist point of view, and I think he takes the humanity piece out of it a little bit, which I like to put back in. You know, because I look at everything from I start with the Genesis creation account, right? The biblical, right, and then I try to have that to be my dominant eye view, and then everything else kind of help pull that stereoscopic vision, right? That 3D depth to everything.
Yes.
But yeah, like I said, this is just kind of was my feeble way to try and demonstrate this. But I would just say go to the source that I mentioned on this stuff and just see for yourself, because really that's this whole journey is about your own kind of thing to struggle and figure things out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I read like Stephen King novels and stuff when I was in his school because they had all the bad words in them and stuff, you know what I mean? so we'd go to the library and read them. But I read his series on the Dark Tower. I read this book series, and you get to the third book, I think it is, The Wastelands, and it's where they have to riddle the train. And this character Roland from this this high order of society of the time or whatever from Gilead, that was one of their things that they said that you should never do, is try to basically have somebody help you with a riddle. It's something that you have to do.
You have to journey yourself.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So, and like you said, I mean, I try to break this down as best as I can to the people that I'm around, but I just don't think you have to you have to be seeking for the truth yourself. You have to kind of want it. So, so yeah, I mean, and that's fine. I think if people want to, enjoy the gifts of imagination and stuff in this realm, I don't think that's so much of a big deal either. Like I do think that this life is a gift, right? Something that we're supposed to be enjoying, but we do have we're supposed to be stewards of it too, right?
Yes.
But
absolutely.
But yeah, it's just my takes on some of this stuff.
And I'll tell you what, man, searching for the truth is not it's not easy. But even though it's not easy and it can be very, very difficult, it doesn't mean it has to be it has to be a feeling of misery, or at least you need to be discouraged. No, I think as you find truth, it's going to lead you to have more questions, and you're just going to keep looking and finding, right? And even you're never going to be satisfied. That's what I think. There's no true satisfaction after finding some truths, because you're going to constantly be looking for more truth, which I think is amazing. I think that's fine, because God puts us here. And I feel, in a sense, he puts us here to record. Okay, you were here on earth. What did you bring back? What kind of intel did you fish out? You know what I'm saying? I sent you out. What did you bring back? Whether it was good or bad, what did you record? Right. And
Yeah.
if you're not using that muscle that he gave you, he's going to send you to hell. He's going to be
Yeah.
like, you wasted my
Yeah.
time. You
Yeah.
wasted your time. I gave you all this brains. I gave you all the tools you needed. And I made shit hard for you to see if you could figure some things out. And you did nothing with it. You just,
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. I see it a little bit different. I don't see it as quite as a beckon for punishment type thing. I see
well,
it as
no,
like
no.
yeah. I see it as sort of the life. If the life you've been granted is a gift, then what you do with it, the art of your life is is what you're giving back. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And to be judged, you know what I mean? And you're hoping you're painting a pretty good picture, as far as what you're giving back.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
yeah, but no, you talked about it with like content, like, people are just they're never going to be happy. They're always going to be left wanting. You always need the dream. You got to have the reach. And I think
Yeah.
that's how humans are, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
we're told if you follow the Adam and Eve story, right? You're told that at the beginning, when it's created, that it's just perfect content, right? Everything's content. There's no ends of the spectrum, right? You don't have the extremities, but that's not what people want. You don't go to like a casino, right? You go to a casino and you're pulling that one-armed bandit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pulling that thing because of the consequence or the reward that you might get from,
Yeah.
right? There has to be something at stake, right?
Yeah.
It can exist no other way, right? Is what Ken Wheeler kind of says. But yeah, if you just take that slot machine and you take it off and you bring it to your house or something, I mean, what's the fun in that?
Yeah.
There's no point, right?
Exactly.
So people want to look at it as like being punished, like being thrown into the garden to slave and to work, as like is some sort of hell. But no, I really think that how we make this world is up to us, right? It's thy will be done.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be overwhelmingly good, right? It's going to strike your heel, but you can crush its head, right? So you can make it better than the necessity of the little bit of bad that you have to understand good. So
That's right.
yeah, that's how I see it. But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to make the point of like on this that I just presented, because I'm sure it's all flawed and I probably screwed a bunch of stuff up, but just go to the source. Like I mentioned to you, Ken Wheeler's lecture on magnetism. Everybody should check that out. The selenetical physics, as far as see for yourself the empirical study that he does on that site, is to seeing our maps in the moon, because I think that's a big clue is where we are and how everything works. And what was the other one? There was one other one. Tomb of Illumination. I like to follow Lindsay's stuff. I think he's got so he's going to look into all of like the ancient writings and stuff and give you interpretations, like the esoteric versus exoteric type thing. But yeah, I really enjoy it. It's very thought provoking. Like he'll start a video and I'll start listening into him, and then something will catch. Like he'll say something and my mind just goes. So it's and he's got a lot of stuff. He's got like 3 years of stuff. There's hundreds of videos on it. It's hard to find all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen Lindsay in Tomb of Illumination, but I'm not gonna lie, like there came a point where I was like, I don't get it. There's a lot. This is packed. I was like, I understand the words. Like I know the word the, and I would know the word them, But I was like, everything else, it's not firing. Like it's not clicking yet. I was like, maybe I just need to hear it again. I need to see it again. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
I went to like his like day one. I went all the way back to when he first started posting videos and just
Okay.
started working my way forward. And he jumps around a lot. He's gonna start talking about the Egyptians. He'll talk about the Romans, the Greeks,
All right.
all these other texts and fables and stuff, and kind of draw out kind of what he sees of how it fits the model and everything. But yeah, it's fun stuff. Yeah, very, very thought provoking. To me, it kind of it makes it all make sense to me anyway.
Now the theory and all that is great. My thing is,
Yeah,
how do we
you need the observation, huh?
yes.
You
Now,
need you need
yeah,
assurances.
because it's not just assurances, but it's like I'm looking at these things and I'm like, where it's almost as if we're looking for Easter eggs, right? And we're like, I know there are Easter eggs here, but it's somewhere here. I just can't find it. Or
Yeah,
it's that feeling of I had my remote right here. Why can't I find it? You're like, I'm looking all over the place. It was right here. Or it's the word at the tip of your tongue that you're like, it's oh, damn, I can't think about it, or I can't put it
yeah,
together. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Oh yeah,
I feel this is where we are with this. Like the answer is right there. The answers are right before us. And the answer to what, you may ask. So the answer is to picking huge objects up and moving them with ease, taking pieces of stone and finding ways to cut them and manipulate them and shape them however which way you want to build whatever it is you want. Um, Seeing things that you couldn't otherwise see, thinking the way you think, or being the way you are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. I can.
I think we're in the neighborhood, but maybe we don't know we're in the neighborhood. I think because we're looking at things so different, because we're holding on to things that we don't need. We're crowding our consciousness with things we don't need, and we're looking at things the wrong way. This is why we don't see things as they are, or as we should be seeing them, or as we would like to see them, in order to understand better, or in order to properly understand what it is we think we're seeking.
Yeah, I see that, but I also think that if you kind of put yourself in the shoes of the creator for a second, right, and you're going to create this realm, I think you got to leave it up for people. Yeah, you can't make everything too obvious,
Oh,
right?
no, no, no. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Totally. I agree.
yeah. And they gotta you gotta figure how physics is going to correct to how you're going to see it, right? So that's another thing you see in that selenoidal physics is like how like things get corrected, right? Hard to say, but he'll show like some picture that shouldn't make sense, and then you put it up to a lens, right, that pulls it back into a flat surface, and then you can make sense of it again, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, so I think of it kind of in that way. But I was going to say something now. I forgot what I was going to talk about. Oh, the Egyptians. Yeah, I mention this all the time, but like sort of how they saw the sun, right? So we're trying to figure out the sun, and it's not making sense to us down here because we're too far away, right? We can't see how it really works, and you probably wouldn't want to know to see how it really works. But they saw it in three different stages, right? Three different
Right.
instances. You get Ra, and then to Osiris, right? And then Osiris gets killed by Set, and then born anew to Horus, right? So yeah, they saw it in different phases. And like I was talking about, when you're down there at the south and you're seeing that full spin, right? You're seeing Osiris go back into the tomb. So if you're standing at the equator and like you seeing the sun coming up on your horizon and then coming up and peaking directly over top of you, right at the equinox, and then back down to your horizon. If it's inverted and it's spinning around a black hole, and you're just seeing as it's coming up, it's actually going away from you, right? Back until it gets to that apex point, right? And then as it's
Hmm.
coming down and it's setting, it's going back away from you the other way. So it's bending around the hole the other way, but you're seeing it inverted, right? You're seeing it come up. So when it's gone behind the black hole, and then you can't see it anymore because night, you're seeing the other end of the coin come around. So you're seeing the dielectric come in. Your nighttime would be the back of that magnetic field. You don't see Osiris because he's gone into the tomb, right? He's gone into the tomb, and then and then he'll come out. And their way of thinking it was he gets chopped up in all these pieces, and how it gets rectified is you get your Horus, right? You get your Horus for 12 hours as it's coming around you, right?
Your hours, or I didn't know they considered it your Horus. Okay.
Yeah. Horus is the one that replaces Osiris, right? He comes in to replace him or whatever. So you get him for it's broken up into whatever they said, 12 or 13 parts or something. So yeah, you get the 12 hours of the daylight, and then Osiris is the one, right? Or Isis is the one that comes in to try and fill in that last
12
half.
hours.
Yeah, in the form of the moon, right?
Right.
Yeah. So then you're trying to make up for this sun that you would see all the time. But if you're close enough to the pole at the solstice, you'll see Osiris in the tomb. You'll see the full spin. You see what I mean?
They're like everything else in this world. They're following the law of correspondence.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just how they understood it, or how they were able to explain it. Because, like you said, it's a reach of your imagination, right? You're going to have to fill in the gaps, because we don't get to see the whole picture, except for Enoch, right? That gets to go up and walk and see everything. But we don't get to see that. We don't get to see all of it.
Jesus, man.
Yeah.
It gets stranger and stranger.
No, it's not either, man. It's a gift. It's actually I like it, man. It's great.
Yeah,
so
I don't mind. I love it, but it's like, man, like my thing is, what is it that I'm missing? What have I not seen? And so now I'm in the camp of just trying to look at things that I've taken for granted, and I'm doing the best I can to just look at them for what they are. Just look at them for what they are.
Well, at least we get to see through some bullshit, right? When somebody comes up with something that is just kind of, some made up shit, like, hey, we were up on Mars taking pictures or something, you can just be like, okay, pal. You know what I mean? It's like, at least you can cut through the bullshit and kind of know when somebody is just kind of leaning on something that they were told, which is, and that's what bearing false witness, right? That's one of the things you're not supposed to do.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah. So, but no, I think it's great. Another thing that I like to look at is near-death experiences, people that have these near-death experiences. And they always end up on the other side of something, right? So they're on some other side that feels more real than this. And then they're like, shit, I had no recollection of coming back in. That was the first thought I can ever remember having as a kid, was just sitting there and just thinking, where in the hell would I be if I wasn't just like living right here, on this floor, you know what I mean?
Like it's funny because I've had dreams like that where I'm living a totally another life. And then it's like, I open up my eyes and I'm like, oh, I must have died in that. I must have died in that life. Like a safe or a piano must have fallen on me or something. And I woke up here. And I woke up here in this life. What the hell is going on? It's strange.
No, it's strange, but I think that's a gift too. I think when you hear these stories, because then some of the other things make sense to me too, like Christianity. Like I was raised in a Christian church, Lutheran church, which I have a different view of it now. Like I see like the Roman Empire influence on the church, and I see the amalgamation, and like a lot of people take it two different ways, right? They see it as like, oh, Christian is just, it's got all these pagan roots. But, I see it more of like Christ coming in the teachings, right? That philosophy of the morality that you bring into the equation is what cleanses the empire. So it's almost, so when I think of Christ, I think of is the salvation of humanity in a kind of a different way, right? So how we're behaving with each other, how we're carrying out, or how we're the steward, right? The stewardship of this place is is going to be our own salvation. So if we end up having to come back in, like, and you don't know, right? We have no recollection of coming in, going out.
They
all
wiped the hard drive. They wiped the hard drive clean.
Yeah. You don't want to leave this place worse than how you got it, right? You want to build it up, and you don't want to lose the light. And that's another lesson in the biblical, because everybody talks about the Nephilim and this time in Yerid when mankind was close with the spirits, and they were all these abominations of creation, the beasts of the air and the sea and the land and all this stuff. And then you're told that what happens is that the beasts turn around and then they devour the masters, right? Well, what happens when that you end up with a dark age, right? Because it's sort of like the biblical story of Noah, when you get to Noah and then you get to Ham, and then Ham to Cush to Nimrod. So Nimrod's the one building the empire, and then you have the Babel, right? So you're told when all that happens that they're passing the knowledge down. Like Ham goes in and steals the knowledge, which you can't think of Ham as all bad, because he's kind of using his ambition, which is something that you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to rest on your laurels like Noah did.
That's right.
Yeah,
use what you got. Use what you got and do the best you can with what you got.
Yeah.
And it turns out that he got you. Go on.
Yeah. So he steals the knowledge, and then the Bible perspective is he holds it and hides it from his sons and brothers and passes it on to Cush and hides it from his sons and brothers and down to Nimrod. And then of course the Sumerian view is all these are the different, Noah is Utnapishtim, Ham is Utu, Cush is Meshki and Gasher, the king of Kish, and then you have in Merkur is Nimrod, right? So if you follow like Trey Smith's work on Genesis, he'll make all of these connections. But you see at the time of in the time of Kish, or time of Cush, or Meshki and Gasher, he's the one that passes. When he passes the keys off to Merkur, and then he takes off into the mountains, or into the seas to ascend the mountains. And then you see the same imagery from Mesopotamia show up down in the Aztec, Incan, Mayan cultures down there. It's like the same, the Aquila, the Abzu, and all this stuff with the
Abzu.
Yeah, all that stuff, and then and then like you end up with like Utu with the, I think you get the Uto Aztecan in Utah, and all that stuff kind of comes from all that stuff. But yeah, you're seeing the sun disk, and he becomes the sun god over here in Mesopotamia. Utu does. But yeah, you're understanding that like this civilization that they're building, this beast that they're creating, they can't satiate the beast that they're creating, and then they end up getting consumed. They get devoured. Like they turn on them, kill off the guy that knows all the knowledge, and then you get plunged into darkness. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, we forgot how to make concrete, between the Roman ages and like the 1800s, it was.
And they're claiming that we got the recipe. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
We're still making this?
Yeah, but it just goes to show how easily, like, you can, like, all of this that you're working together to accumulate all this knowledge, right? Like humanity, like humans are not any different than they were then. Like if you
right.
listen, Colin Quinn's Long Story Short, he's got a comedy routine where he talks about, like we can, in this day with Human Genome Project, we can isolate a single strand of DNA and stop a worldwide plague, but you still need signs up in the bathroom that says employees must wash hands so they don't, go try to make a sandwich right after they wipe their ass and make everybody sick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the collection of all the human effort, that's grown and that's growing, but the people are the same, right? They're going to have the same faults. They're going to fuck up the same ways.
Yeah. They're still going to forget. They're still going to drop dishes and shit like that. Right.
Yeah. So when you're hiding all that information, then you're kind of keeping everybody in the dark, so to speak, to elevate your own position.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then, you get off, or it dies with you. And then, next thing you know, everybody's kind of lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? So people always wonder what happened to the Mayans, and that's kind of what I think happened. You know what I mean?
Go to the App Store and see if they've actually got a
plain reality. You sound like you in the upside down or something, man.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I can't. It's not letting me go.
You sound better now. Now you sound better.
Does that sound better?
You sound like you're in the right side up right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, if that sounds better, then that sounds better. But it's still not letting me go through anything bar my internal speakers of my laptop.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not
Sorry,
letting me
Zach.
go to a proper mic.
Oh, don't worry, man. I'm rambling, man. I'm hogging the mic. I should probably jump off. Huh?
Oh no, man. We're free styling tonight right now until Mr. Plain Reality comes in. I made that nice little title for our friend down under. I was
Yeah.
about to put a jar of Vegemite up there to represent Australia, but I was like, nah, I'm not going to disrespect our man over here.
Oh,
You
yeah.
need some Tim Tams, bro.
Hmm?
You need some Tim Tams.
What's Tim Tams?
Tim Tams. Oh, you don't know what Tim Tams are? They're like a little chocolate biscuit.
Yeah,
Very
a
Australian.
little candy bar or something, aren't they? I think, I remember looking that up.
My man said a chocolate biscuit. Anytime I think of biscuits, you know what I think about? Plain Reality? I think about what they sell at Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's what reminds me of biscuit.
Right.
Yo, what other kind of crazy shit? You got coconut crabs and what is those big ass fruit bats or whatever you guys got down there?
Oh Lord.
Yeah. They're mainly up in the Queensland area.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. The bats. I came from Okinawa, Japan. The bats over there are like the size of raptors. They're ridiculous.
Yeah, the fruit bats are pretty big. They probably have about maybe a 3-foot wingspan.
They're ridiculous. Like seeing them fly, I'm like, oh my God, it's like the Cape Crusade out this bitch.
Yeah, we have these other bats here in South Australia. They're probably about maybe a good 2-foot wingspan. They're pretty big,
Oh
and
my
at
God.
around sort of dusk time, just thousands of them fly overhead. Only in certain areas.
Yeah.
They're not just like everywhere. They'll just fly over certain areas.
Yeah. Oh geez. All
Yep.
right, Mr. Plain Reality. Are you ready to present, my friend?
I am, but because I was mucking around with all that, just let me jump into my keynote stuff, and I'll get the
Okay.
presentation out.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
duck.
family.
I'm gonna duck out. I will catch you later, man.
All right. I appreciate you, Zach, man. Anytime you just jump on in, man. Appreciate you, man, and thank you for that. All right. Plain Reality, man. Hey, everybody's been waiting on you, baby. So
Yeah. We'll see
everybody,
how this goes.
hey
See
man,
how
yeah,
just
you do it. You do it the way you seem fit. Okay. I just want everybody to know, guys, Plain Reality is going to give us a little demonstration as to how he attacked and how he discovered much of the flat earth. And his perspective, I feel, is very, very important for how we can possibly look at it if we hadn't seen it this way. And so this perspective also it offers a way in which maybe we hadn't thought about looking at this flat earth, even though we think we may have. This can pay attention, guys like Brenda, if you're in here to look, right? I think that what he's going to present to us is something that we could present to those that maybe if they're still on the fence, or maybe if they think that this is all a farce, they can use this as a tool. So go ahead, family. Take it away, Plain Reality. The floor is yours.
okay, man. I'm just going to go into a share screen, and we all know that Brenda doesn't really care about anything we say.
The
Brenda's been
Swallow
around for
FE's
a long
here.
time.
Well, if Brenda's not here, Swallow FE, your Marmite counterpart is here. So he can listen in.
Share screen. I want to entire screen. Here we go. Shit, I counted it more than retard. Share screen, sorry, man.
It's all right. So you could also present too. So you should be able to go in and present, and then I think I'll accept it. I forget.
That's all good.
All right, there it is.
You should be seeing my whole screen up there now.
Yep.
Let me shrink that one.
Ooh, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put this right there. Better. That looks good.
So we'll just go through this, and I'll go through it generally pretty quickly. You guys can hear me, okay?
Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you guys could hear Plain Reality. I could hear you fine, but if you guys could hear him just fine, just put a 1 in the chat, please. Hopefully they're paying attention. That would be nice. There we go. Jono Edwards can. And if Macho Man could hear you, I'm thinking.
All right, cool. All right, everyone can
Yeah.
hear me fine.
Perfect.
Okay, so to start with, I like to just lead with these are a bunch of the OGs, and as far as the observation stuff's concerned. So if anyone in your group of people don't know any of these guys, feel free to screenshot this and then check any of these out. They're all fantastic channels. Well worth having a look. What's going on here? All right, so and as we skip through, so this one's for Swallow. So this is a little
All
bit of
right.
Swallow. There's a little bit of Swallow spiraling here.
That swallow over there spiraling. Wait, I can't hear the noise. We can't hear whatever the noise is.
You couldn't hear anything going on there?
No.
Ah, Jesus. That's going to be real shitty if you guys can't hear anything. Anyway, that's just him having a little spiral about me.
Okay. That's Swallow FE talking shit.
Yeah, it's just Swallow having a little spiral, complaining that I've been out to the same location many times. And what makes me laugh about that is the fact that, well, what do you want me to do, Swallow? Do you want me to go out there with an auto level one time and like you did and just go, yeah, this is what's going on? No, you got to go out there as much as you possibly can so you can really see what's going on. Otherwise, how do you know?
That's what science does.
Exactly, brother. That's, you can't just go out there and do one observation and then go like, oh, look, here's my nice reification fallacy. I've been told that I live on a ball, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out there and holy shit, have a look at that. I saw a boat that I couldn't see before, and it came and I saw it coming towards me. It came up towards me, and I saw it get to me from top down. Clearly, that can only happen on a ball. Well, that's called a reification fallacy. Can't do that. Okay, so perspective.
No, Swallow FE. Hold on, Swallow FE. You can't hear him now. Now you can't hear him. Meanwhile, everybody else can hear him. See you, Zach. So Swallow FE. I don't know if he's playing games, but he's claiming he can't hear you. Meanwhile, everybody else can. But go on, bro. I can hear you.
That's his problem, Okay, so I'll try to skip through relatively quickly on this because I don't want to take up. Because if I go through slowly, this could take a couple of hours.
Okay.
So I'll skip through kind of quickly. But here we have what is the horizon? There's a couple of quick things that I found. So the horizon is the line we see where the sky appears to meet the earth or sea. It is the visual boundary that delimits our vision, our field of vision. When we gaze at the horizon, we witness the sky and the earth coming together in a straight line. See how it says straight line? That extends to infinity. What do you mean extends to infinity? Isn't it meant to be where the earth curves? Saying that it's, and this is coming from worksheets planet.com. So we'll skip on to the next one, and this is something that a lot of people deny, but this has been something that has been talked about forever, for an eternity. This is the horizon here. So this is the horizon line, or eye level, right? So this is what it's always been said forever, because whenever we look across, whether or not if we use an actual proper auto level or a theodolite, when we get the crosshairs at perfect level, we see that there is a tiny gap between perfect level and the horizon. But when you're actually looking straight across, you look straight across. You never look down towards the horizon. That tiny gap is like a quarter of a millimeter in your vision by what you can see. There is no perceivable amount of actual drop that you can see when you're looking at the horizon. So here it says, it doesn't matter if you are peering up or down, the horizon line remains the same. It is flat like still water. See how it says that? It is flat like still water. Very interesting. And is at your eye level. If you move your body up and down, then the horizon line moves up and down with you.
With you. That's important, I feel, as well.
Yeah. Now notice how they say is flat like still water. Something that seems to be getting denied a lot these days. and is at your eye level. Okay, so here we have me on the jetty. I'm looking out, and what do we notice about the horizon here at the moment? So when we're looking at the horizon here,
It's curving, of course.
yeah, of course, but we can tell here, right? How high is my camera above the jetty? You can tell that my camera is clearly just above the railing, right? And it's obvious because we see the horizon just above the railing.
Wait, where's your camera at? I see you guys fishing.
No, that's not me fishing. I'm filming this. So the
Oh,
camera level.
okay, okay.
And now what I'm doing is I'm going to drop the camera down. And what do you know? Did the horizon just drop? Isn't that amazing?
It's meeting, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So when we change our level, our height, our elevation, the horizon changes with you. Right? So this is a program that Heath Carmody he made it himself, and that's one of the channels that I recommended that people go see. This guy's got some pretty amazing observations that he's done, some really cool stuff. And he made this program here. And so here we see he goes, and now we have the lowest path up to the vertical target. So this was from a video that he did called Upward and Downward Refraction.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, which is tangent to the surface and therefore gives us our apparent horizon. Now, what he's saying there is that when the light is traveling straight out, where the light starts to bend and you get this upward refraction, meaning the light is now traveling upwards, that point where the light starts to bend, that is what we call the horizon. Because everything from there on, we can't see because the light is now bending upwards. We can't see anything below that point. And the point of the horizon is the furthest part of the surface that we can see. So I started saying this to people, and then all of a sudden Heath Carmody came out with this video that he did releasing showing this, how he actually made this program and how this works. And I thought that was pretty interesting because it was something that I was starting to tell people. Now, here's my little thing here. The horizon is the furthest part of the surface that can be observed. It is the point of deviation where the light rays closest to the surface begin to refract upwards. So we have the little deviation point here. Now this is what we're actually going to be seeing. So this is if we were to do it in a view that we never actually see. No one sees this, right? This is the orthographic third-person view. This is actually how we see. So we see like this. We see that as something approaches the horizon, it rises in our vision. It's all apparent, like it's all visual, it's all optical. It's not actually rising. We know that each of these boats would actually be in one level. They're not going up, but that's how we see it. Now, once something gets on the horizon, it is now the highest point visually that you can see, the surface. So then what happens is everything just does the exact opposite. And once it hits the horizon, it just starts to drop. Because it's doing the exact same thing that it's doing before the horizon. It's now doing it after the horizon. It is actually all just perspective. Because if we have someone on the other side of the horizon, what they would be seeing, those boats that you see dropping down, they would be
boats
seeing...
are coming. Yes.
Yeah, they would be seeing what's happening on my side of the horizon. They're now just seeing that. So it's all perspective, and I'll show you that. And I haven't put it in this one. I'm going to have to jump out and go into a different presentation because I don't have it on this one because I haven't put it in here yet. But I'll show you this other observation that I did. So I'm going to skip through this because I'm not really worried about this stuff. This is just me giving these guys shit. All right. I'll just skip through that because there's no point going through any of that. This is some Globers that really had no idea what inferior mirages is. So that's just me and my little ode to giving them shit. Now, this is part of it, right? So these guys have no idea what an inferior mirage can do. So when I'm looking out here, there's a bunch of houses right there inside that inferior mirage that's about 150 to 160 feet hidden. We're going to see these houses in a moment. Now, there's about 150 to 160 feet hidden there.
Right.
And when I panned across, so I could have let that go, but no, I won't worry about it because it's going to take too long. So when I panned across, this little section here on the left, this left picture, the left picture and the right picture are the same observation, like not the same day, but they're the same observation. Right. So on the right-hand side, on that day, I can see the shore. Beautiful, clear day. You
Yeah.
can see the shore. If let me go here.
It's
Now,
funny
this is-
how we're looking through the atmosphere and it's still a little bit hazy. Even though it's a clear day, it's still a little hazy.
Oh, it's always hazy. Rarely is it ever just clear.
Yeah.
You know. So then we go here. Now, if you see at the very top left-hand one, that's that little video that I just played. Now, on the right-hand side there, this is on the same day from this observation on the right-hand side here. Now, if you look at that white house on the right-hand side where there's some grass there,
Right.
just
On the
underneath
bottom or
that,
on the top?
at the bottom, the very bottom right house closest to the horizon.
Okay.
I can't use my pointer here. I should have put a little pointer here.
I see two. I'm looking at the one furthest to the right, all the way on the bottom.
Yeah, that one there. Now, if you go right along the horizon and just go just slightly to the left of the house, like ever so at the very base left of that house,
Yep.
you'll see like a little silver area. That's
I see a little dot.
Yeah, that's a concrete area there, and that is all the way down to the shore.
Wow.
This is 12.6 miles away. Now, the
Mhm.
left-hand side one, that's the same area, just inside an inferior mirage. So where I put that black line, that's where the inferior mirage is going to on that day.
What?
All of that's being hidden by the inferior mirage. Now, if we look at this one, see the little white line in the bottom one?
Yes.
Everything below that white line is currently hidden in that left-hand top picture underneath the inferior mirage.
Oh, right. Wow.
Now, both of these, although the one on to the left and the bottom, they are taken from further out on towards the end of the jetty, and the one in the front at the top left, that's taken from at the start of the jetty. But it's on the jetty, same elevation, just either start of the jetty or end of the jetty. But this is just one to show you how that's about 160 feet hidden below an inferior mirage. So we get some people sit there and say like, oh, how can a inferior mirage hide all of this? What are you? You know, well, you think an inferior mirage can hide all this? Well, yes, I do think it because I have the observational proof to show that it can do it.
Okay. So real quick, did you record how hot or how cold it was? What the temperature or what the humidity, the dew point and stuff was at these
I would say that the one on the left, I mean, I'd be able to find out all that information. It's not a drama because I do have all the days. I've got all the dates for all of
Okay,
this.
as long as you have the dates and you have where you were on those dates at that time, you can always recall it. Okay.
Yeah, the raw footage has all the date, you know, the time and the date and that as well. So that'll tell me what time I was there. So, and now what I do is I actually screen record what's called the Bureau of Meteorology. So whenever I go out, I just screen record the actual website at the time when I'm out there. So here, I think actually is the observation that was on the left. No, this is a different day. Now, here you can see that this is the same observation, the same area, and we see all the way down to the shore. I'm not sure when this is going to stop and if it's going to just stay there. Right. Okay. So if you look up here, good. I got a mouse here. This area right here, we can see all this little bit right here sticking up here, and this here. This is a rock wall. This is 14 miles away. 14 and a half miles away, and this is seeing all the way to the shore now. The horizon here should be up at this level, should be up here, and that's including standard refraction, which already makes the ball 600 miles bigger in diameter, in radius. So this is already saying 66 feet, or sorry, 50 feet is what they should be, which is at around this level right here.
Wow.
But we're seeing all the way to the shore. And this is a regular occurrence. This is not a one-off. This is all the time.
Right.
Whenever there's no inferior mirage, this happens all the time. Okay, so here we have another inferior mirage. So this is the same
This is
area on a
Rizzo.
different day.
Wait, go back to that one again, if you don't mind.
This one or the one before?
Yes, this one. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is that same
1259.
houses.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll just skip through it. This is the same houses, right? So as I go through this just skips through and just is a little, like a little kind of blink test. That's the same thing, just 2 different days.
Oh wow! And we saw that one earlier. Okay, and look at that.
Yeah. So this is the same thing, and this is just regular occurrence. You know, if I'm not getting inferior mirage, I'm seeing all the way to the shore. That's just how it is, right? And so for a swaller out there who's probably spiraling again, this is regular swaller, and this is why you go out more than once with a dumpy. You don't just go out one time.
Wait, you
out all the time.
go out more than once with a what? I'm sorry.
An auto level. They call it a dumpy.
A dumpy.
Yeah,
A what
I
level?
think that's what they call it. Okay, so here's another day, and just showing you. Now we have a little bit of compression on this day. So it's just the same thing. Once again, we can see down to the shoreline. Okay, right. So what I was pointing out here was this is the horizon. This is technically what's called the horizon. Okay, because the horizon is technically where the sky meets the ground. The ground there is the hills. But this area here, this line across here, is also what's called the horizon. Now, this is National Geographic, and you're probably not going to be able to hear it because you couldn't hear my last one. But let's check it out.
Oh, that's the one where they did the line test and they fudged it up to fool people. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So no one could hear that. But okay, so she just goes like, as the boat reaches the horizon, we see the stripes disappear. So National Geographic calls where that thing is the horizon. But the only unfortunate thing about that was it wasn't even at the horizon, right? That's where they said the horizon is apparently. But look at that blue line all the way above there. That's the horizon. So
wait. Wait. The blue line all the way above where? I'm looking.
See where that line is now?
Yes.
Now when it drops, so that's where the flag is. But there's the horizon there. Flag is all the way down here. That's the horizon there.
Horizon.
So that thing wasn't even at the horizon. It's just ridiculous. But I only put this in here because I will be referring to this part here as the horizon a lot. Okay? Because this is what we will also call the horizon. The horizon is also where we would refer to as where the water, the furthest part of the surface we can see in general would be called the horizon. So if anyone seems to have a bit of a problem with me calling that the horizon, so this bit here is the horizon again. We see that there on the 30th of July. We see all the way down the shore there. And so if anyone has a problem with me calling that the horizon, I suggest that you contact National Geographic at nobodygivesashit and don'tbeakaren.com. Right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that have a bit of a whinge that that's not the horizon, but it is the horizon. So when we see something like this,
hold on, guys in the chat, we had Derek. Derek's not a bad dude. Like, I don't know what's going on in the chat, guys, but come on, we need to be respectful of each other, especially us that are part of this community. We should be respectful of each other. Now, Plain Reality is here giving this demo. Let's give him our undivided attention. Or if it's divided, don't make it so divided that we're not getting something out of this. Okay. So he came on out here to give this presentation to us. So let's give him that respect, if we would, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, good, brother. So when we look out at the horizon like this, we're wondering, like, you know, what can we tell about it? You know, it's a nice, clear, defined horizon. And what can we tell about it? Well, at the end of the day, we can't tell anything about it right now. People are going to be asking questions like, okay, so what's the observer height? Well, the observer height here is 28 feet.
Okay.
Well, now that we know the observer height, does that tell us how far away that horizon is? Well, it doesn't tell us how far away the horizon is, but we're going to go to an Earth curve calculator, and that's going to tell us that the geometric horizon is 6.48 miles away.
Okay.
But is that how far this horizon is? Because that would be wrong. Because this horizon, as we can see, is an inferior mirage.
What?
And 100% of the time, an inferior mirage brings the horizon closer to you.
Let me
Mhm.
repeat that for some people, because people don't know this. Even
I did not know that.
Nobody knows this. I was just on a debate with Ruhif and Maud one the other day, and Ruhif showing one of his auto level things with the crosshairs. And I'm like, hey, can you zoom in onto your June 26th or whatever it was? And so he eventually zoomed in on there. I'm like, what do you see about that? And he goes, oh, there's an inferior mirage. And I'm like, right, good. Now, what does an inferior mirage do to the horizon, Ruhif? And he's like, well, I don't know. You tell me what do you want me to say? And I'm like, well, you just said that these horizons are all at the same point, but an inferior mirage always brings the horizon closer to you. So that horizon there could be almost 2 times as close to you as what your geometric horizon says, yet it's in the same position visually. You can't tell the difference. And this is why I said to Swallow, to you guys the other day, when Swallow said he did his thing, and I'm like, well, how far was the horizon on that day, Swallow? Because he doesn't know. So unless you have something as a marker to show
Right.
you where the horizon is, you have no idea.
Like a ship or a buoy or a building.
Ship or a buoy. So if there's a ship and it's right on the horizon and you go onto like a marine tracker, you can say, oh, okay,
That's
the
that,
horizon's
yes.
that far. But if you don't have that, if all you have as an example is just that, how do you even know? You have no idea. Right? So here we have a few questions to ask. How do objects in the foreground appear visually in relation to the horizon? So as we see, all objects that are closer to you will always appear lower in your vision compared to the horizon, because the horizon is the furthest point that we can see and is always visually the highest point that we can see. How do objects appear visually on the horizon? They are at the very top of our vision. They are the furthest point we can see the surface. Therefore, then, everything before that appears lower, and everything on the horizon appears higher in the highest visual point. And then everything beyond the horizon does exactly what these things are doing, and it drops below the horizon. Now, I do this later, and actually in my presentation that I did for that debate, I put water over the top of this. I put this water, and I just put it straight over the top of this.
Wait. Which water?
So imagine now where the horizon is, where you see that horizon.
Right.
I then just got some water, just general water, and I just masked it over the top. And all those boats disappear, because when you just put another water source over that, all those boats will disappear.
Right.
And the reason they're disappearing is because they're below the horizon.
Right.
That's exactly what's happening to everything on the other side of the horizon. It's the same. Right? And I'll show you that later, and we'll go over that. That's what we're going over. And then how do objects beyond the horizon appear? They appear below the horizon because they're doing the same thing as the things in front of the horizon.
Yeah.
Now, again, this presentation is also made to poke fun at this person here. This is a Slice Barcane. I don't know if anyone here knows Slice Barcane, but he is a globe troll from hell. I've dealt with him a lot, so I just like to poke fun at him because he is who he is.
Super sly. Now we got Swallow FE asking, what's going on the container ship with the container ship?
Exactly. It's not a container ship for starters. And this is because, see how he didn't listen? He didn't listen. He just looked and he goes, what's going on with the container ship? Well, for starters, Swallow, that's an inferior mirage, right? And if he had have been listening, then he would have heard the entire thing of me saying that it's doing exactly what the things in front of the horizon are doing. And I'm going to go over that. Now, see how I said, see how at the start I said he's spiraling, because he loves to spiral. And he's not going to actually listen. He's too busy in his head, just it's all that's going on in his head right now. Okay, so then this, see I already anticipated what Swallow was going to say. Globe Earth confirmed. What do you mean there, Super Sly? You know, you little Globe Earth hero, you. Yeah, we know you can fly. Good job, man. Oh, where's the bottom of the ship? Is that what Swallow just said? Did Swallow just say, where's the bottom of the ship?
No, Swallow was he was like, where's the container ship?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
what's going on with the container ship?
Yeah,
Yeah, my bad.
exactly. Where's the bottom of it? Because look at it. Oh my God, how much of it's missing? Oh my God. Yeah, good job. Well, this we're about to make this world of theirs crumble, man. And
Yep.
these words are all about to go up in flames. So these guys can get out of here, man. We've got a presentation to finish.
Exactly.
All right.
Adios.
Now you're not. No, I'm spewing because you're not going to be able to hear any of this. I don't know why it is not playing any of this, but I'll just go over this. No, you can't
Okay.
hear that.
No.
No, okay. So what this is Phuket word. He's just explaining how everything above your eye level will drop down towards your eye level. Okay.
Thailand. Huh?
And then I put a little piece in here as well, which you won't hear.
Okay.
And this is where this is where I basically put in like lines here to show you how everything will drop in your vision. Let me just do this because this will make it go a little bit quicker.
Okay.
And everything at the bottom will rise in our vision. So we see this, and this is perspective. It happens every single time. It could never be debunked. If someone right now in your lounge room, even on your table, if you were to put your eyes down lower or you look down your hallway, everything
It,
closer to you will appear lower and larger, and everything
yes.
further away from you will get higher in your vision as it gets further away. It can't be debunked because it's just how it works. This is how we see things. This is how we see the world. Right? Now, this goes
You know, it's
on.
you go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Go.
Now, what's funny is when you came on our last conversation, which I think was Sunday, when you came on the very next day, Flat Out Truth, Terry Eicher came up with a video pretty much talking about what you're talking about today, right now. But he spent much of his time talking about, which after you're done with your presentation, I would like to show that video, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Now, look, the problem that I have with stuff like that is
Right.
that he's showing things that are right on the horizon. Okay, so when we're showing things on the horizon, they're not past the horizon.
Right.
Once things go past the horizon, they're gone. And that's what I'm explaining. Like, this is what I'm actually explaining why they go, what happens after the horizon. Because that's one thing we can't get away from. We can't. So we have angular resolution, we have Rayleigh's criterion. These things are definitely a part of what's happening. But then on certain days we see further, on other days we see less, and it all kind of changes. Right? So we will go over that. So this is perspective. Now, if anyone doesn't know this channel, I just discovered this channel recently. Vortex Pup.
Nice.
Now, this guy here is amazing. Up in the left-hand side there, you'll see, if you've ever watched Globusters and stuff, the second picture down, that's Zach Zabala. He was on this thing, on this episode here. This is was a stream called The Great Switcheroo. Definitely well worth a watch if you want to learn anything about perspective. And the guy that did this, he's an engineer. So clearly a very well-educated person. Now, this is a program, this is a software program that apparently you just put a picture in there and it puts all of this stuff in there for you.
Oh, wow.
It does all of this automatically. Right? And as we see, the very top yellow line, everything that is above our eye level will drop down towards our eye level. And the bottom red line and all the bottom stuff, everything that is below our eye level will ramp up towards our eye level. That's how perspective works. Never to be falsified, because every single observation you could ever do will prove this. It's not that you couldn't falsify it, you just won't.
Right. It's not possible.
Yeah, that's right. It's not that it can't be falsified. It's not unfalsifiable.
Right.
It just won't be falsified because it's how the world works. Now, as we see here, this is the jetty that I stand on. Following all the rules of perspective, all the stuff closer to us is large. As it gets further and further away, it drops in our vision, drops towards the horizon and gets smaller. This is, if no one knows Taylor from X. She's also on, I think, what's it called? Shit, it's gone from my brain. It's another kind of Discord. I forget what they call that one.
Discord.
It's another kind of Discord. Shit. Oh, anyway, it's gone from my brain, so I cannot think of that right now. But find her on X. She went to Lake Pontchartrain, and she took this video.
Oh, yes. And that's a famous one between flat and globe earthers, where okay, yes.
Yeah, so she took this video with a drone just to show how nice and straight Lake Pontchartrain is and all the towers. And we see the towers doing everything that they should do prospectively, which is go straight out to the horizon. The ones closer to us are large, and the ones further away get smaller and smaller and smaller as they get further away, which is just what happens. Okay, so now here we have an old picture from World War II. Now, what I've gone and done, no, I can't. I don't know why I can't get rid of that little stop sharing. You guys can see that little stop sharing thing, don't you? Yeah. Next time I play a video, I'll close that out. I'll put hide on that. So here we have
flying ants. Yes.
Yeah, all the flying ants. Now we can see as we look further into the distance, they're all dropping. So everything from high will converge down to the horizon, and everything from low, all the ships are converging up to the horizon. This is what we have. We have convergence of everything from the sky heading down to the horizon and from the ground going up. So this was the picture, the actual picture, and then I wasted a lot of time doing this because I get a bit OCD about things, and I just decided to add all these little planes in there. Right, you can't see that bit, but right, so here we have, this is the picture that I took. This is looking towards Brighton Jetty from Grange Jetty, and we can literally tell which of these objects are closer, which of the objects are further, purely just by how high they are in our vision compared to the horizon. So the last one's still not quite on the horizon, it's at the jetty, and we can see a progression of how these lines get higher and higher and higher as everything gets further away. We can literally understand which ones are further from us than the other ones by literally just drawing a little line there, and we can see, okay, well, that one's definitely further. Draw the next line on the next one. That one's further away from that one. So we can tell how far, not exactly say distance, but we can tell which ones are further away just by doing this. Okay, so now I'll skip through this a little bit quick because there's quite a few examples here.
Okay.
Just so that people can actually see what's going on. All right, so here, and take note on where the horizon is. And we see all these little boats. See how far below the horizon they appear to be?
Right.
But we all know that they're not actually below the water.
Below, right. Everything is level, but
that's all level. And even, let's just say, even if it's a globe, those boats aren't below that horizon either. Right? It's all just visual. Now you can see the one at the very back, it's on the horizon, and all the other ones are below the horizon. All right? Now, all we're going to do again is add water there to that horizon level, which I'll do later. We'll all see it. And all those boats just disappear. It's as if they've gone over the other side of the horizon and disappeared.
Now, real quick, every time you say you're going to add water, what are you talking about when you say that? Do you mean add water add a level to the horizon, or what?
No, just kind of like, sorry. So just imagine, like I do say, I get all this water that's here right now, and I get rid of the boat and get rid of all the top of the land and everything, and then just put a fake water line in there up to the horizon. Just cover that whole thing with a fake piece of water.
Okay.
Right.
You're gonna raise the horizon line.
I'll show you in a bit. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
If you want me to just quickly jump, escape out of here, I can just quickly flick and show it to you so you're not confused.
No. I'll hold on to it because you said you're gonna get to that and you're gonna answer it. So I want to roll with it, so we could keep going like this.
Okay, yep, cool. So once again here we notice the boat is well below the horizon. I draw the red line there so we can see all of that below the horizon, right? So
Right.
my point is, imagine now if someone is at the exact same observer distance and same observer height as what I am, but on the opposite side of that horizon. So they're the same distance from the horizon that I am, but they're on the opposite side. Well, they would be, everything below that red line would be out of view for them. They wouldn't be able to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you'll probably understand this more as I go along.
Yes,
See,
yeah. No, I get exactly what you're saying, because
yeah,
though you're right on top of it, they're not gonna see it because of the water, the way the water's gonna appear in front of them.
yeah, that's right. The
Not
water's
necess-
going to be there because their
yeah,
horizon is going to block it. They're not going to see
yes.
any of it because they're going to see a horizon, and the bottom of all those boats are going to be gone,
Mm-hmm.
right? But all they're doing is seeing the exact opposite of what I am. They're just,
Mm-hmm.
so we'll get through it. So here we see a little buoy on the horizon there, boat below the horizon. Here we have a bit of a really funky refractive day, but it doesn't really matter what's going on with refraction. The perspective still works. Boat below the horizon, buoy on the horizon. Okay, so this is why I said, like, I'm just giving multiple examples here so people can see that it just happens all the time. And you can
Right.
go out and you can observe this day in, day out. Doesn't matter. Everything that you ever look at will
And
do this.
nobody's really not, we're all none the wiser to it. We just see it as it is, and it just makes sense to us what we're seeing. But you're actually fully in going into detail explaining why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Yes. Yep. 100%. Now,
Yep.
after one of my presentations, that dude Sly goes, "Oh yeah, you don't even understand perspective." Oh really? Like I'm pretty well exampling that, pretty well explaining it right out here. So if I
Yep.
don't seem to understand it, I don't really know what he thinks perspective is.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so we'll go on. So another pretty crazy refraction, and we see all that land. So see how that land appears to be lifting now?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the only time we ever see land appear to lift, is when we get really crazy refraction going on.
Hmm.
When we get all this superior mirage, right? Because if you see where the separation is here, so you got the water line, and then there's a
Yes.
separation, and then we get like the land there again. So if you go where, like, not where the land is, but just go to the left of where the front part of the land is, and we see
Hmm.
all that separate there, and we see kind of like as if land is lifting up there, right?
Yes.
Well, that's all
It looks super blurry.
yeah, that's all an inferior mirage there. And what's happening is
Hmm.
that's lifting that section of land, and it's now compressing all the top part of the land, right?
Mm.
I've got another picture, which may be just here. Oh, there you go, right there. So see that really tiny slither of land at the end?
Hmm.
That is
In
that
the
piece of
top
land
left,
on the
yes.
yeah, the very no, go to the very right hand. So see how
Well, I'm saying in the top left picture,
yeah,
or
sorry,
the
the left
left
hand picture.
picture, all the way on the right side. Yes, I see it in the
Yeah,
middle.
so it slithers all the way to the right.
Hmm.
Well, that very end bit of that slither there, that's
Hmm.
this same piece of land.
Wait. That's what same piece of land in this
See
picture on the right?
the picture on the right, that
Hmm.
tiny little paper thin slither,
Right.
that's that picture. You can't even see those houses there because they're now so compressed inside that. Can't
Right.
even see them because it's this tiny little slither. It's the
Oh,
same piece of land.
wow. That's that. Wow, that's that same piece of land. So what's going on with the atmosphere that
Well, we've
they're
got
not
some
talking
kind
about?
of, I would say that they call it like a temperature inversion band.
Okay.
And this band of air that's moving through
Okay.
can do all this funky stuff. So you can either get like superior miraging or fata morgana. Now, here, what you have is a crazy superior mirage of the water. Excuse me, sorry. So we have a crazy inferior mirage of the water, and that's compressing all the land up. As it lifts all the water up, it now compresses the land. And
Hmm.
eventually that'll all just calm back down and go back down to normal.
Hmm. Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So here now we
Huh.
just skip through. This is just showing more of how, this perspective is working.
Look
and
at
it
how
just
it
doesn't.
curves on. Look at how it curves on either end. Go back. Yeah, see
Oh yeah.
how
It's
it
a
curves
crazy
on either
curve.
end.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
what a
It's a huge
globe we
curve.
live on. You see, swallow fe. You looking at how it curves on either end? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that a swallow fe's over there getting fuming? He's mad as hell now. Look at him.
No, I told you he's spiraling. He's not bothering to watch, not bothering to listen, not bothering to learn.
Yeah,
Goes out, does one observation, and thinks he knows what he's talking about.
yeah, swallow, man. Hey, brother, you need to. We're giving you an opportunity to be better, man, and at least look at it. Haha, you're not fuming. Well, okay, good. At least you're taking it like a champ. Well, be more of a champ. Pay attention because there's something that I honestly feel you could get out of this, right? And if anything, learn something about observation that maybe you didn't consider at some point, right? And just look, see if you could get something out of it, which we all think that you can. I know I am. So pay
Yeah, I think you
attention,
have a little bit
swallow.
too much. You're clearly a very kind-hearted man, and you think that everyone's like you. Not that
I
I'm saying
think
that you actually think everyone's like you. I'm just saying, like, not everyone's reasonable in that sense. They're not going to see things and actually look at it and try to evaluate it and understand it for what they're seeing. They have their own perception of what's already going on, and someone like Swala is never going to change that perception. Remember, he said that he's been doing this for 7 years,
Oh wow.
and
So
his
at 7,
perception.
you could be wrong for 7 years. I was wrong for almost 40 years of my life, Swallow. And it took me a while to figure out that this place wasn't a globe. There are a lot of people that are wrong for a long time. All
Yeah, I
right.
say to my housemate, like with some of these guys, the only way that they'll change is kicking and screaming, and that's if the entire rest of the world changed.
Exactly.
And then they will only accept it because everyone else has accepted it, and they will have no choice.
Exactly. It's the same as when the news is like, by the way, some aliens landed on Washington D.C.'s lawn, and even though we're like they don't exist, but for all those that are like, that stuff's fake, it's fake, it's fake, they're like, hey, did you see that some aliens finally landed on the lawn? I
Yeah,
guess they're real. It's like, oh,
exactly.
because the news said it, you're gonna take the news ice. The news's ice is colder than a truth teller's ice, basically, right?
Exactly.
So the ice isn't cold enough unless the news fucking tells it, which I'm using the news as somebody else, but
Yeah,
that's
no, for sure.
it's neither here nor there. But I mean, so that's exactly what it is. Swallow fe. Just drop the ego, man. Just drop the ego. It's not the easiest thing, but drop it maybe for 10 minutes and just look. You may get something out of this, right? Just look with your eyes being without the hindrance, because living this life, coming in this circle and doing this it's not a good look for yourself, and it's not worth coming in here and just trying to troll, because like we're damn near immune to it. You know what I'm saying? We're benefiting from it, and we would like for you to benefit from it too. So just drop the ego, because it's not getting you anywhere.
Yeah,
I'm
unfortunately,
sorry. I'm
I'm
sorry,
sure
plain
he's going
reality.
to. No, you're right, brother. You just go on, man. This is your show. We all appreciate your insight. So actually, yeah, I'm going to be able to show you that water thing in a second, what I was talking about, because I do show it here. So here we have 2 other boats. Again, just doing what perspective does. Notice how we see the railing there, and we see the horizon well above the railing, and that's because the camera is above the railing. Now, here we have a whole bunch of boats that look like they're just floating on a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And here is what I was talking about with the water.
Yeah.
Here. So if we just add some
Ooh.
water, right? Now, if I just escape from here, because this is still, now if I was to just lift that up, say the horizon was there, and all those boats are under the horizon, that's a representation of what people would be seeing from the opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
Because if all those boats are under the horizon, well, then that's what they're seeing.
Yep. Oh,
Nothing. They're not seeing anything. They're seeing
that's
that.
right.
They're just seeing water. That is their horizon.
Jeez. Yep.
All right. Okay, so, okay, now let me hide this. There we go. All right, we'll get rid of that thing. Yeah, okay, now we'll go back over here. Right, so yeah, now we have some floating boats. So this is a pretty cool effect.
Not
We got
floating
that,
on
and
water either. That's
not floating on a cloud now.
right.
Okay, so here we have a couple of more boats, one on the horizon, obviously going to be in the highest visual position that we can see,
Yep.
and one below the horizon. All right, so this is just all examples of it. We can just draw the lines, we know which ones are further away from us, because you can see that one on the very right-hand side also looks larger. The one on the very left-hand side, the furthest one, looks smaller. They're probably a similar sized fishing boat, I would say.
Swallow. I'm sorry. Swallow, he's editing the water to give you an example of what they would be seeing or what they won't be seeing on the other side based on their perspective.
Swallow,
Coupled
what you
with
need to do is get out of the chat, shut up, and just listen, because I just explained that. So pretty well
Swallow.
anyone else who's listening to the presentation would have known exactly what just happened there, but because you weren't, because you're spiraling and you're going off on these other tangents trying to argue with people rather than listen, that's why you had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. Swallow. Okay. Swallow's trolling now.
No, yeah. No, just
Swallow.
forget
Yeah.
about Swallow, man. He's not gonna
Yeah, Swallow, you're lost, buddy. If you can pay attention
lost in
at
the
any
sauce.
time. Yeah, you could
Lost in the
pay.
sauce, brother.
Yeah.
I would say
Swallow
for
your.
everyone else to just ignore Swallow. Just let him do what he's doing. Just
Yeah.
totally ignore him. Let him just make comments. Forget about him,
Yeah.
because no one's ever going to change his mind.
Yeah. And guys, just ignore him. He has
Yeah.
no power here.
Yeah, you're giving him power by paying attention to him, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like just move on. Forget about Swallow.
Yep.
So we see the sailing boat at the very back there, up as high as it gets visually in the horizon. We have more here. So here we have a rock wall that is, the actual rock wall itself is 3.67 miles away from me. So that's about 6 kilometers in Australian terms. And we see that horizon in the background.
Right.
Right where I put that little black line.
Yes. Super faint. Yes.
On this day, that horizon is more than 20 miles away.
Oh, the one on the furthest, the one that's furthest left, correct?
Yeah,
Obviously.
the very top, furthest left. That horizon there. So the horizon here on this day has now moved to a position closer to 20 miles away. And that land there, when you can see, like, if I go back,
the jetty on the right of it, yes?
I'm on the jetty, right? I'm on my jetty that I'm normally on, 20-foot observer height. And you can see all that right at the very back, right where I put the very back black line, you can see some little black dots there. That's land back there.
Yeah.
That land is at most about less than 25 feet high, and that's 20 miles away.
Oh, wow.
Right, so that should be, 150 feet below. Right, now, the reason that we can see that on this day is because the horizon has extended to approximately 20 miles away. Because the horizon changes distance to us. It gets further away from us and it gets closer to us. It changes daily, it can change hourly, it can change within 10 minutes. So here we have the exact same rock wall, but now it's actually, the horizon is slightly in front of it because we have an inferior mirage. So now we don't see any of that land back there because we have an inferior mirage. The horizon's been brought to 3.6 miles away rather than 20 miles away. So what happens here is what we see perspectively, right? So see how I've got all the lines here. So perspectively, the horizon, which is the black line at the top, is the furthest position we can see. The red line, the next one down, there's a little boat there, right? So
I see it right in the middle. You're kind of crossing it out, huh?
Yep, so we can see there's a little boat there, right? So that boat now drops down a little bit lower because that's below the horizon. So that drops lower perspectively. The rock wall drops even lower than that. And then the next line is where that little bit of land goes out, where the beach juts out there. So you see how everything progressively gets lower.
Yes.
But then when we go here, now the rock wall is on the horizon. So now the rock wall is the highest visual position we see.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas before, the rock wall was no longer the highest visual position we see. So it is now below the horizon.
Okay, so I got a question for you. So how high up are you in this picture as opposed to the last picture?
Both of them, same
Oh,
spot. Same spot. All of this is
this
from the same spot. Everything I show you is
wow.
from the same spot. Nothing I'm going to show you, unless I tell you, is
Right.
from a different observation point. I'm on the jetty at Grange Beach in South Australia. I'm on
Mm-hmm.
the jetty. My camera is at approximately 20-foot observer height.
Wow.
Every picture I show you is from the same observer location.
How
And everything I show
crazy.
you is accompanied with a video, and I can prove every single thing on where I was on the day. It's all accompanied with videos.
How
So,
crazy is that to see
yeah,
that little island so much bigger with all that miraging going on?
for sure, man. And now think of it this way, right? To get a 20-mile horizon, so to get a horizon that's 20 miles away, I
Mm-hmm.
would have to be at about 200 feet elevation, according to the globe.
Wow. Okay.
And so I have had a horizon which is at 3 miles away, and then all the way to beyond 20 miles away. So that's the equivalent of me, according to the globe geometric horizon, that's the equivalent of me being an observer from 6 foot to over 200 feet. And even
Huh.
up to well over that, because I have filmed a ship, and that ship was 31 miles away, and it just disappeared. It didn't. I could still see the hull, but it was tiny. Like, I mean, freaking tiny. It was hazed out. It was hard to see, and then
Right.
it just disappeared because it just couldn't
So,
break through the haze anymore.
okay, so was it hazy like this?
Oh no, much hazier.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it just eventually disappeared. And I was at full digital zoom on the P1000 to
Oh,
even
you've got
begin
a
to
P
get.
one. Okay.
I got 6 P1000s, bro.
Oh, god dang. You
Yeah,
bought
I got.
all of them.
Yeah, and I'm trying to buy more.
Oh, shit.
Uh,
Okay.
okay, so let's skip through. So here we have the rock wall on the horizon again. We can now
Wow,
see
I
that the
that's
horizon is.
amazing that that's what it is at when the sky looks like it's pea soup.
Yeah, yeah. And so now on this one here, we can see the horizon is just past that rock wall. See
Mhm.
where the arrow's pointing there, and we can still see the waterline just past the rock wall.
Past it,
So,
yes.
so now the rock wall is the horizon's maybe at, I don't know, I just rough guess, maybe it's at like 5 miles away now.
Right.
So it just now looks slightly higher than the rock wall.
Mhm.
Okay, horizon is on it. Now we see the horizon well beyond. And I'm not sure if you've ever had it, but remember that picture where Swallow was like, "Oh, where's the bottom of the boat?" Where I did that.
Right,
Have
right.
you have you ever heard Globus say something like, "Oh, someone better call out the lifeguard because that boat's sinking"? Have you ever heard that?
No.
Oh, you've never had them say that to you? Okay,
Mm-mm.
well, I've heard that many times before. Well, this is where I look at this and see this big, massive wall of water coming towards everyone that's all above their heads.
Mhm.
Someone better let them know there's a tidal wave coming because there's a massive wall of water coming at these people.
Mhm.
Like, that's the stupidity of it. It's the same thing. Like, it's the
Mhm.
equivalent.
I get it. Yeah.
It's the equivalent. They sit there and they go like, "Oh, what's going on with all those buildings? Why can't we see the bottom of the buildings? Oh, they must be all
Uh,
washed out. There must be a flood." It's just retarded.
I'd have been like, or the earth is curving. It's got to be
Yeah.
one of those.
Okay, so here we see the horizon just slightly past that rock wall again, and now we go into a closer picture of the jetty down at Brighton, and we see the little yellow buoy there just to the right-hand side of the jetty.
Mhm.
Right, and we see everything progressively getting higher as it gets closer to the horizon. Now, yeah, all that sand area right behind that tower of that jetty, that's 9 miles away, and
That's 9 miles away.
the jetty itself is 8 miles away.
Mhm.
The sand behind that is another mile further.
Nice. Damn.
And we're
That's
seeing all
clear.
the way to the shore that day.
Yep. Wow, that is
Okay.
very, very clear.
This day we're seeing to the shore all the way down there again as well.
Now you're looking at this from the same
Yep.
position?
Yep. So we see here,
Nice.
see where the position of the buoy is in relation to the jetty and to that tower. See how it's just slightly to the right,
Mm-hmm.
the yellow buoy. So when I go here, see how that buoy's just slightly to the right again.
Yes.
Yep. So you can tell that I'm in that same approximate position. Okay. So this one here, look to the very left-hand side. You see the jet ski?
Yes, on the far left. Yes.
Now follow that white line all the way across and see how it's just in front of the red line, closer to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I skip through and now it's closer, now see how the white line is beyond that red line? So we could tell that before that, that jet ski was slightly closer than the buoy, but now the jet ski is past the buoy.
Wait. How's it past the buoy? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so see how the white line is now in front of the red line? Closer,
Right line
closer?
in front, like you mean
Yes, so see
towards
where the red
us.
line is and how the red line looks underneath the red, no, the white line looks underneath the red line?
Yes, slightly.
So, yeah, just ever so slightly. So that's showing us at the moment that that jet ski is actually slightly closer to me than what that buoy is.
Yes.
But then when we go like that, see how now the red line is below the white line?
Slightly
So,
above the right, and the white, like you said, the white ones are slightly above the red one. Yeah.
So now we know that that jet ski is now slightly further than the buoy.
Yes.
Right? So this is what we can tell prospectively when we're looking at things in a perspective, through the eyes of perspective. So I think I'm getting close to the end of all of this stuff here. We're just looking here. There's a bunch of people, just, a bunch of the surf life-saving people out there just doing some practice.
Mm-hmm.
On a nice, look at how flat that water is.
Get out of here. What you mean flat? Look at the edges, man. It curves. I'm sure Piper Australis would agree. Look at all that curvature out there.
Look at all that curvature. Actually, I did find some curved water. Look at the wave in front there. There's some curved
That's the only
water.
thing curving. Yep.
Yeah. And here we have these boats. We can tell which one's closer, which one's further away. Right, I have nice inferior mirage there. The buoy's on the horizon, and the thing in the boat in the distance is appearing to drop below the horizon, but it's just inside an inferior mirage. Jeez. And this area here that we're looking at, this is called Merino Rocks. The house to the right, where that road dips down. I'm not too sure if I show it here, but this is about 9.5 miles away, between 9.5 to 10 miles away. And I can always see to the shore there when there's no inferior mirage as well. But we'll see that later anyway. Just skipping through. I'll just go through these ones a bit quicker. We can tell this is all doing the same thing. Everything closer to you is lower in your vision. The closer it gets to the horizon, the more it rises in your vision until it gets to the horizon. And then it will be at the very top part of your vision because the horizon is the furthest part of the surface you can see.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like a broken record, but I need to say this often, as much as possible, so it drums into people's heads how this works.
So we have our trolls, we have our dear trolls visiting us. That means we're doing something right. I take that as a badge of honor when you guys come and pay us a visit and talk shit, because you guys are useless. You guys don't bring anything of value to any discussion. And that just means we're doing it right. So I thank you guys.
So, yeah, hilarious. So we have Starlink 4, and he says, on a flat Earth, the horizon would be a hazy mess, not a clear, crisp line. What, do you mean like a clear day? That's all it is. You're talking about a clear day. Like, look here, we have, this is a crisp, see how this horizon here looks like a nice, crisp, clear line? Mr. Starlink 4. See this nice, crisp, clear line horizon? Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They get their just leave them in here. We don't have to kick them out. No, you're not muted anymore, Swallow Effie. You're here. I just muted you for a little bit just so you could play nice. But here's the thing. We're trying to play This is trying to play fair with the devil. The devil, all he does is lie. And liars, they don't believe in anything. They don't believe in fairness or anything like that, because their only job in this world is to steal, kill, destroy, pillage, and just bring just terror and nothing of value. They don't create. They just good at destroying. You guys bring nothing of value to the discussion, unfortunately. But it's a good thing to me that you guys are around, because there's a clear distinction between what we bring and what you bring. And please continue. By all means, continue. Starlink 4, keep talking your shit. What's his name?
So what we
Swallow
see
FE,
here,
keep talking your shit, because people will see it for what you guys for what you do, and you'll just bring, we're impotent. Yeah, we sure are. You're just turning globers into flat earthers every day with
that's
your
called
bullshit.
that's called projection.
We're impotent. That's why globers are becoming flat earthers every day. Flat earthers don't become globers, unfortunately, right? Globers become flat earthers every day.
So Starlink. So we see here how this is a nice, crisp, clear horizon. Yet on another day, I'm going to show you all the way down to the shoreline, 12 and a half miles away there, the exact same location. What's going on with the horizon? Why on this day do we have probably close to 60 to 66 feet hidden, but on another day I'm going to show you 0 feet hidden? What happened to your crisp, clear horizon? Anyway, let's continue. Forget the troll. Trolls going to be trolls.
They will.
So now we go into part 2 of this, and this is that the horizon rises with the observer. Now we know that it rises technically and just below your eye level, or at your approximate eye level, but the best way to say it is that the horizon rises with the observer, because saying that it rises with the observer, they're morally bankrupt, they are intellectually dishonest if they say that the horizon doesn't rise. Okay, so here we have this one here again. I'll just skip through this. Again, just showing the horizon lowering as we lower the camera. All right, if the horizon doesn't rise, why when I lower the camera does it drop? And this is only over a short distance. This is like literally dropping the camera by 4 feet, 3 feet. And we see this dramatic drop in the horizon.
Yep, it
Higher,
follows. That's right.
Lower. Exactly. It follows your eye level. The camera here, the horizon, green line on the camera was placed right on the horizon in both of these observations. All right? Okay, and here we have this one I pinched from Rizzo Gets It. He showed this on one of his presentations one time, and we see the horizon rising with the observer. Amazing.
Hey,
crazy.
welcome all trolls. Welcome. Have a seat and learn something.
Oh, Piper Australis is here. Great. What a troll that guy is.
Well, Piper Australis, you have PRS. You've got all of them. These guys come in. Oh boy, it's good. It's good. I
bet Swallow messaged him. Swallow probably messaged him on Twitter. Quick, get over. Plain Reality's presenting. Come and help me.
These guys are the Antifa of flat Earth. They are the Antifa of flat Earth. So they don't have any. They're of no nutritional value. They bring nothing of use and importance. So let's just continue.
Okay, so the horizon rises with the observer. And what's a really nice way to have a look at this? Well, we can have a look at, apart from everything else that I just showed you, and I can show you why and how that all demonstrates it as well, but this kind of goes through it really nicely. So we notice everything rising as it gets to the horizon. But what do we notice about this? So Navy ships are demonstrating that the horizon is rising with the observer. And what do we notice about the ships? We have this ship really close to the horizon's cutting through the ship. So see how the horizon's kind of like halfway up on that ship?
Right. Going through the superstructure. The superstructure.
The superstructure. There we go. Oh yeah, were you Navy or?
I was.
Okay, well,
20, 23 years.
boom, you can help me out here. You can educate me on what some of this stuff's called.
But wait a minute, I'm a flat earther. I don't know anything. What are you talking about?
No, and a flat earther that was in the Navy. Did you actually go on the sea?
Oh, are you kidding me? I was in the Navy. Why would I belong on the water? Are you kidding?
No, man, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Clearly you must have just been admin on the fucking land.
Oh my, I was admin in a damn box in Arizona. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But what do we notice about the horizon here? What can we tell about the observer of this photo? Right? The visual height of the horizon above the ships shows us that the observer for the observation here is clearly well above the ships.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, if the observer was below the ships, the horizon wouldn't look above the ships.
That's right.
This is pointing and showing us that the horizon has risen with the observer. We can literally stack two of these ships on top of each other, right? So these ships would be out of view from someone on the exact opposite side of the horizon at the same observer height.
That's right.
Right? So now we have this. This is how globers think we see the world, right? So they think that when we see a ship, and there's all different ships, that if that one ship is the same size, then we should always see it the same size. But this is how we see. When we see things further away, things that are closer to us look larger, things that are further away look smaller. Now, but prospectively, like they're all different sizes, but we know that these ships were all the same size a moment ago. And what have I done here? This is an actual real observation. It's from a real photo. And this is what we're actually looking at. Right? So all of these ships are the same ship. We can tell they're all the same ship. You might even know what ship it is.
They look like destroyers.
The destroyers? Okay.
Yeah, because you could tell you've got the whatever. But yeah, they're destroyers.
Yeah. So what's the big radio tower thing called?
The radio tower, that's the superstructure. That's above the so you talking about, well, you've got different antennas. You've got a what's that goddamn thing? A P stick up there, of course, comms. You've got on the hull, like where it says 131 pixels, to the left of that, you've got a radar. That's a radar. Anything specifically?
Oh no, nothing specific. Just the whole structure. It's called the superstructure.
Yeah. So above the hull and the body is the superstructure, the stuff that's like sticking up. Right.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So here, like I just asked a few questions, which ship is at the back, which ship is at the front.
Yeah,
they're all there's two basic easy ways to tell. We should all know them by now. When something is visually larger and visually lower, it's obviously closer to us. And when something is visually smaller and visually higher, it's obviously further away. Now, in this observation, we see that the horizon is cutting through the ships. So what do we know about the observer's elevation here? Is the observer above the ships? Clearly not. Is the observer right on the ocean? Is he on a little dinghy? Obviously not. The observer is possibly here, possibly on the next part up, just below the superstructure, that deck part there. We know the observer has to be around that level, right? Because we see that that's where the horizon cuts through the ships.
Yes.
So if the horizon wasn't rising with the observer, it should just drop off straight away. Now, clearly, we can tell the horizon is rising. Now, this one here, we obviously know now that the horizon, or that the observer is much lower, because we see that the horizon is just cutting through the very lowest part of the ships.
Yeah.
So we know that the observer, maybe the observer is on that little section of the ship there, that little bottom part of the deck.
Or maybe the observer is a man overboard and he needs a ride.
he needs a buoy.
Yep.
Okay, so we know that we can see that the horizon's cutting through there, right? So we know the observer is now low. When the observer rises, all of a sudden we see the horizon rise. And we all know that the horizon isn't actually rising. It's all visual. It's extending. And the further the horizon extends as we go up, the more the horizon rises with us. I mean, it's just obvious. It's plain to see. Everyone can actually see that. You need to be blind. You need to... What I put it in the sense that it's like these people have been hypnotized, right? And what's going on is they've been hypnotized. They're eating an onion, but they've been told it's an apple. And they're just chomping on this apple. They're loving it. Everyone in the audience is going, dude, you're eating an onion. And they're looking at him going, what, are you stupid? This is a juicy apple, right? But they can't tell. To them, it's an apple. All they can see is an apple. Well, what we're doing is telling them that they're eating an onion. And they think we're idiots because all they can see is an apple.
Yeah.
They're just hypnotized.
They're hypnotized, and I think they enjoy the hypnosis, because if they really wanted to be out of that, even with the stuff that's true, they would have questions for it. But they don't. My thing is this: like, I welcome them. I don't even get mad at them anymore. They know what the truth is. The problem is that I don't know if they're full of evil, if they're getting paid, if it's a mixture. But they know what the truth is. They have to look their kids in the face and they have to tell them, yeah, I was part of the lying crew. We were part of the people that told lies. We just went around trolling people. That's all we did. And if that sets well with you and your kids, then fine. But if your kids are going to be like us and they're going to be seeking the truth, then you've got a problem on your hands, and probably a potential problem for the rest of your life. Do you think it's worth it? And if you do, that's fine. Fine by me. Like, I'm like, whatever. But your kids are part of the future. The people that we complain about, they were kids at one time. The people that we complain about and that we can't stand, they've probably been lied to and they became jaded, and they wound up like you guys, but to a greater degree, with a little bit more responsibility on their hands. And this is what we have to contend with at the end of the day. And so you trollers that come in here, you're no different than those people that we can't stand, that pass us shitty laws, that lie to people on a consistent basis, that poison the food, that poison the air and water. You guys are the same.
No,
You're no
I
different.
Think they're worse. I think they're worse because if it wasn't for them, then this wouldn't be happening in the first place. They wouldn't be able to poison our water if we all just got together and said, hey, stop poisoning the water. But these people, they sit there and they go, oh, but this study said that the fluoride is just fine and it helps your tooth.
Yep.
Well, how about all the other studies that have come out and said that it drops your IQ, it rots your teeth, it rots your bones, it does all kinds of things.
Put holes in your brain. Yes.
Yeah, what about all those studies? Because now there was a new court case that just came out recently and it's all just blown right out that, yep, it's complete poison. It's now just been, I think it was in America, it's just gone through the court systems over there.
Yeah. And willfully, you're being the willfully ignorant. You're being, those are frigates. Yes, those are frigates. Right there on the side.
Okay, yeah.
That one looks like wait. If you could zoom in a little bit, let's see.
I can, but hold on a second. Let me exit that.
That looks a lot like a Chinese,
These ones?
Genkai. But it's American, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's got they wouldn't. No, they're not frigates. That's a destroyer. Because if you look, you'll see. Zoom in. If you look, no, that's not a frigate. That's a destroyer. So if you look, you'll see. Now stop right there. You see those plates? They look like stop signs.
These things.
Yeah, to the right a little bit. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yep. Yep. That's the Spy 1 radar.
Oh, that's a radar.
Yeah, those are
Oh, wow.
radars.
Oh,
So it
wow.
gives it, yeah, it's a multifunctional radar, and that gives it a 360-degree view of everything airborne and everything seaborne.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a Spy 1 radar. So that's
Yeah,
and
war is a horrible thing, but a shitload of technology has come about because of
a
it.
lot of good technology, and the Chinese went ahead, and of course they copied it.
Yeah. All
They
right, let's,
copied it.
let's let's skip through this, brother, or we'll be here for 10 hours.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so clearly here we know that the observer is not low because we can see the horizon above. Like we can clearly see that the ships are below us
Mm-hmm.
and that we're looking straight across to the horizon, and the horizon is above all of these ships. So we know that the horizon has risen with the observer here. All right, so we'll just skip through some of this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Huh? That would be crazy if. Let me look at that boat again. Let me look.
Oh, you want to have a
Yeah.
look? All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 62. Okay. Okay.
You been on that one?
Mm-mm. Hmm. Okay.
So here when we go here, which is definitely something you would not want to be, imagine cruising on a little dinghy and this came towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, what the is going on? But yeah, so now we can tell, obviously, that the observer is really high. Okay, so definitely a couple of 1,000 feet, 4,000 feet. I mean, obviously I can't say exactly, but we know the observer is really high. We've got
Right.
some
Right.
like aircraft carriers to the left there. We've got all this distance to the horizon. We know that we're up extremely high. So what do we see? We see all these ships dropped right below us, and as it goes towards the horizon, whoops, wrong way. As we go towards the horizon, everything rises in our vision, right? And the horizon is well up, very high.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the horizon wasn't rising with us, once again, it wouldn't be all the way up here. And once again, also, we know that if we were to pull out an actual auto level, that horizon wouldn't be right at the perfect level. It would be
Mm-hmm.
slightly below. But now, let's just say this person's 1,000 feet up. Well, that horizon is now closer to 50 miles away. So
Mm-hmm.
1,000 feet over what's 50 times 5,200, like
Oh,
50
geez.
to 270,000 feet or something. So
Okay.
we got 1,000 feet over 270,000 feet,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's a tiny percentage of that number. So that tiny little gap, you don't see that with your eyes. You can't
Right.
perceive that. To you, that's looking straight across.
Hmm.
Right? So then as we look through here, obviously, once again, we can tell that the observer is now on a ship that's in front of these guys. We know that they're not on an aeroplane or anything. We know that they're not up higher. We know they're not on a little dinghy because we can look straight through these boats,
Mm-hmm.
these ships, right? So
Yes.
this should be completely becoming redundant now. Like to not see this and to not acknowledge it, again, you're eating an onion.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you could look at this boat, that is either a CG, but that is not a destroyer. You could tell the difference immediately with the amount of hardware that they got on there. That's not a destroyer. That's a
Right,
little bit. That looks like a little bit of an older class boat.
right.
So it
And
could either
unfortunately,
be
this
a
one's quite pixelated, but
yeah.
we can see there now. I know the superstructure on the one in the background. We
Yep.
see the horizon. The horizon's cutting through the superstructure back there.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
we
can
know
see it
that
right there at the top. Yeah.
So now we know that the observer is at about that same approximate level as whatever that superstructure is there. What are these ones called? It's pretty
Uh,
cool.
that one. Oh, that is that I think that's the Independence. It's like FFGX, I think. It's the Independence or the America. I always get those two confused.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking little ship.
Yeah.
But again, we
I
see the
think it's
horizon well above. Should be obvious to everyone now how high
yeah,
approximately
and yeah,
observer
the
is.
Independence is like a it's like a weird one. It's like a LCD, LCS, something like that. But it's one of the newer boats. Um I forgot who makes it. It's one of the newer boats. It's more inland. It doesn't do anything really out to
No,
sea like that.
it's
It's
more
like the
patrolling your
Independence.
own shores.
Yeah, it's like Lockheed Martin or Boeing that makes them. One of the two. I forgot. And this one, I think this was a foreign boat, maybe. I don't know. French, Japanese, I don't know. Who is this? Is this
Um,
Chinese?
I don't know.
151?
It's got a whole bunch of different flags. It's got a Japanese flag on there.
Yeah.
Looks like it's got a Chinese flag. I don't know what all
Mm.
these flags are. It's got a whole bunch of different ones.
It might be a Pac Fleet
Yeah,
series of Pac Fleet Pacific,
but, but
Indo-Pacific
yeah, but again,
fleet
we can tell
boats.
that the observer is clearly on another ship that's in front of these guys, and the
Right.
horizon is cutting straight through them. Now we can see the observer has climbed well up closer towards wherever these clouds are. So once again, they're a few thousand feet high. And
Hey.
we see that horizon well above all of these ships.
The little carrier strike group.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like it.
yeah, pretty crazy. But it's amazing how much we can just tell by looking at these boats what's going on with the horizon and what's happening
Mhm.
with the observer. Again, this is all becoming redundant. It should become redundant, except for those trolls in the chat who aren't even bothering to listen. They're just coming up with crap because that's what they do.
Yep.
Right, so now we've just come to the end of that. Now we're moving on to objects disappearing beyond the horizon. Now, I will go into another observation that I've done since I did this presentation. And
hmm
the observation that I've done since I did this actually uh, shows all of this and proves all of this. Proves everything that I'm saying.
hmm
Okay, so you can't hear this, so I'll just kind of skip through it. This was from Flat Earth Tess. He did a debate on the horizon as well and some different things. And what we see here, every
Hey.
every time we see lasers, they always bend up. So when
Mm-hmm.
we see anything terrestrially, not just done in a lab where it's a controlled environment and they do it in the lab and they can get a laser to bend down, terrestrially, we never see that. We only ever see lasers bending up, which would be showing us upward refraction.
Yep.
Right. So what's going on? Again, we don't have to worry about what I wrote there. That's from what I wrote earlier. The
hmm
furthest part of the horizon is that we can see. The horizon is the furthest part of the surface we can see. Right. And this changes all the time. Sometimes it enables us to see further, sometimes not as far,
hmm
and everywhere in between. Right. So when we look here, this is a representation of what's going on. Let's just say each of these ships is 1 mile apart. If the horizon moves 1 mile further away, what would happen is anything that was at the 3 mile mark will now drop below the horizon. The ship that was at 4 miles raises onto the horizon. The ships that were at 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles all get progressively higher. If the horizon was to move to 5 miles away, we would see that same progression again. Now the ship that was 4 miles drops below, lower, 3 miles lower again. The 5 mile one goes up higher, and we just get this same progression all the way through.
Yep.
Right? So this is what's happening with the horizon. Like I said, I can get a horizon on one day that's 3 miles away from me, and on another day it's 15 miles away from me. Or I
Yep.
could get the horizon at 3 miles away, and 3 hours later it's at 15 miles away. Right? And this is what's going on. The horizon just moves position, and as it moves position, everything that you see will change accordingly. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I should do is let me get out of here. Sorry, because
It's okay.
this is a video, so no one's going to hear it. It's not really going to work for anyone. So let me just go into here, and I will go through this just piece by piece. Oh, that's something else that I did. Let me find it here.
This is all we got. Oh, RMFW small. Listen. Just sit down and listen. Sit down, be quiet, and listen. Okay. How about that?
It's not this one here that I want. God damn it. I forgot. Well, I mean, we could have played it, but obviously because it's not working, we can't play it.
Okay.
Sorry, give me two seconds. Apologies.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, there's nothing you could do about. Let them hang out. They're silly. They're silly. They're gonna be silly. They don't see us going to their channels. I wonder why. We don't go to their channels. We don't bother them. We don't have to.
No, they're just
Yeah,
they're
empty.
They're just spiraling.
Yeah,
That's
they're
what they
empty.
do.
They're just empty, and it's not even. They're sad, man. This is how they make their daily bread. And if this is their 30 pieces of silver. If that's what it is, they can have it, man. They can have Caesar's money all they want.
I reckon if I go here, they should have the whole thing just here. And I'm gonna have to go. Oh, this is the older one. God damn it! But I think there should be a. This will give us a good idea. So this is what's going on with the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what's going on as we see. Now let's just say we have a 100-foot observer.
Mm-hmm.
Now the horizon geometrically, according to their globe Earth, is 12.25 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a observer at 100 feet. We have now a ship that's 100 feet tall. As that ship goes off towards the horizon, it gets progressively higher in his vision. We've seen all this. I've just demonstrated it through all these pictures that we've just gone over. And once it gets to the horizon, it will now reach the highest visual position that he can see, and that will be at his approximate eye level. He will now be looking straight across at that ship. Technically, obviously, that ship would be much smaller than this, but this is just an animation.
Yeah,
this is not.
I got you.
Right now, this is what they claim actually happened over that whole.
No, Globers don't. You please don't show that. You're gonna drive these guys crazy. Globers don't think that. Really?
So we saw the ship go straight. No, hold it. No, there's different.
Oh
So when
God,
after it gets there,
there
they're
goes
going to see
Piper.
this.
There goes Piper Australis.
Oh, how do you explain a distinct horizon? Like I've always explained to you, you mean a clear horizon? We'll go over that in a minute. What a fool that guy is.
Oh boy.
So then the ship will now drop. From there, now let's say we have two people. They're at equal distance away from the horizon. So they're now 24.5 miles away from each other. They're equal distance.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen is the same thing. This boat's going to go off. It's going to get to the horizon. The person on the left there, female, she would have seen that boat rising. And now when she sees it, it now drops. Now, let me see, what have I done here? Let's go through that again. This is what she would have seen then. She would have seen this. He saw this. It just rise and drop. But as it was rising, that's what she saw.
Yep.
And then she saw it drop.
Yep.
See how she sees it drop in her vision?
Mm-hmm.
Right? These two people are equally distant apart from each other. Perspectively, they're seeing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oh, see, this is an older presentation. Like this is an older animation that I did.
And some global would say, and this is what the Earth is doing.
Yeah.
Big old curve, and it's turning, and a bunch of satellites and shit like that flying in the sky, in space. Those globers,
Okay.
boy.
Yeah, here we go. I think this is a newer one. So let's go here. Right. Okay. So, like I said before, that's what they want you to believe that we saw, but this is what you actually saw. So when we watch a boat go off into the distance, we just watch it go straight off into the distance. We don't see any kind of curving. We don't see anything. Now they're going to say it's too small. Of course, you're not going to see it curving, but we never see that. So it just
No,
doesn't
we
happen.
no because here's the thing, Piper Australis. This is you're using these words, you're saying this and everything, Piper Australis. Listen, man, listen. Real talk. There is if what you saying is true about this place, right? We would have found some form of a physical curve. We could have a physical curve somewhere. We don't have physical curve, Piper Australis, because it doesn't exist, man.
Everything
Somewhere
has
there
an
would
apparent
be a
position.
physical curve established somewhere, whether it's on land, whether it's in the water. And we tried it on land. We tried it in many different places. If you're from the United States, Piper Australis, which I'm assuming you live in Australia, but we have the flatlands in the United States, right? We have flatlands in the middle of the country. And I'm talking about Nebraska, Kansas. These places are flat as hell, right? But they go on for miles and miles. Somewhere we would find curvature. Somewhere in those flatlands we would find some kind of curvature. Problem is, Piper, we don't. We
Yeah,
don't
and
find
see,
it anywhere, and we've looked, bruh. We've
mm,
really looked, and we've looked hard, and we've looked for you guys. We can't find it, and we thought since you guys are so smart, you guys know so much, that you could show us, but you can't. Instead, you use these big words, and you hope that we would balk at it, but we don't because you guys tend to be full of shit. And so we see through your bullshit. And as we see through your bullshit, we learn and we discover new things. And we laugh at you because we're not the impotent ones. You guys are, but at the same time, we feel sorry for you, and we're trying to show you and demonstrate to you, which our brother Plain Reality is doing right now. But you want to talk instead. Instead, you want to show that, tell that Plain Reality he just gave distances to what? He's showing you how it's working. And he's shown you like in a million different examples how it's working. But for whatever reason, you don't want to listen. Like everybody here is listening. And to some degree, like we fully get it. But there are new ways in which we could see this reality, right? That maybe we didn't pay much attention to. And I'm getting a little bit out of it. And I hope you would too. I don't think you are
yeah,
though.
again, Piper's just another. He's another swallow.
Yeah.
It's never gonna change for him.
Yeah.
But okay, so this ship, once the ship moves beyond it, will now just drop exactly. So in your vision, it rises in your vision.
Uh-huh.
Once it gets to the horizon, it just drops in your vision. It's just doing the same thing. There's no difference between these two things. It's all the way that perspective works. The horizon goes straight. I mean, the ship goes off straight. We've gone through all this. This is what they want you to believe happens once it gets past the horizon. They want you to think that there's this big curve and it just goes over this curve. All right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're expected to believe, but that's not what happens. All right? Sorry, this is probably going to be a little bit discombobulated because this isn't actually the presentation. This is where I've just sort of, made this. She sees it like this.
Mm-hmm.
He sees it like that. So see, this is what they're seeing together, right?
Right.
So as it goes, that's what they're seeing.
Yep.
But these guys are the same distance apart. So that there is the exact same position for both of them. They're
Mm-hmm.
both going to see it on the horizon. And this is also saying that all conditions are equal. They both have the exact equal refraction. They have the exact same conditions because this can be completely different. The person on the left could have a horizon looking to the right, and that horizon might be 12 miles away. The person on the left person on the right looking to the left might actually have an inferior mirage, and their horizon could be only 3 miles away. Right? It can be totally different looking left and right, because I've had this before where I was looking down towards the jetty.
That's important. That's totally important. An important aspect of this whole thing that I didn't even consider.
Yeah, well, so I've got a video on my Twitter or X where I'm looking towards Brighton Jetty, and there's an inferior mirage, and about 30 feet of the jetty is hidden under the inferior mirage, and that's 8 miles away. I turn the camera 120 degrees. I'm looking at a ship that's now 13.3 miles away. So it is 5.3 miles further, but only about 10 feet was hidden, and there was no inferior mirage. 8 miles distance, 30 feet hidden, inferior mirage. 13.3 miles, 10 feet hidden, no inferior mirage. The conditions can be completely different looking left to right.
So you know what, Piper Australis, horizon, you're right. Horizon isn't a big word. So my question is this: why do you guys refer to horizon as if it's going to make this place curve or not? Why do you guys always refer to the horizon? Why do you, as a globe person, refer to the horizon? Tell me, Piper. Educate me, because I don't know. I'm stupid. I think horizon is a big word. So why is it important to you, the word horizon? And what does the horizon mean to you, Piper? Flat earthers in the chat were claiming the horizon is not physical. It's no, in that sense, it's not physical because there's no, it doesn't give you a curvature. So tell us what it means, Piper.
Yeah,
Tell
he
us what it
actually
means. All
he
the
has no idea
horizon is
what the
just gonna,
horizon is.
yeah.
He doesn't know how the horizon affects things. Like he doesn't know. You know, they don't do the observation, and I don't say that in a bad way because, like at the end of the day, like think
Our
of
view
this.
of a ship is an apparent position. Okay, that everybody's refracting. So no, at some point, Piper. You know what? No, we're going in circles right now. Piper knows what the deal is. We're fucking. They're pulling us off of the target. Keep
Yeah,
going. Keep
yeah,
going. Keep going.
yeah.
Sorry, Piper.
So
You
yeah,
lost this round. You're not getting us this time. You're
you
just
know,
trolling.
like
You know what it is. Piper
yeah,
knows
so,
what it is.
for sure. So it's like I understand that in a way, like I'm in a unique position, right? Because at the end of the day, and I don't say this like I'm some kind of authority or that I'm some kind of like I'm amazing, but how many other people have actually gone out there and filmed on 600 different occasions the same location to see what the hell's going on? Right? So I'm in a unique position in a way to that I've now got a complete understanding of what's going on. I've seen the horizon move closer to me. I've seen it move further from me. I've watched ships go over it. I've watched ships go all the way to the land. Like I've seen all of the different effects that could possibly happen between me and that land. Right? And that is a privileged position. Not many people can say that they've done that. And in fact, the bulk of the people who say that they can done that are all flat earthers. So we have all those channels that I showed beforehand, you know, Pablo's Dogs, Plain Truth, Heath Carmody, Wide Awake, you know, they've all gone out and they've done hundreds of observations as well. Okay, then you've got Sky Free. Sky Free's gone out and done hundreds of micro observations. Right, so that they've done the same thing, but they've done it from the micro level, and they've shown all the same things that we describe. Right, so the funny thing is that it's the flat earthers that have gone out there and actually looked. These guys go out there like Swala one time with a auto level and go, look, the horizon was below my auto level. Flat Earth debunked. Right, and that's it. Okay, cool story, bro. How far was your horizon? You don't know. Anyway, let's move on. So then, you know, like she just looks at it going back and it just does all the same things. And we can get out of here because this is just a general description of what's going on, I will show you this exact same thing in real life footage. So we'll get out of here now. We'll go back to this one. Okay, now I won't play that. We'll go back over here. Right. Let me just sort of get my bearings back again. Right, okay. So we remember this. All these ships, all the same size, but now all different sizes because they're all at different distances. We know that they're all the same size. Now, someone looking from the opposite side of the horizon. So imagine someone's on the opposite side of this horizon. They're at the same observer height and the same distance from the horizon as what this person is to that horizon. That's what they would be looking at. They wouldn't be seeing the ships like that. That's how I'm seeing it from my side of the horizon. The person on the opposite side of the horizon would see that. Right?
Yeah.
But we're both looking at the same thing.
You're right.
Because these boats are below the horizon. See how all of them, they're half cut in the horizon?
Yep.
They're all below the horizon. Except what they see is the opposite. Because what we see here is all the boats, the boat at the front is large and is in the lower position. The boat at the back is smaller and is in the higher position. When we go here, the boat that was at the back now becomes the other person's boat at the front, and that's the middle one. That's now the front boat for them, so that boat looks larger. And the boat on the very left, that was now the boat on the very left here, and because it's further away, for the person on the other side of the horizon, it now looks even lower and smaller. But we're both looking at the same thing, just from the opposite side of perspective.
Nice.
Right? So I'll skip through this. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't realize. This is a video. Again, this is one of my videos. This boat here. So did I say where it was, or do I say that in a minute? Okay, I'll say that in a minute, I think. So here we have, this boat was called the Mandarin Arrow. It was in port for 7 days. This was on about day 5 or 6. Okay, it's 14.27 miles away, and I'm at a 28-foot observer height for this. Notice how magnified it looks. Now, over the next 3 hours, this is what we saw. Now, when I first posted this video, and probably even in the comments of Twitter, someone posted to me, why did you film a ship coming into port and claim that it was just there? It was just there. And I can prove that because I have all of the data for the ship for the previous 6 days to prove that the ship was just sitting there.
Like a marinetraffic.com. That thing was just chilling or something.
It was just chilling, yeah, waiting to go into port. So over 3 hours, and clearly we can see that there's some refraction going on, right? Obviously.
Guys, sometimes ships do that, man. That's just called anchoring out to sea.
Yeah, piece of.
You just anchor out to sea and you just chill, you just hang out. Some ships do that.
Sorry, I've got to go through that again because I accidentally pushed them. But okay, so now 3 hours later, this is the ship. This is it. Same ship. Same position. 3 hours earlier. 3 hours later.
Wow.
We have the horizon behind the ship now.
Yep.
3 hours earlier. Magnified ship. Just get into the right position there. 3 hours earlier, magnified ship. 3 hours later, and there the ship was. Okay, so this is what's happening. And what happened there? All that happened was the horizon moved. The horizon moved further past that ship. Now, obviously, if the horizon moves past the ship, clearly now we see all of the ship. It just makes sense. When the horizon's in front of the ship, we lose it. We can't see all of it because the horizon's going to block it, because the horizon is the, how did I describe it before? What is the horizon? The horizon is the visual furthest position you can see, the surface. So when that's like that and that horizon comes close to us, that horizon now, because there is also an inferior mirage there, so that horizon is probably only about 5 to 6 miles away, right? But the ship's 14 miles away. So now we have almost 10 miles between the horizon and that ship, right? As it goes through here, now the horizon is past the ship. So now the horizon is further than 14.7 miles. So now we see the whole ship.
Yeah.
What does the horizon do? What does everything on the horizon do? Anything on the horizon now becomes the highest visual point you can see. So now that that's on the horizon, it is now the highest visual point you can see, and we see the entire ship. And here's just the ship data for that one day. Right? Okay.
Boom.
So how did I start coming to all of this? I started doing this, and I guarantee you Piper fell for this as well. That's probably why he spirals, because I started doing this to everyone on Twitter that was trolling me. And I started saying to them, what's going on? Why can't we see that jetty? See the jetty on the left-hand side there?
Yes.
Yeah. Why can't we see that jetty? I just said that. I didn't say where I was. I didn't say anything. I just said, why can't we see the jetty? We see that buoy there on the horizon, right? So the buoy's on the horizon. The jetty's well beyond the horizon. Why can't we see the jetty? Obviously, their only answer is its Earth curve, you stupid flirt. Right?
Oh, man.
They don't have any other answer. That's the only answer they have. They don't have anything else.
Yeah.
Because if you can't see something in the distance and it's hidden by the horizon, it can only be Earth curve. Right?
And how far is that?
Okay. Hold on. We're getting to that. So this is from the exact same location. See how we see the buoy in relation to that, to the jetty?
Yes.
So the buoy is just slightly to the right of the jetty.
And guys, pay attention. Now, if you go back one slide, please. Now, if you look at that jetty on the left, what he's talking about also is not necessarily the platform, but you could look at it looks like a crow's nest sticking up at the top. Look at the picture on the left, the crow's nest, and then on the right, you could see the same thing. It's all blurred and shit, but you could see it on the left side of on the right picture. Okay, that crow's nest. You won't see the rest of the jetty, which looks like a cross platform or something like that, but you could totally see that crow's nest. All right, man, go ahead.
And you see that umbrella part
On the bottom, yes.
On the bottom, right? So if we were to look at that picture on the left-hand side, that buoy is the equivalent of putting it on the jetty. It's like it's higher than the jetty.
Oh, wow, I didn't even know. Yeah, actually, you're right. Because you can see where it is. You can see where the top of the yellow buoy is in respect to that umbrella part. Oh, that's right.
Exactly, right? So that entire jetty is all below the horizon.
Wow.
But when we skip to a different day, and now we see the buoy is below the horizon, it's below the jetty is above it. So what happened? The horizon moved beyond the jetty. And what did we just go over? When something is on the horizon, it is in the highest visual position. That's why when we go back one here, and we see the buoy is on the horizon, so the buoy is in the highest visual position. And everything beyond the horizon will drop below the horizon. So you see how he came to this realization that it's all perspective just on the opposite side of the horizon?
Yes.
Because there's no Earth curve here. That jetty is 8 miles away. The buoy is 4 miles away. The buoy is actually 3.6 miles away.
So then my question is this, is not for you, Plain Reality, but rather for people like Piper Australis and all his people in the chat. Okay, Piper Australis, we're looking at this right now. My question to you guys is, where and when would we find Earth curvature? Like, where in your logical mind, and that's not a rhetorical question that doesn't require an answer, but I'm actually looking for your answer. Where and when do we find and will we find this curvature? Like, based off of these observations, where should the Earth curvature be?
Yeah. And also, Piper, that buoy doesn't have an apparent position. That buoy has a physical position, and it's always a physical position. The horizon has an apparent position because the horizon is not physical. Now, the horizon, so we say it's apparent because it is. It's not a physical location. But if I'm looking at the horizon and I say, Vlad's in a boat, and I'm like, hey, Vlad, just keep going. And when I say stop, you stop. Now, if you just keep going in that boat and I go stop, I'm like, right now, visually, you are on the horizon I can see.
Yes.
Now, if you anchored right there, 10 minutes later, I might have to be like, hey, shit, man, come closer to me because the horizon's moved. You're now beyond the horizon. You're not on the horizon anymore. But for a moment, you were on the physical position of where the horizon was. But
I
it's
guess
always
I guess
changing.
I was physically at a place that that I could be observed by
Yes.
you, that I was on the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Because it's, you know what? I equate that to the whole happy birthday moon analogy, where the bear is wishing the moon happy birthday, so he gives the moon a top hat for its birthday. So in order to give the moon the top hat and the moon could wear it, he takes the top hat and puts it on top of a branch. And then he waits for the moon to wear it. And then after a few minutes, the moon is wearing the top hat on the branch. But then after a few minutes, the moon takes the hat off
Right.
and he's
Yes.
somewhere else.
Yes. 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 No,
Based
good
off of
one.
where he's looking at that moon, the moon decides it wants to take the hat off.
Yeah. But if he then kind of moved himself to a slightly different position, the moon would be wearing the hat again.
Yes,
He
yes.
just looked from a slightly different position. The same. So if I went, hey Vlad, go out there, and I'm like, you're right on my horizon. Well, someone else who's maybe lower than me or higher than me or 500 meters in front of me would be like, no, he's not on the horizon. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
He's not on the horizon. No, you're only on the horizon that I can see at that moment. But it'll change. You know, it's not going to be the same. But right, so this is really important, right? So this is what everyone needs to actually really understand, that that jetty didn't drop below the horizon. The jetty hasn't moved. The jetty hasn't dropped down. The horizon has been brought closer to me. When the horizon gets brought closer to you, everything in the distance will appear to lower. It's just apparent. It hasn't actually dropped. It's the position of the horizon that has changed, not the thing in the distance. That stayed in the exact same position the whole time. That hasn't changed. The position of the horizon changed. This buoy isn't all of a sudden really high. And now the buoy isn't all of a sudden really low. The position of the horizon changed. The visual position that we can see the horizon moved. So what happened was now the light has gone further straighter. The light is now reaching further before it starts to bend. So the position of the horizon is now further. On this day, the light is starting to bend at around 3.6 miles. So now I can no longer see anything beyond that. It will now appear to drop, because when you have what's called upward refraction, everything in the distance will drop. Okay, this actually is the nuts and bolts of the argument, and this is why the globers were spiraling. But then many of them didn't take the bait, right? So then I started using this picture, and I'm like, because this is a classic globe troll picture. Some of them have even used it as their profile pictures before. So then I'm like, hey guys, what happened to the bottom of the ship? Yeah, Brenda. Brenda has used this as her picture before, and Brenda has used this photo before to prove the curve of the Earth. So I've gone, hey guys,
It's
what
funny
happened to
how
the
that
bottom of the
curve
ship?
works.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, hey guys, what happened to the bottom of the ship? Obviously, I get it's below the curve of the Earth, you stupid flirt. So then I went, what about now? But I would do this one. What about now? What happened to the jetty? Where's the jetty? Right? Some of them went, shit, he's setting me up. So they wouldn't answer. But obviously, when he went, that's the curve of the Earth. And I'm like, okay, boom. But you can't say that that boat is the curve of the Earth, but the jetty's not the curve of the Earth. You can't say that the boat is the curve of the Earth and that jetty's missing because of refraction. You see how that doesn't work? Right? Because
And
they're either both refraction or they're both the curve of the Earth. Make up your mind.
exactly. You can't have both. You can't have
No,
both.
you can't have
And like,
both. Are you
and
listening, Piper? You
and
can't have
just
both.
and just like Flatsoy says, you can't. It can't be both. It
It
can't
can't be
be
both.
both.
Right?
Can't be both.
So this is what destroys their argument of the horizon. Because my whole thing is, I just say the horizon is the result of refraction. The horizon is the result of refraction. It's a refractive effect. It's an effect of refraction. Then the position of the horizon depends on the refractive conditions of the day or the moment that you're looking at the horizon.
Yes.
Right? So when at this moment, when I'm looking at the horizon in that top picture, well, the refractive conditions of that day have brought the horizon to 3.6 miles away. In the bottom picture, the refractive conditions of that day have put the horizon at well beyond, actually closer to probably 13 or 14 miles. Right? Now, this observation shows what we're looking at there is only 9 miles away, but the rest of this observation showed the horizon well beyond that.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
So this is the area that I look at. I'll just escape from here and I will blow it up so everyone can just have an idea of what I'm looking at. And on this day, we see a nice inferior mirage. So as we scoot through here, just here, we see the jetty, that tower. We can see the little yellow buoy right here. And look, oh my God, there's a sail. Holy shit, what happened? The sail was below the curve. Oh, freaking out. Oh my God, what happened? Okay. Just here, I did a mirror observation, and my friend,
you can see the reflection from there.
Yeah, the
Nice.
guy, my housemate, he went down there, put a mirror on the sand, and I show that in this a little bit later here. He put a mirror on the sand right there, but on this day, right here, that inferior mirage is hiding 30 feet, but maybe about 35 feet. So 35 feet is hidden on this day. Now, as we skip further through here,
we're going to get a Piper. Don't worry. We're going to find the curvature somewhere. We're looking for your curvature right now. So don't worry about it. Yeah. It'll appear here in a second. I'm sure of it.
It's right here. Look, Piper. Look, we're all freaking out. We found the curve.
Oh my God, found that curve, baby.
You were right the whole time. Holy shit. Globe Earth confirmed.
You're right.
Yeah. Right. So this area here, this is called Hallett Cove. Now this area here is where I've done another mirror observation from. This is 12.6 miles away. On this day, we have close to 60 feet hidden. And I've done this with my other mate, went down, had the mirror 2 feet off the water, and I went to the sand and had my camera 5 feet off the water, which I'll show in a minute. And that should have been more like 60 feet, but we got a mirror flash from a 1 foot mirror to a 5 foot observer.
Wow.
Right?
Well, if you knew anything about refraction, you would know that bullshit, wah, 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 nonsense. The end. Amen.
Yeah. So have a look at this boat. Like, look at the way the horizon cuts right through there. All of this would be out of view to an observer on the opposite side of that horizon, looking back. Now, this here is those houses. These are down at Port Noarlunga. And this is where we saw before, all the way down to the shore.
Oh, nice.
All right. So that's just like just giving everyone just and if you want to see how I see it, if with the naked eye, that's how it would look to me with the naked eye. It's like that. To the naked eye, that's how it looks. So you can't really tell anything with the naked eye.
Brenda, are you listening? Piper, are you listening? I hope
Okay.
so.
So we go here. Now let's have a look at all these same things. Look at the buoy here again. And this is all the data locations for these things. Right? So I'll just do it here first. And in fact, let's do this. Let's zoom in so everyone can get a good look. Look how nice and clear this is on this day.
Wow.
Look how beautiful and clear this is. So here we have the buoy. See all the way down here and water behind here. We're seeing all the way to the shore. This is 9 miles away. This is 5.5 miles away. This is 3.6 miles away.
Oh my gosh.
This is 8 miles away. So between here and here, we have, what is it, 2.5 miles?
Yeah. Wow.
Between here and here, we have 2 miles. Look at the gap here. It's
Look
quite
at
large.
the gap. Yes.
And look at the tiny gap here.
Yeah.
So there's now
Oh, wow.
2.5 miles of information right here and 2 miles of information here. And this tiny little gap right here, this tiny, tiny little gap here, there's 1 mile of information right there.
Oh my God.
Now, if we scoot across here and we go to, this is where the mirror observation happened, right in front of this. Right here, we're seeing the shore here, right? This is where the mirror observation happened. And this is where up here, a second ago, we had hidden all the way up to here, under that infrared mirage. Couldn't see anything from there down. And I'll skip, where are we going here? Let me just blow this out a little bit. Right, okay. Here, let's blow this right up. Now it's probably too hard for you guys to see, but there's little lines right here.
Yeah, I see them.
There's a little line there, there's a little line here, little line here. These are light poles, 15.1 miles away.
Jeez.
This point right here, which is where the light poles cut right across, this point here is 16.7 miles away and is 50 feet high. The light poles are cutting right across here. Right? Now, 66 feet would be around about here. And if you include
where your cursor
standard
is.
refraction, if you include standard refraction, which makes the globe bigger than what actually is, than it already actually is, this around here is where the horizon should be, even if you make the globe bigger.
Piper, I think you should use your senses, Piper. Piper, instead of trying to be cool and figure out these, concepts of yours that have nothing to do with whether the earth is flat or a ball, if you use just use some sense, man. Like you'll be amazed at what the things that you can open yourself up to if you just use a little bit of sense. It's flat. Like whether you're in Australia or you're in America or you're in Iceland or you're in Greenland or you're in South America, it's stretched out flat. So, it's just because let's read this right here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It says, does anyone have an explanation as to why we would see a horizon on a flat Earth? Anyone? Does anyone have
refraction?
Yeah.
End of story.
And so so the way Piper's saying it is that we can't use refraction because that belongs to the globe. Because if we use it, then we're admitting then to the globe being relevant, or the globe being the reality?
That's false. Refraction belongs to the air. Is there
You hear that?
air?
Yeah,
Is
you
there
hear
air
that,
on the
Piper?
Earth? Is there air on the Earth, Piper? Does the Earth have air on it?
Oh,
I'm
apparently
pretty
it.
sure the Earth has air. There's water in the air. There's all different types of refractive things in the air. The air
Super
is
stretched.
refractive.
Super stretched, and that doesn't change the condition of this Earth, Piper. None of that changes the condition of this place, man. Just open your eyes, man. Just open your eyes, close your mouth, man. You
What
had
we can
2 eyes
say,
and 2 ears for a reason, and 1 mouth, Piper. Or and well, then
what we can say.
technically Piper
Sorry,
could
Paul.
say two hands because she's typing. So that's weird. But go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, brother. But yeah, what we can say is that the refraction formula belongs to the globe, but refraction doesn't belong to the globe.
Mm.
Oh, that's my guinea pigs. Can you hear them? Stop
Yeah.
it! Quiet. They just
I hear a
came
good slap to the guinea pig makes them stop. It's like, just kidding.
Okay, so that's that
Give me
one there.
give me
Right?
1 second. I'm going to the bathroom. Give me a
Okay,
second.
yeah, by all means, man. You go.
I'll be right back.
So we see this point here, people, and we'll go over this again. This little concrete area here, this is where we did a mirror observation from. And if I was to just skip back to this picture and go here, this is where this is. This is what this little white part right here, this white bit here is, where were we? This side, is this house right here. It's this bit right here. All of this bit here on that day was hidden by an inferior mirage. Now, Piper, is there a horizon on this day? There's a horizon here, right? See the horizon? This is a horizon. Look at everything it's hiding. Look at all this stuff hiding behind the horizon. Now we go here, Piper, and we have a horizon. Now it's not hiding anything. And I'll show more observations from this day because we're going to use this as an example. All right. Let's go through here just while we're waiting for Vlad to come back. Show you guys quickly this here. Right, so here we have the horizon and we see that there's 24 pixels here. But what's going to happen here is this is just another comparison. So if I go like, we go back one. I think this is a comparison, is it? Or is this where oh no, this isn't a comparison. Duh. This is where I'm just showing the distance to the horizon changing. See here? Still a low tide day, different conditions. We see this position changing constantly. Okay, we can hear Vlad coming back, so let's get back over here. Now that's right, Piper, truth doesn't fear investigation, but you do fear it.
Piper, shame on you for being so goofy. Shame. Yo, for real, I'm calling the goof troop on your ass. I'm gonna call the goof troop on you. They're gonna arrest you, and then they're gonna put peanut butter all over the top of your head. See how you like that shit. You just might like it. Let me stop fucking around. You might like that shit. ABC's here. Look at that. Angela Baby Carson's here. Anyway, Piper, shame on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he rescued his guinea pigs. Them guinea pigs sounded like a couple of sirens.
Yeah, those little buggers, man. They heard my housemate was chopping something up in the kitchen. So as soon as they hear something getting chopped, they're like, "Oh, food! Is that mine?
Oh,
is that
yeah?
mine? Is that for me? Is that for me?" So I was just telling everyone, Vlad. So you see this little concrete area, right? This is this little area right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we did the mirror flash from. And this little area right here, and I just pointed it out to everyone a moment ago, is this little area right here. That's this one right here. It's the same spot. This white thing right here is the top of this. That's this.
Oh, wow.
That bit right there. All of this was hidden that day inside the inferior mirage. Right. So now we just go on just to, because this presentation here that I've designed here, this one isn't really about the horizon changing distance.
Right.
That's for another presentation. Because that I'm going to show, you know, a couple of hundred examples of. So it's like, you know, they can't deny it. And then what I'm going to show examples of that is how when the horizon changes distance, it completely changes the way the entire back area looks and how much we see. When we have a far horizon, when we have the horizon far away. So see on this day here, this is all the same day. I think this was the 27th of July or September. Did I say that? No, I didn't say it. I say it somewhere else.
You didn't say.
No, I do have it written
Or
somewhere.
at least I don't recall you saying.
No, I'm pretty sure I've got it in this presentation somewhere else. But so this is the same. So see how we see this horizon well back here, the buoy all the way down here, and we see all the way down here to the shoreline on this day.
Angela, you want him to feed his snakes or you want him to feed the guinea pigs? Which one?
Angela's got guinea pigs too. Angela's got guinea pigs too.
He's like, it's time to feed the snakes to guinea pigs.
Yeah. So then if we go back on this day and we were to look here, we can see right here, this little yellow dot, right here. That's the buoy on this day. The horizon's right on the buoy. And when we go all the way across, look at how much is hidden over here. Now, all the way to the houses here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I go here and we look down here. Whoop, where are we going? There's those same houses. Land all the way down. We see all the way to here. In that other observation, from about here down. Now, on one of the very first observations I showed you, remember these houses were gone. You didn't see them at all. And it's all from the same elevation. All from a 20-foot elevation. Jeez. So now, here is just a tiny little bit on the horizon changing distance. But I don't have the comparison of how it looked on the other side. Right? But we see here that we have 24 pixels between there and the horizon that day, 52 on that day, 21 here, okay, 20 pixels here. Right? So we see the horizon changing distance. Right? Now, this is the same day as before, which I said, like, I'm pretty sure it's the 27th. I hope I do write it down there. I'm pretty sure I do. Now, there's my mirror test. I think we're about to show the mirror test a second. Okay, so you won't be able to hear this, but here is the mirror test. Here's one of them. Okay, so everyone saw the mirror flash there? Right about there. We see the mirror flash right there. Now on this day, there was a 3-foot swell. So my friend had to hold the mirror around about his knees. And this is the observation that Swala spiraled on, and then he went and made a little video and went into AutoCAD and couldn't make it match. But went, it's close. Okay, cool one, Swala. Thanks for coming, brother. Good job, Swala. Now, this is my mate Chris that lives at my house with me. And here we have this day here. Now, you can't hear me talking, but I'm saying to him, okay, what are you doing now? You've got the mirror on the sand now. And he's like, yeah, the mirror's on the sand. I'm like, no, I'm not getting any mirror flashes at the moment. I'm like, you know, you're doing it or whatever. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, don't get anything yet. And then, where does it happen? Oh, we start to see it right there. So we see the little mirror flash right there. And now he's got that right on the sand.
Oh, and that's him simultaneously.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
wow,
That's him simultaneously. We're getting that mirror flash right now.
nice.
And there it goes again.
Huh.
So what that's demonstrating more than anything is that whenever I see this scenery as is,
Uh-huh.
I'm always seeing to the shore. Now this is 9.5 miles away. There should be 3 meters of curve here.
Uh-huh.
So 10 feet, almost 10 feet of curve. That's to the shore. That's on the sand. And I do remark to him, I'm like, oh, so that's on the sand? He's like, yeah, mate, it's on the sand. And I'm like, well, it doesn't get any lower than that, does it?
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm like, unless you want to dig a hole.
Shit.
Now, okay, sorry, here we go. This is the same, that observation before was the 30th of July.
Damn. And
Okay,
that was all day?
And then here is to show you that, oh, look, go back.
Was that all day? Was that much of the day?
I'm not sure how much of the day this was. This was just a piece of the day. I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look at the actual day to see how long I stayed there for. But you
Okay.
can see it's a nice clear day. We do have a tiny little bit of heat haze going on there, but it's a pretty beautiful clear day.
Okay.
And we're seeing all the way to the shore. Now, I show this also because I'm not sure if that also, just after this, that see when we see something like this, and we clearly know that this is a much bigger refractive day as well,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't matter because I'm showing you right here that we see the shore on a beautiful clear day.
Uh-huh.
So when we see it on a not so on a more refractive day, it doesn't matter. I don't care. The refraction isn't all of a sudden making this lift up more.
Exactly.
But notice how what we are seeing is this more depth. See how we can see 2 miles between the buoy and see how I put 72 pixels?
Mm-hmm.
2 miles, and then 62 pixels between that other bit there, which is 2.5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So we see this different depth here now compared to when we go up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just so compared to that one there, and we see at the top. I'll escape it. Actually, it would be better if I escape here.
So here's my thing. If there's supposed to be some kind of refraction at some point, curving. Wait, we're told that the refraction curves up all the time, correct?
No, they tell us that you get downward refraction, and then downward refraction is why we see further, and that's lifting things up.
Okay, it's lifting things up, but then at some point you should see this thing curve down, right? We should see the earth actually curve down, the earth, the solid earth curve down. It should curve down at some point. It should curve down, right, Piper? At some point. And if we see it curve down, we should be able to measure this. And ABC wants you to show us your guinea pigs. You know, ABC. You know what we used to call chicken cordon bleu on a Navy ship? ABC. We used to call them hamsters. Chicken cordon bleu. We used to call them hamsters. We're having hamsters, and people love chicken cordon bleu on a Navy ship. I didn't. They tasted too processed for me. But they chicken cordon bleu. They call them hamsters on a Navy ship, Angela. I'm sorry, but Angela wants you to show off your guinea pigs. Sorry.
Well, I just took a photo of it, so what I'll do is I'll send that photo to my
okay.
To my whatchamacallit, my Google Drive, and then we'll be able to have a look at them.
No. I'm not kidding. I'm being dead serious. You ask any American sailor, they'll tell you, yeah, we call them little hamsters. Yeah.
Okay, so before when we saw, now we see the gap here on a beautiful clear day.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I skip through to this one here, whoop, now I go to shrink this. Now look at the way the gap has totally changed. Right? Now this is what the effects of refraction can do. But what it hasn't done is made all this raise up. This is just normal.
Right, right.
You know, this is just normal. We see this kind of shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is regular for me. This isn't unusual. This is an everyday event. If there's no inferior mirage, this is almost like an everyday event.
Jeez.
Right? I see here all the time.
That is mad. Now that I'm looking at those other pictures and I'm looking at that, I'm like, that is so fucking clear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, go across
And
here.
then you get those.
that.
And then it's like,
It's all blurry and blur.
yeah.
Obviously, we've got to get out of there to make it so, because obviously we're zoomed right in there. So it's fully pixelated. But then, okay, so now we go into this. Get this through your head, Piper. This is a day where at this moment, I think, is this the day? There was no inferior mirage on this day at this moment. Look at this nice, clear horizon that is at 3.6 miles from me.
Yo, where's the Lied Piper at? The Lied Piper. Where's she at? He at. The Lied Piper. Make yourself known. You see that? Are you paying attention? Probably not.
Well, of course not. He's just trying to argue. He doesn't want to know. But so see how we have a clear mirage, like a clear horizon, and again we cannot see the jetty, and the buoy is once again in a very high position. Now, actually, on the other presentation, and I'll just quickly go through my other presentation because that's what's got all the boat and everything on it. I'll show what I did with this as well. Now, here we see the buoy once again is on the horizon. The whole jetty is gone. We see the buoy again here on the horizon. Oh yeah, these are comparison, right? So on this day here, which was the 19th of September, we see the picture up on the left is the top left is the jetty area.
Right.
The top right is those houses where we were seeing all the way down to the shore now. We have a nice clear horizon here. This is all a clear horizon, but it's at 3.6 miles away. Whereas beforehand, we were just looking at nice clear horizons that were beyond 15 miles away. See down at the bottom there, and that little white bit right above the horizon there, that's the same white house that we were looking at before, where we did a mirror flash from. Well, actually, no, we haven't seen that mirror flash yet. That mirror flash is coming up. Okay, so there we have that buoy. Right. Now, this is the same day, but this is about 45 minutes later. Now, if you look on the top left, top right, there is starting to be an inferior mirage there now. It wasn't there before that. And the bottom one.
Yeah.
See how on the bottom one, see how now, so if I go back
and you're in the same place. How many hours elapsed?
This is about 45 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
So see in the bottom one, how we can see that top of the White House?
Right.
And then we go here, and now on the bottom picture, that's the same area, right? Now, let me get out of here so I can point it out to you.
So let me ask you.
See this house right here?
Which one? The one that's circled?
Yeah, one that I'm circling. No. One that I've got my cursor on.
I don't. Where's your cursor? Oh, yes. Yeah. It's
so
like above the horizon.
Right yeah. So now if we go that one picture right here, this house here is the one that I had my cursor on before. Right? That's the same house.
What?
But when we go like and see the White House here?
Yes.
And then we go here, no White House anymore. It's the same house.
Oh.
See, the White House disappeared because now it's hard for you guys to. I'll zoom in. Sorry. See right here, there's a little white spot right here and a little white spot right here. Can you see those little white spots? See where my cursor is?
Yes.
White spot here white spot here. That's
Mhm.
these two dots. If we were to make a little line right there, there's an inferior mirage starting right here.
Let me see that. See these dots again.
It's really hard to pick because you can only pick it.
Oh, okay.
See
I
a
was gonna
little
say
white
zoom
dot
in
right
because
here?
it looks. I thought those were mountains. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, a little white dot right there and a little white dot right there. That's this one here and this
Okay.
one here. Right there, if we put a line right there, the
Mhm.
inferior mirage starts right there. And now we have all of that hidden. So considering I'm like this, let's go back to this quickly. We go back to here. And this is where we were just then. I'm not too sure which were the white dots, but just here somewhere.
Mhm.
Just here somewhere was those white dots. These are the same houses. Right here somewhere were those white dots. Right? But then when we skipped over to this day, whoop, that's those white dots right there, the houses right there.
God damn.
That's the same houses. Right?
Hmm.
Now see how on this day we have this sailing boat here, and this is missing. Look, we can't see any of the hull of the boat. Oh my God, what's going on? Now we can look here, see these here?
Mhm.
Right? I'm just pointing that out so we can identify the area. See the buoy right here on the horizon? Now this is another buoy. There's a whole line of them that are all pretty much relatively in the same spot because when one lines up with the horizon, they all line up with the horizon. So this was just before this picture, and this boat here was just crossing. Now the boat is just crossed over the horizon, so now it's just starting to dip below the horizon. Now see this house right here?
Yes.
Where this boat here is below the horizon, and we saw the buoy before.
Below
Now
the
we go,
horizon. Right.
now we go
Okay.
to the
On the other
30th.
side.
Now we go to the 30th of July. That's the same house. Pointing
And
the
look at how
arrow.
it meets the top of that.
See the arrow? See the
Wow.
arrow?
Yeah.
Pointing at the same house. Now we look at the buoy, and that buoy is now no longer on the horizon. It's well in
I wonder how
front of the
far it is
horizon.
from that boat.
Oh, it'd be miles.
Jesus.
Between that and that is probably 6 or 7 miles at least.
Oh my God.
Maybe more like.
And that's crazy.
Could be more like 9 miles, 8 miles. Now,
That's
because
crazy.
we also see, if I was to go like this, right, and go like that, make this a little bit skinnier, make it white, and it's still probably way too thick. I could probably make it smaller, but the horizon is at that point there.
Mhm.
So this is still under the horizon.
Under the right.
The horizon is still beyond that boat.
And that's 9 miles.
That would be, well, no, that's probably more like 12 miles away or 11 miles away, because this area here is 12.6 miles away.
Right.
The buoy is 3 miles away. I was saying that's probably about 8 miles past the buoy.
Right.
But that buoy there
It doesn't even look that far.
is that buoy there. It's the same buoy.
Yeah.
The reason I pointed it out, see these 3 things here? And we go down to this observation and we see them right here.
Oh my God.
This is the same area.
This is beating a dead horse with these guys.
Yeah, well, he's just still spiraling. Of course he's spiraling, that's just how they are. Now, here is that concrete area again. Right here now is where we get the observation from that point.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that's loud for me. All right, so you can see he's a couple of feet above the water.
Mm-hmm.
I had my camera at 5 feet. I told him to wave so I can line it up, and you can hear me saying, "Can you wave at the camera now?" right?
Hmm.
And then at about this moment, right about somewhere here, right towards the end here, we see a couple of orange flashes because this was right before sunset. So the sun was orange. Oh, right there. Boom.
Hmm.
See that there?
Hmm.
Now that gap that we're looking at, right where that mirror flash is, and I've just paused it so we can go back to it. Oh, did I lose it? Right there. Sorry. Right there. That gap between this little white spot right here, can you see where my cursor is?
Mm-hmm.
And then that horizon line right there, that gap
Mm-hmm.
is 13 meters. And that's where this is. That's
Oh
at the
my
base here.
goodness.
Look at how
Huh.
tiny that is. This is Rayleigh's criterion right here.
What?
This is unresolvable. You cannot resolve any of that higher part because my camera is at 5 foot. So all of this is now compressed. Everything is compressed. Right here is
Jeez.
20 meters above sea level. And this is now all compressed. That flash is from 2 feet above sea level.
Hmm.
Right? And that's why
This
I
is
included this, because the angle there is 0.00431 degrees to
right.
this point. That's why you can't see it. It's beyond Rayleigh's criterion. You can't see that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you need a mirror flash.
Yeah, these guys, I don't understand their business, man. I don't know
Right?
why, but they'll come into it. Doesn't matter what or how you show them. They'll come to it when they're ready. When
Oh
they're
yeah,
ready, they will come to it.
I'm
Like,
sure. I'm sure Piper and all them are still spiraling. So here we have another day, 18th of September of this year,
mhm,
and once again we can see all the way down to the shore. If I get out of here and I expand this, this is from a video, we see that little shine of concrete right here. This sand area here is
mm,
at highest 7 meters or 6 meters, but right there we see just this little concrete area right here.
mm,
It's a regular occurrence. Like it's not an unusual thing for me to see that. I would
mhm,
say that when there is not an inferior mirage, I see that 70% of the time.
mhm.
It is not uncommon. 27th of September, I'll zoom in again. There we see that little concrete area again.
Hell yeah.
It's common, like it happens all the time. But yet here, like if we just went by the geometric horizon, there should be 30 feet.
Hmm.
It should be up here. It should
Mhm,
be geometrically, it should be up here.
mhm.
If you include standard refraction, it should be more like here. But at all times, virtually all times, when there is no inferior mirage, I see all the way to the ground. It's common. It's not.
Yep.
It's like it's an everyday occurrence almost. Like whenever there is no inferior mirage, it's an everyday occurrence.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
them
here we
dudes.
have the 19th of September again. We see how much is hidden. We go to the 28th and we see the inferior mirage hiding less. We see less being hidden now on the 13th of July. We skip through, we see less because the inferior mirage is moving further away. And as the inferior mirage moves further away, we now lose the inferior mirage and we see all the way to the shore. I can do this with, like, I have over 500 days of observation of this. Right?
Mhm,
So that's why these people, they don't have a leg to stand on. They really can't debate me on this subject.
mhm.
And they don't really debate. All they do instead is just misdirect, they obfuscate, and they hand wave dismiss.
Yep.
That's all they
Yep.
can do. So again, see, this is the 30th of July, the same as the other one, but this was earlier or later, and the
Mhm,
scenery is slightly different. It's more compressed. So on the day when I showed you that sailing boat, which was over here, There was that sailing boat which was way beyond the horizon. So this is the same day, but now this is just about an hour later, and everything compressed more. But you can still see this concrete area.
Shoot.
All right. Now we get into this little area here, and we see there. This is all the same area, looking towards the same thing. We see ships disappearing into inferior mirage on one day. We start seeing the same area. We can see the ships well beyond it on other days. So you can see when the two big ships, or the tugboat and the bigger ship, we can actually see the base of both of them beyond the rock wall. But on the other days, they're completely hidden because they're on the horizon. And the other days, the horizon is well beyond them. So therefore, what has to happen? Because the horizon is well beyond them, they now have to sink below. All right? Now, here we go into this example. Again, we're back to the 19th of September. We have the buoy on the horizon here, and we actually have a mast here. So there is some kind of sailing boat behind there on this day. We can't see it because we have 25 feet or 20 to 22 feet hidden below that horizon right now. But this is 8 miles away. We've seen these observations before. Here's the same thing on another day. And look, we have a catamaran on this side. You see that catamaran?
Yeah.
Okay. Buoy here. Buoy here. Buoy off the horizon. So let's make it the same thing. Let's add a more seeable catamaran. And now let's add some water.
Did you throw that did you throw that sail on there?
I threw the sail on there. No, I just added the entire catamaran, like blow it up.
Oh, okay.
So here, I just put an entire little catamaran there, made them approximately the same size.
Ah, I got you. Okay.
And then what I've done is I've added a water line to take it to the exact same position where the water line was on the 19th of September. And we have the buoy up high, right? And then what they're seeing from the jetty, if we were to go to that other jetty, what they're actually looking at is that. That's what they would have been looking at on that other day. But because it's on the opposite side of the horizon, I can't see it, and that's what I'm looking at. But they would be looking at that, right? Oh, don't know what happened there. But let's just do this as an example, and then if I was to delete this water, and then delete this little bit here, and now blow this up. Look at how high that buoy is in relation to the jetty. That is the same as this observation, where you see the buoy at this height in comparison to the jetty.
Shit. Huh.
That's what we're looking at here. Oh, is that the one? Oh no, this one. This one. That's what we're looking at here. The buoy up here, above the jetty.
Shoot. God
Right?
damn, that motherfucker. Yeah. Huh. Yo, plane.
Yeah.
It is 3 in the morning. My black ass.
Shit.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
let
3.
me get out of here.
Yeah, it's the witching hour on this end. It's like the end of the witching hour. Go ahead.
All right, shit. Absolute last one then. We will get out of here. Right? And this is the bit that you've got to see now. Right? So here.
And for all you guys wondering, I'm retired, so I kind of get to be up in the witching hour, but I still have to wake up, and I still have to. Well, I'm retired to a degree. I still have to work, and I still have to work out. So I got to be up in like 4 hours still.
All right. That's why I was like, yeah, man, it's going to take a while if we talk too much. But okay.
That's all good.
So here, we see an orange sailed boat. And that orange sailed boat is in front of the horizon, closer to me, coming towards me. Now, what I've done is I've added one of those water lines so right at the point of the horizon. So you can see on the image on the left, there's no added water line. It's coming towards me. On the right, it's the same picture. I just added a water line like as if it's a horizon. Now watch this boat as it comes towards me. Do you notice anything? Do we notice the sail dropping below
Yes.
the horizon?
Oh, wow.
And
that's real time, huh? Well,
This
not
is
real time, but simultaneously then, huh?
Yeah, so I just, it's the same observation. It's just coming towards me. I just then put the water line there so you could actually see the sail
Right.
disappear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I was saying that when something, as it's coming closer to you and it gets lower and it's dropping below the horizon, it's the same thing as the cargo ship. See the cargo ship going away from the horizon?
Wow.
And it's dropping below the horizon, and the sailing boat is also dropping below the horizon. They are the same thing. Now, when we look here, we see it all there on the left. That's just showing it without a fake horizon. And now we're looking at it here. Does that remind you of anything? Does that look like a sail going off beyond the horizon? It's just that on the right, if it was actually going beyond the horizon, the sail would be getting smaller, not bigger. The sail would be getting smaller. That's what we'd be seeing. Now here was another day, and have a look at the way this boat rises above the horizon. See on the right one, how I put the little thing there, and you watch so you see the boat on the left-hand side. You see this boat right here. We see that it is below the horizon. It's below the horizon. This is what I was talking about before, how I put this little water line here to represent, like, now this is as if this is a ship on the other side of the horizon. And now it gets closer to us. This is as if it's getting closer to us on the right, and now it's getting further away on the left. And it gets up, reaches the horizon, and then we have an infrared mirage. Okay, so what we're actually seeing, everything in front of the horizon will also disappear below the horizon, the same as everything beyond the horizon disappears. Right? It's the same thing. Right? So when I showed my whole little animation and I described that everything is the same, when it goes beyond the horizon, it's the same thing. And this here is the full-on proof of that. This demonstrates exactly what's going on. This is what next time, if you want to, we'll do more like a 20 minutes just on this, because I have other observations of this now, right? Because this is the really important part. This is why things disappear beyond the horizon. It's just perspective. The same thing happens in front of the horizon as what happens beyond the horizon. And we see it. It's identical. Now, all they're going to be able to say is, oh, that's just a coincidence. What else have they got?
Nothing.
Which, anything. Look at it. It's identical.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Now, if I do this, right? Listen to what I'm saying. The further a boat gets away from the horizon, the more it drops below the horizon. Now, that works for both of these observations, because that boat in the middle is coming towards me, meaning as it comes closer towards me, it's getting further away from the horizon. So I say it again. The further a boat gets away from the horizon, the more it drops below the horizon. And as it keeps getting further and further away, the lower it drops. It's the same thing.
And that's exactly what's taking place right there.
Fucking snap, brother.
Shit.
This is the thing. Like no one's ever described this before. This was staring at us right in front of our faces the entire time. No one realized this. But when you look at it and you see it, and see how, if I had got this boat when it was right on the horizon, what we would have had is this boat is disappearing bottom up. See the little orange sailboat? It's disappearing bottom up. Why do ships disappear bottom up? At the end of the day, they're not going to like this, but it's all perspective. It's just perspective on the opposite side of the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And I can go deeper into this because I have done another little animation that I've shown. But you got to go to sleep, brother. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, bro. Anytime, man. Anytime. This is fascinating. I'd love to have you on again to do this again
So
so
what
we
we'll
can
do next
see it
time
again.
is
Huh?
what we'll do next time is we'll just go over only this part.
Yes.
We'll forget about all the other stuff because that's now been done.
And
Everyone should now understand that.
this could be the equivalent of the boat going over the curve type shit.
Exactly. That's all
Yep.
it is. It's the same thing.
Yep.
Everyone just needs to realize and recognize that it's the same thing.
Shit. Hell yeah. Yeah, I want to see that again. Yeah, man. So shit. Any last thoughts, man?
No, man. I just want to say I really appreciate you allowing me to come on here and present this. I'm trying to present it in as many places as I possibly can because everyone's got a different group of people that watch them. So the more people that see this, and this is actually the first time I've presented this thing. No one's. I mean, I did show it on Iron Realm Media, but I didn't have it presented like this because I'd only just did it. So I just kind of really basically showed it. But yeah, this is the first time I've shown it with the other GIF on the other side to show that it is the same thing, and you can see it. It's identical. There's no difference, and all they're going to be able to say is it's a coincidence. They're not really going to be able to say anything else.
They can't say anything else. They can't. We wave them off. We laugh at them. Those guys, they're not serious.
Yeah, and here's where I did this, right? So I see this on this observation. I added the water line there to be in the same position as that. I added the water line on this one, and boom, look where the buoy is. The buoy is all the way up here on this one because that's where it was in the previous observation. On the previous day, we had a buoy all the way up here, but the buoy's not up here. That's fucking retarded. This didn't drop down. That's just ridiculous. The horizon came closer to me. But awesome, man. Thank you. Let's get out of here. You get some sleep.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Man, next time we got to do it again, bro. We got to do it again, bro. Next time.
Yeah.
I love this, man.
No worries, man. You want me to? I can drop out of the call and let you close everything up. Where am I? I'm in here, I think. All right. Love you, man. Peace. Much love to
Love you
everyone.
too, man. You have a good night or you have a good afternoon.
Yeah, man. It's 6:42 p.m. But yeah, get yourself a good sleep. And yeah, once again, thanks for having me. Much love to everyone. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around for this whole thing.
And that's right. And guys, make sure to sub to Plain Reality's channel.
And make sure that you give donations to Vlad. Anyone, if he's got a Cash App or anything, get on there. Give the guy some donations.
Yeah, I don't have no money, but if you could donate some coffee, that would be amazing.
Beautiful,
love
man.
coffee.
Take care. Much love.
All right,
See you
brother.
guys.
You be much love, man. Be safe, brother.
See you.
All right. So, y'all know who that was. That was Plain Reality. Please make sure to sub to his channel. That dude is amazing. And that was some awesome stuff that we got to witness tonight. Now, there's absolutely no reason as to why people can't understand the whole boat going over the curve thing. But if that's what he's going to have to demonstrate again, that's what he's going to have to demonstrate over and over, time and time again. And it looks like he took good time to show this in great detail as to what he was doing and what he was observing and how he was going about doing it. So there's really no excuse for these globe people. There hasn't been an excuse for these globe people for quite some time, but he's gone a step further, and I think it's amazing. Either way, YouTube family, yo, man, that's all I got for tonight. I really appreciate y'all being here and kicking it with us on a Tuesday. But, yo, you thought that was my house for real? Dojo. Hold on. Plain Reality. Get yourself a fine microphone. Oh, I thought you meant me. I was like, damn, man, I thought my microphone was bumping, but I guess not. But yeah, Plain Reality did his thing though. But yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, man. But family, man, yo, it's late as F out here. And I got to get my ass to sleep. My black ass need that rest, baby. Know what I'm saying? Vladimir is out of here. Vladimir is out of here. I wish y'all nothing but the best, family. Health. Well, Sean Alki, the piano is down for now. Down for now for the night. Next time. I wish y'all nothing but the best, family. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, and most of all, wisdom. Vladimir is out of here for the morning. I'll get y'all on the flip side. Wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. And with that, family, I love you. I'm out. Whoa, what happened? Oh, there I am. Love y'all. I'm out. Peace. There we go.